this down. So 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, we should be live. Panda,
Yep,
are you with me?
I'm here.
Hello,
Well,
it's Panda. She's right up here. Got her on my PC, especially for you as a special treat. Yeah, sorry everyone that this took a bit longer than we thought. We just had some technical
my
issues. We had
computer was
to.
exploding.
It happens. It happens to everyone. Noto, hello. Boris as well. Welcome in. But yes, welcome in everyone. This is a tradition in the sense that it's the second time we do this. I've been doing this on the channel for a while, but this
Hey
is the second
Nappa,
time with me and Panda.
hey TMS.
We are going to make a tier list of the games we played in 2023. All the new ones, not necessarily games from 2023 itself, but games that we have played for the first time in 2023. And just, rate them and maybe even tell you why we rated them the way we rated them. I might just stick a couple of them in the F tier and not even give a reason. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Um, So yeah, should we just get into it, Panda? Do you want to have do the honors and go first?
Sure. Okay, there it is. I was like, right after I remember what I did with the list of games I played.
Okay. I
No,
was
I
like,
have them. I
is
have.
she even sure if she wants to do this anymore? Like now that
Uh,
we've gone live, I don't know about this whole
I guess like
thing.
where do we want to start? Do we want to start with just shit that sucks or?
That's the dealer's choice. It's up to you. You know how many games you liked and how many you didn't, so you kind of have to spread it around. You don't want too much negativity because it brings people down. You don't want too much positivity because that brings people up and they start acting weird when they're too happy. It's a
Okay.
very careful balancing act. So,
Oh, it's Siren's birthday. Happy birthday,
oh,
Siren.
happy birthday, Stern.
Now
Uh,
May's screaming at me. It's not your birthday.
uh, That cat is something else. But yeah, anything you want to start with, I'm game. I got good games. I got bad games. I got mostly bad games this year. But yeah, just hit me with your best shot.
All right. Let's start with an okay game. So,
That's
Obscure,
interesting.
the first one.
Obscure.
It I actually would put this in I think B. And the reason I say that is just like so it's I think it did some like really neat things for like a horror game that like I hadn't seen in other horror games, but it was just so janky. But I don't know. I also love the jank, so maybe I'm being too generous with it in B, but I would say it's a solid B. I think you also need to play it co-op. I think if you played it single player, it would just suck ass.
See, I didn't even know that that game can be played co-op. I thought
Hmm.
that was just a single player horror game.
Yeah, I played it with Spectral, and so like the things that were interesting are like you had like I don't remember how many there were. Were there like six playable characters or something like that? But basically, they each had different skills that were unique to them, and then if one of them died, that was it. They were dead. You would have to play somebody else, basically.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, the story is kind of like what the story isn't very good, but I think the gameplay itself when you're playing with someone is fun. So I think it has kind of a Resident Evil 5 kind of vibe where it's like on its own this game is ass, but with someone else it's cool.
Okay, fair enough. Can you give a TLDR story on the story, or is it like a Yakuza 5 thing where you can't possibly make sense of it in a couple of sentences?
Honestly, like it was just fucking weird. Like there was like this guy, it was kind of like Resident Evil 0 where there was this guy who I guess wanted to live forever and he was doing shit with plants and there was like weird plant zombies. I don't it's fucking weird.
Kind
If
of.
you want to play it for the story, I don't recommend.
That's what I was going to say. I'm a big Resident Evil Zero defender, in a like very much in the minority on that one.
Wait, you
But the
like
story is the
0?
one thing. Yeah, I think
You
Zero
do?
is. Yeah,
No,
I
I love
actually.
0, but I've never talked
Oh,
to anybody I feel like who fucking actually likes that game.
mm, I think it's great. I think it's it's hard, but I like a difficult game. The inventory system is S. I will give people that, but you just kind of put all your put all your items in one big room and just try to deal with that. It's not fun and it's kind of dumb because you then have to start putting items in another room where you when you put too much items in it. But I think that the way the two character controls work in that game, I think it's really, really clever and really well done. And it's something I would have liked to see in more games. But now I'm reviewing Resident Evil Zero. Yeah, I like Zero a lot. But the one thing where I will say it is, and this is no small distinction for a Resident Evil game. It's probably like the one with the dumbest story out of all of them. Like
Yeah,
it's
and that's
extremely
what I mean
vapid,
is like obscure is like right like honestly the whole time I was playing it I'm like Resident Evil 0 is that you?
but only in terms of the story.
Yeah, only in terms of the story. I think like I I, I don't know, maybe 0 could have been similar if like you could actually play with somebody at the same time, but since it was like just like a single player like playing two people and shuffling them around, it wasn't exactly like the same, but yeah.
Right. Um. Yeah. Yeah. I understand.
And I guess while we're on the topic of obscure, can we just put obscure 2 and F and yeah.
I was going to ask if you want to just if you just wanna just move on to that one
And I
because
can't even tell you what it's about cuz like I the whole time I'm just sitting there like what the fuck is actually happening? Like I don't know. They were just like we want all of these things to happen in a game, but they don't make any sense, but we're going to do it anyway. That's how I felt.
I mean that does sound like Yakuza 5.
That's what I was thinking too. See, like on their own, right? They make sense. Like, I don't know, it just wanted like a bunch of set pieces. It's like, okay, we need a spooky house that they have to break into and get in. They need like a weird, like abandoned facility they go into. They need a like an outdoor section where there's the boat. Like they were just checking off like things on a list.
Yeah, that is sadly how a lot of game design goes. In when you just want to check like do a bunch of things and not necessarily think about how they fit into a game as a whole. Um, yeah, interesting, interesting. Until you said, I think until you streamed it, I didn't even know that there was an Obscure 2. I've heard a lot of people talk about the first game, never about the second one, and I guess there's a good reason for that.
Like it was still fun with somebody, but it was more just like a like I don't know, maybe it would be better if you were just like drunk off your ass playing with somebody else or something.
Right, right. Well, we can test that at some point, but not tonight. Okay. So, and did you want to say anything else about these games?
Absolutely not.
Cool. So I guess I'll put my. You gave us a B and an F. I'll split the difference and I'll give us
The F then the B?
C. Not quite. Yeah, let's talk very briefly about Trepang 2, which is a game I foolishly tried string. By the way, for those wondering, there's no Trepang 1. Like it's actually like Trepang squared. It's stylized with the 2 in the upper corner. But yeah, this is a game that if you've played Fear, you'll understand what it's trying to do. So for those who don't know, Fear is this very um, kind of a cult classic horror shooter kind of game. Very infamous for having a really cool nail gun in it, and just having really cool weapons in general. And I think it was one of the first games to try and put horror elements into a traditional first-person shooter kind of thing. Very good game. Very janky game that time has kind of forgotten a bit. And Trepang 2 is sort of a spiritual successor to that game. But basically, what they said is like, remember all the things that make fear good? Let's just not do any of these and just like have someone shoot a bunch of cultists, and every now and then there's a cutscene where a monster grabs you and goes, the way horror is done these days for the most part, unfortunately. Very mediocre game, extremely janky, which usually doesn't bother me, but it's like it's one of those things where there's just no redeeming qualities to it. It's not even really well made. And the worst part of it is that whereas Fear, like I said, was really well known for how cool the weapons were, this has modern military shooter symptom where all the weapons are just you have like essentially five different types of machine guns. And like I didn't finish the game, so maybe weapon variety gets a bit better in the late game. I don't know, but yeah, it wasn't getting very good as far as I was playing. And it tries to, because Fear itself, the original Fear games are very linear, very traditional shooters in that sense. You go from level to level, and in this game they try to give you a mission structure. So there's like side missions you can do, but they're all just wave shooters. They're all just hack something, wave of enemies comes in, hack another thing, another wave comes in, and all sorts of variants of that. It's very boring, and yeah, it really does nothing to um, break up the monotonity. I don't know words. Break up the rest of the game being not good, essentially. That's Repang 2.
See, I've never really played any games that are like, I guess, in that genre.
Really.
Yeah.
I would highly recommend, at the very least, the first Fear.
First Fear?
I I think you dig it. Yeah, I think you dig it. Actually, it depends. How are you with FPSs? Do you like them generally?
the,
I guess not really.
the
Okay.
last FPS I played, unfortunately for Ross anyway, he had to play Halo with me, and somehow I ended up driving a lot, and one of the, I don't remember which, like, I think it was in Halo, the first Halo, where you have to like drive to the end. And yeah, I don't know how the fuck we made it there alive, but we did. One time I drove, like just fucking drove right off the edge, and Ross is just Ross is just absolutely silent, and I'm just dying.
Uh,
I think he's already used to my bullshit though, so it's fine. I like them. I'm just really bad at them.
well, it's also like Halo is. I've never played a Halo game. I played a bit of the new ones multiplayer, but you know, essentially never played one. And Halo is, as far as I know, more of a military shooter, and Fear is more of a traditional shooter kind of thing. So
Hmm.
if that changes anything, maybe you'll enjoy it.
Would it be more like wait, what is that game? Wolfenstein or whatever? Like something like that?
The new ones?
Yeah.
Uh,
I've just seen
yes.
Ross play those before.
Like I think more that than Halo, but really not that close to either of them. It's more like really the closest thing in shooters I would say is probably Half-Life.
Okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I have Half-Life. I've never played it. I've seen Ross play it, but I'm like, I have no idea what's happening here.
I think the first Half-Life has aged very badly. Half-Life 2 is a great game still. Um, but I'm just giving you more games to play.
But
So
we might already have here. Ross has probably played it. Probably.
could be if
He
you
plays those
do,
a lot more than I do.
right. Yeah, if it looks interesting to you, I would definitely check the first one out. The others are a problem. They're
Oh
separate
no.
discussion. But the first one and even its DLCs are very good in my opinion. Hey Aldred, how are you doing? Aldred just jumped in. Last FPS I enjoyed playing was Left 4 Dead 2.
I love Left 4 Dead.
I'm I'm interested in maybe getting into Left 4 Dead 2 a bit more, but see, I don't really think about that as a shooter so much. I guess which is wrong, but I guess I think more single player shooters, you know.
Mhm.
Yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Trepang. So you are up, Panda.
Oh, did you want to add an F for good measure?
Oh no, I didn't mean to do two. Like you like it was reasonable for you to talk about obscure and obscure two right after each other because same series. But no,
Got
I have
you.
to do that. I will have a reason to do that later because I do have like two games in a series I played last year. But I'll get to those a bit later.
I don't even know what's like fun. I'm trying to decide what I want to even talk about now.
Not wrong.
Let's see. Let's talk about Escape the Backrooms. That's
Okay.
so fucking.
I'm not
So
actually sure if I saw you play this one.
it I mean it's certainly a game. I think C is fair. So
Okay.
it's
Already.
multiplayer, and I also played this with Spectral, and I think like basically each like room, it's almost like an escape room, I guess, for each level. Um
Sounds about
and
right.
I think some of them were really cool, like some of the levels were, but then I feel like after a while it feels like it's just overstaying its welcome.
Hmm.
So like for example, there was this one level where there was just like these alien things that were like roaming the streets and stuff, and like you had to like when they got close to you, you could go inside the houses, and some of the rooms in the houses had like bolts on them, and you would have to like go in and bolt the door, like so you didn't die basically. And like I think that level specifically was really neat. um and there was another one that was, this level was actually really hard. There was a level where you there was only this like, I don't even remember what it was. There was like a monster, and you were in a library, and you had to pick up tapes, and you had to pick up like, I don't remember, like 20 tapes or something before you could like open the like door to leave. The thing is the way it worked is there was also alarms on the sides of the walls, and you would basically need one person to act as bait, like with the alarm, while the other person would just like pick up tapes, being unbothered by the monster. But then after a certain point, the lights cut out. So then it's just like super hard mode, and like that one was also interesting too, but it was just really difficult. So like some of them are like really easy, some of them like were just like, why is this so difficult? So like that was all over the place.
Like balance is off, basically.
Yeah. I think the funniest thing I saw was like uh they introduced that there's basically imposters, because you all look the same and you all have badges, so you can show each other your badge.
Mm.
So at some point, the monster basically looks like you. So you'll go up to him and be like, "Oh, is that you?" And then just suddenly they'll just start sprinting at you, which obviously at that point you're like, "Oh no, that's not them." Run. Like I don't think it works well after like the first time you see them because they do talk. They say like generic like hello, like like things like that, and they have the same voice line. So if you're only playing with one other person, it's not really a mystery as to like who that is,
Oh,
especially
I
if you're
see.
sticking together. Not to mention, like, you, most of the time, I would assume that if you're playing with somebody, you know what they sound like. So you would be like, okay, well, obviously that's not them. Overall,
Right.
is it a solid group game? Yeah, I think if you had a big group, I could see it being like a lot of fun.
Mm.
Uh, just with one other person, I still think it was fun, but some of the levels were just like, I don't know, seemed like I was saying, just really hard, and others were really easy, and then some of them were just fucking long.
Mm.
Like there was this one where like the whole place was flooded, so all you saw were like the rooftops of houses, and you could like go in and find supplies, and basically at some point you would find there was a sea monster, and of course you had to go into a cage to be lowered down into the water to escape. And then at some point you end up swimming. Yeah, as you can imagine, it sounds like shit because it was. Because you end up swimming and you're like, I don't know where I'm going because it's all dark. So you're just kind of like wandering around and it's just like, oh.
This sounds very questionable. Yeah.
But yeah, I think as a group game it would be funny because you could, just like sabotage your own teammates or, just be an asshole or you could
Mm.
actually, be nice and work together, but who wants to do that?
Yeah, that's for losers. But that sounds very much like a collectathon style horror. Essentially, this sounds like they put a lot of your typical horror setups of today into a multiplayer game,
Oh
which
yeah, they did because then at some point one of the last levels you were in a field going through corn, which it's like, oh, of course I am. And then there was a guy with a chainsaw. I'm like, oh yeah, of course he's there.
yep, yep, that's funny. Um, yeah. So, did you? Sorry, did you have anything else you want to say about Escape the Backrooms?
No, I mean,
Uh,
I think if it's on sale and you want to play with a bunch of friends, I think it would be fun. If you want to play it by yourself, probably not.
mm, um, cool, cool. So, yeah, continuing to follow your lead, I'm going to, and this is going to be one of the many, many heel turns I'll have tonight. Um, I'm going to talk about Bomb Rush Cyberpunk and why I really, really didn't like it. And this is, I have, I have a few like spicy takes on this list. I have a couple of really hot takes, and I think this is one of them. Because I understand that Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is sort of like a modern, like a spiritual successor to Jet Set Radio.
Okay, that's this game. Okay, I was about to ask if that was this game, if I'm like thinking of the right game.
Yeah, and it's funny because I thought maybe they were subtle about it, but I actually saw I saw Jet Set's Radio Future in AGDQ, and it really just looks exactly the same. Like it's very much like them just doing the same game again. Or I mean, I don't think it's the same people, but they're trying to very much make another one of those. And I don't know if Jet Set Radio, the original games, were any better than this, were like more interesting. But basically, the idea is You're trying for various reasons that I hadn't bothered to retain in my memory. You're trying to like get street cred and get through to all these different gangs. And these gangs, all they really do is spray graffiti and do wicked skateboard tricks. Like they're not really doing any crimes for the most part, as far as I can tell. But yeah, it's very stylized and the movement is good. But the bottom line is the way you proceed through the game is you enter an area, you do your wicked skateboard tricks for a while until you get enough reputation to open the next area up, and you just rinse and repeat. And eventually you get to a boss fight, and the boss fights are very, very clumsy. Like they try to the movement in the game for the actual for the regular gameplay is fine. It feels good enough. But in the boss fight, it's just super, super clunky. And it gets very frustrating to actually hit
Wait,
anything.
it
Like,
had boss fights?
yeah, there's boss fights in this game. That actually
What? Wait, how does
surprised.
that work? Tell me about that.
So basically, I don't even remember. This is kind of early in the year for me. Or if not, it's just so forgettable that, again, I hadn't retained much. But like, you do your wicked skateboard tricks and you go up in the air and then you like just land on top of the boss or something. It's very Super Mario. Like I don't know. It doesn't work. It doesn't sound like it would work and it doesn't. Um because you constantly like the movement just doesn't have the precision to it that you would need to make that fun. But I am kind of thankful for it because man would the game be boring otherwise because there's no other mechanics in the game. There's like your skateboard tricks and your skateboard tricks there's not really that much variety to them. They're all basically just hit spacebar at the right time. Um, and this is the only reprieve you get from that kind of gameplay, the boss fights. But none of it really works. I found it super, super boring. Again, and I know people like the music. I didn't even really feel the music that much in the game. It's just not really my kind of music. It's not my genre. But if you like the music, it's stylized enough that it's not completely terrible. Like if you forced me to finish this game, then I wouldn't necessarily want to die, but I wouldn't necessarily want to live either. So so C is as good as I can give it. Um I was kind of looking forward to liking Jet Set Radio, and maybe I would. Maybe if I played the genuine Jet Set Radio game, I would like it more than this. But this felt very very flat to me. This was very dull.
Mm. Siren said that he needs art of Nono with a skateboard with big letters that say wicked.
That actually gives me an emote idea. So thank you, Saren. I appreciate it.
You think it's definitely Siren said he thinks it's definitely made specifically for Jet Set fans. Ah, so then you think that if like people didn't play Jet Set Radio, they would just be like kind of like, okay, I guess, with the game.
Yeah, but doesn't that tell us that?
Oh yeah, yeah, no, it's not good.
Oh, okay. Then we agree.
Yeah, I think in general, like if you're gonna make a game like that, like it's fine to make a like I don't know, like a love letter to the fans, but you kind of need to make it appeal to new people too, right? Or not even like appeal to new people, but just make a solid game, I guess. I'm not saying it's not a solid game because I've not played it. I've not
I
even
think
played Jet Set Radio.
where it falls down to me is I don't mind the idea of, oh, this is for if you're a big fan of this kind of game. But if the only way to like a game is to like a game that it's aping, then doesn't that tell us that the original game probably isn't as good as we think it is? Like, again, I don't know. I haven't played Jet Set Radio. But if this game is made to be like Jet Set Radio, and the only way you'd like it is if you played Jet Set Radio 20 years ago, then you're probably just looking at the thing through nostalgia goggles, right? We had the same. This is from many years ago, but Streets of Rage 4. I remember anytime I would talk to people about the game, their one selling point for it would be like, "Oh, it's just like the old games," and it's like, yeah, fine, but those weren't good either. So I don't know. Again, not saying anything about Jet Set Radio because unlike Streets of Rage, I haven't played the originals. I don't know. But yeah, that to me, that doesn't make me particularly want to play the originals that much. That argument, you know?
Mm-hmm. It has a. It kind of sounds like it has a Shenmue 3 problem where like I think if you really enjoyed Shenmue 1 and Shenmue 2, you would enjoy Shenmue 3, but yeah, you'd have some hardcore rose tinted glasses on. So basically myself.
Right, right.
Look, guys, I just wanted to play Lucky Hit and I did, okay? I just wanted to gamble.
Look, this world is rough and unfair, and we get our joy and satisfaction where we can. And if you get that from playing Lucky Hit in Shenmue 3 or by playing Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, far be it from me to say anything wrong about that. I just can't have the same enjoyment. I have to look up to seek out good games to play. That's my tragic story.
That's a tragic story. No, on his quest to find good games to play.
Man, that quest this year was very a very limited success. I did have some success, but not a whole lot. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about that. So you are up, Panda.
All right. You know what? Let's talk about Near Replicant. I don't want to, but let's talk about
Okay.
I mean
Um,
that in like so Near is a very good game in my opinion. It's also a very painful game for me. Like I think I was starting to drive Ross insane because I didn't like I was like I can't play this today. I don't want to be sad.
mm,
And Ross is just like, okay, I guess.
yeah, I hear Replicant has a lot of that going on.
Yeah, I would say where do I want to put this though? Where does it go? I don't know. It's like A and a half or something. Like I think it's like between S and A somewhere.
Well, like put it here, like right at the very top.
I think I don't know why though, because it did a lot of stuff like there was a lot more quality of life stuff. Keep in mind that I didn't play this myself. I watched the entire game, but I watched the entire game. I was there the entire time and it was very painful because I'm a
Right.
baby. But so I can't really comment on the gameplay. Ross didn't seem to comment on it much, so I assumed that meant that it was like the first game to him. Like he didn't seem to be like, "Wow, I remember back in my day when I played Near, it wasn't like this." Because if something like that happens, he will definitely say something. But
Mm.
like it looked really good. Uh, I don't know. I don't even know how to. I don't even think I can talk about the story because it would just. I guess like the too long didn't read is you have your sister. Well, okay, hold on. That's also confusing. Okay, so in Japan, the story was a brother sister story. In America, they changed it to father daughter. And
Mm.
then for Replicant, they're like, actually, it's a brother sister story again.
Okay, interesting.
I don't know. I guess they thought that Americans wouldn't like they wouldn't understand the brother sister story, which I personally as somebody who has brothers thinks is extremely incorrect, but whatever.
Wait. You have siblings in America? This is news to me.
Yes, I have 3 siblings. I have an older sister
Damn.
and 2 younger brothers. My younger
Just
brothers
like
actually appear sometimes in chat.
really? Huh.
Yes, they're very sneaky.
I see.
And Replicant is, yeah, like I don't know. I liked Father Near and I liked Brother Near. I liked them both. So I guess it's just kind of whatever to me at this point. It was just kind of like I remember the first time I heard about that, I was like, okay, weird, but whatever you want to do. But yeah, basically your sister is sick and you're trying to save her basically. You trying to keep her from dying is basically
Hmm.
the too long didn't read because and I really don't think you can really talk very much about it because I feel like everything is a spoiler.
Right.
Um, but yeah, I think everyone should play. I think everyone should play near. Play near. It's like play Yakuza Zero. Play near and Yakuza Zero. Did we tell you guys that you should play Yakuza Zero?
You should actually play Yakuza Zero. This is true. I approve of this message. Um, in terms, because my only experience with the Nier series is Automata, which I was personally really not a fan of. But is the combat well? I don't know if you've seen or played Automata, but is it the same kind of combat, or if you haven't, like, is the combat this that in
Yes,
games
it's
kind of?
actually very similar.
Oh, okay.
The difference is like you know how in Automata you have a robot that like shoots like the magic. Well, in
Hmm.
Nier it's a flying book that's very
Oh well, that
sassy.
changes everything.
He's a flying book that's extremely sassy, and I love him.
Interesting. Interesting.
He's pretty cool.
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, Replicant was. Oh yeah, I see what they're. Okay, yeah, but yeah, I think it's good. I think you could also even just play Replicant and not play Near, because I mean if you have a means to play it, but I believe it's stuck on the PS3, so it has that cool thing going on. So Replicant obviously is current gen, so you can just play it on whatever. I think
Hmm.
there's a. I don't know if there's a. Is there even a PC version? I would assume, but I don't fucking know.
Of the original?
No, of Replicant.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Okay. See, yes. But yeah, play it. Well, maybe play it. I don't know. If you're sad, I wouldn't play it.
Eh, fair enough.
I felt the same way about Automata though too. I love that game. I don't want to play it again. I'm good.
Hmm. So we're functionally the same with Automata,
Yes.
just for very different reasons. Um, I will say I did like in Automata. I thought a lot of the robots were very cute.
That's true. Like
Um,
Siren said, play it for Kaine. There you go.
yeah, like if you just give me goofy robots trying to face adversity, then that's something I can enjoy about Automata. Because they're very
I'm,
endearing
yeah, I mean,
robots.
my favorite thing was blowing off 2B's skirt. So, I mean,
I
there we
mean,
are.
that's like okay. We're just fully being. I love that we transitioned to just being completely horny on main without any regard for anything recently. Like I'm just on my stream going like, oh Chitose.
I remember the first time I found out you could blow her skirt off, I was like, "Hey Ross, blow off her skirt."
Maybe it's time to replay it because I didn't know that. See, I didn't know. I didn't know
See,
you could
there you
do that.
go. You can look at two
Yeah,
booty.
yeah. Could blow up Tubi's skirt. Could not hang out, but see goofy, cute robots. Yeah, I guess there's worse things you can do in video games.
I mean, the robots in Automata are very cute.
Yeah. Um. Ooh, and this won't be a spoiler because I'll be very vague about this. But you know what really broke my heart in Automata, even though I didn't really care for most of it, is the baby. The baby robot. Do you
Baby
know what I mean?
robot.
If you don't, then I'll just tell you later. But maybe people know what I'm talking about.
I feel like I do, but I feel like I would need a little bit more context, and yeah, that might be a spoiler, I guess.
Yeah,
So yeah, you can tell me
I
later.
would say, even though I don't like Automata, I do think it's one of those games where, like, if you have the time and money, I would still play it because it's interesting to think about. I just don't think, like, having thought about it, I have a negative opinion. But it's not like I don't feel like I wasted my time playing Automata.
Oh, you also get a meal in his song. That's good. I like a meal in
Mm.
his song. And you get his I guess his backstory if you play Near or Near Replicant. So there you go.
Oh, you're talking about, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
And yeah,
But
that's all I got. Play Near and Yakuza 0
and Yakuza 0.
at the same
Absolutely.
time. There you go.
Yeah, do chapter and chapter because they really like Wizard of Oz and Dark Side of the Moon, they line up perfectly. Yakuza 0 and Your Replicant. I can't explain it.
Yoko Taro loves Yakuza. Actually, he does, doesn't he?
That doesn't surprise me in the least. Least surprising discovery of my life. But yeah, okay. So again, following your lead, I will mention an A-tier game. I'm going to talk about Planet of Lana.
Ooh.
This is a very, very cool little game. It's sort of like Inside, the game from the people who made Limbo.
Oh, okay.
So it's one for those who haven't played it. It's a very it's kind of a 2D platformer in terms of the mechanics, but it's more of a puzzle game. Like you're supposed to do all these stealth and platforming puzzles. There's really not much combat to speak of in either one of the games. It's mostly about just uh, how we move and how we avoid dangers. And Planet of Lana is much less dark, I guess, than Inside. Although it gets kind of dark because uh, again, neither of these games have explicit storytelling. There's no dialogue, but there's enough subtext to it to where you realize this is basically a planet that's like humanity is being put down by machines or something. I don't remember the details too much because again, this was very early in the year. Um, but you're just a person going around trying to fend off all these dangers. It's very, in terms of visual style, it's very Studio Ghibli, like major,
Hmm.
major Totoro vibes in the game. And you get, at some point in the game, you get a little buddy. It's like this weird cat bunny thing that's hopping around, and you can give it instructions and it helps you solve puzzles. It's very, very, very cute. Um, Touching, got a lot of really cool puzzles to it. It didn't super blow me away, and it also kind of it's one of those games that gets it kind of has the same problem as Stray to a much, much lesser extent, to where it gets kind of insecure about its own mechanics near the end, and it's like, oh, we need to put some more action into this. We need to like make this a bit more dynamic, which I felt was a misstep and kind of ruined the game's pacing in the back end. But it's still just a beautiful game, very nice, very well made. Well worth the playthrough. Yeah, liked it a lot.
Do you think it's more like Limbo or more like because they made Inside too, right?
Yeah. So here's the thing. I never liked Limbo.
I've never
And
played Limbo, but I've played Inside.
oh, okay. So if you like Inside, this is very much like Inside mechanically.
Okay, then
Uh,
yeah, I probably would like it then.
yeah, I think so. Like in terms of like the biggest difference is just Inside is this very dark, grimy game, and I say that as a good thing. I think Inside is very good.
Oh yeah,
But
it's
Planet of
very good.
Lana, yeah, but Planet of Lana is very cartoony in its presentation. So that's the big difference I would put there. But in terms of the mechanics, it really reminded me a lot of Inside.
You know, I'm starting here. I just had the thought that I'm actually starting to think that their game list or game tier list each year is just us convincing each other to either play certain games or not play certain games.
I think that's a a worthy exchange of ideas. And this is also one of the reasons I like these lists. And the reason why I really have always wanted to do these, and I started doing them as soon as I actually, got some friends on Twitch and actually had people to talk about, to talk to about games, is because, I try to follow game releases, but it's really difficult during the year. And when you go to the end of the year and you hear someone's best of, that's like a filtered down game list where like you can say, okay, these are the games that made the cut and people really enjoyed, and you can just see which one of these appeal to you and try to play them. So it's definitely one of the effects that I hope these lists have, that people just find games that they may have not thought about playing, but now, there's this new cool thing they can check out. And that works both for us talking about it and also just people listening.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, Turtle Taco. No, no is from the duet of of. Are you talking about the like a butterfly duet? Is that the one you're talking about, or? But yeah, no, no was the other side. Well, the main
I
side. I was more like the accessory.
wouldn't say that. That
I
is
didn't
that
mean
is
it in a
very
bad way.
unfair.
It was more like no,
Unless
no
unless you
featuring
secretly
Panda.
don't like unless you secretly didn't like it and you're trying to distance yourself from
No,
it, in
I
which
liked it. I had fun.
we are due.
Turtle
I know
Taco
we
was
have
just saying that he liked it.
well, thanks. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much. Um, Honestly, just people taking the time to check out the music is always cool. So if they like it on top of that, that's very nice.
Look,
Appreciate you.
I was flattered that you would even want to do a duet with me. So
Oh yeah, I'm we're planning on more, so stay tuned for that. But yeah, that's all I have to say about Planet of Lana. Um, Game that I did think it was very good. Just not too much to say. Just play it. It's very good. It's very nice. Uh, yeah. So what next for you, Panda?
okay, hold on. I've been trying to cross them out as I talk about them, so I'm like, let's talk about this thing. Wait, I already did. Never mind. All right. You know what? Let's talk about We Love Katamari reroll.
Okay.
And just It goes into S tier. That's where it lives.
That sounds about right.
I could be a little biased, which that's okay.
Uh, I mean, these are opinions and they're always biased, so you're good. What do you love so much about Wheel of Katamari Reroll?
Well, I love We Love Katamari to begin with. I think I've talked about this a lot, that it was the first game that Ross ever bought me. He bought it for me for
Yeah.
my, oh no, was it my 15 or my, I was either 15 or 16, one of those birthdays. Yes, we're old people. We're ancient.
I mean, that's one of those stories that make me realize, holy shit, Panda's current relationship is longer than all of mine put together. So,
Sure. We're high school sweethearts. That's why we've known each other so so it was like sure. But I don't know. I don't even remember. I don't know, maybe Ross remembers, but I don't remember asking for the game. But he gave me the game and I was like, "Okay." And I played it, and I think after everyone left like from my birthday party that night, I just was on the floor and I couldn't move. Like I was just playing this game. I was just stuck there. I think I didn't turn it off until my grandpa came downstairs and basically yelled at me like, "Why the hell are you still awake?"
that's so funny.
Like time just, I don't know, it froze in place or something, cuz like I looked up and I was like, "Wow, it's like 5 a.m. now." Which I mean, now that's not really that weird. But anyway, look, I usually have a normal schedule.
I was I was telling Aldred earlier on his stream that I was I was sitting down to have my I had a pretty early lunch today, but still I was sitting down to have my lunch and you were still playing Infinite Wealth.
Yeah. I'm like getting, like the story is like really starting to get juicy, so I was just like, I need to know more. But yeah, I don't know. It's just like Katamari as a series is just a blast. Like all of them, like some of them are better than others. I think to me Katamari has like a Yakuza problem where it's like sure there's games that aren't as good as others in the series, but I don't think really any of them are bad to me anyway.
Mm.
Like yeah, we all joke about Yakuza 4, but I mean in reality it's still a pretty good game if you just ignore the story. Just don't pay attention to that part.
Is
Or Akiyama. I'm just kidding. Look, I like him sometimes when I don't want to punt him through a window.
it? Fair enough, fair enough. So Reroll, is it
It
a
is
remake
this,
of the first one?
yes. So they remade basically Katamari Damacy and Reroll. That's the first game. This is the second game in the series.
Mm.
Um yes, because when I played Katamari Damacy Reroll, that was actually the first time I've ever played the first game. Which is funny because I played every other game but the first game until
Oh,
like what? Uh I guess 2022. I think that was when it came out. Um, but yeah, it was really good. Like the graphics were really good. It played really good. The music's always amazing. I think they even redid some of the tracks. Or
hmm.
maybe I'm drunk. I don't know. I could be drunk. But it's just
I
fun.
I am very
It's
cool.
there's cool music and you just roll shit up and that's it. Very simple.
And really, what more do you need?
Yeah, what more do you need?
I do. I personally I played the like Katamari Damacy reroll when it came out on Switch, and I liked it well enough. I didn't fall in love with it. I didn't play any of the others, but there's something. I like how weirdly dark the series is in that like eventually you start rolling up animals and people, and
Yeah.
it's like it's a very cute and chill game on the surface, but when you really think about what you're doing, it is kind of horrifying. And one of my favorite quotes in any game ever is the King of the Universe just saying, "Boy, Earth sure is full of stuff," which is just something I think about so often.
Yeah, and then like he not only that, right? He it's like them getting rolled up's already bad, right? And then if he doesn't like it, like if he you could just turn it into Stardust. He just fucking lasers it and just like that's kind of metal. So not
Yeah,
only were you dead, now you're just fucking non-existent. You just got sent to the Shadow Realm.
yeah, it's really interesting to just again one of those games where I say even if you end up not liking it, just thinking about it is fun.
Yeah. It's just a fun time.
Hmm.
Oh, and they also so the other thing with We Love Katamari Reroll is they added the like Royal Reverie, which is basically like you play as the king when he was younger. And those were interesting. I had a lot of fun with those. They had like one of them had like a weird stipulation where you couldn't run into like I think it was ghosts. That one was kind of hard because you had to like pick up you didn't have to pick up all of them, but of course I was like, no, I'm picking up all of them. You had to pick up all of like the instruments. You had to go find them and then pick them up while avoiding the ghosts.
Mm.
So some of them were just interesting challenges. Except, okay, the one thing about We Love Katamari Reroll is fuck the cowbear level. That level can go to hell. Fuck cowbears. Like, what? There's a level where you have to roll up as much stuff as possible, and then you need to either roll up a cow or a bear. But if you roll up a cow or a bear, you stop immediately. Like that tells the game you're done. So it's really hard to make a big Katamari because it's really easy to just accidentally roll over a fucking bear because there's all different kinds of bears. There's small little teddy bears. There's big ass bears. Like it's like it's so
That's
frustrating.
actually really funny. And is that level not in the original?
No, it is. I was not
Oh,
amused to see it again.
okay, okay, fair enough.
The other level I think people probably get frustrated with is there's one with a campfire. You have to roll up hot things basically to make a campfire. So you have to roll up all the things and then you have to make sure that you leave enough time because you have to roll yourself all the way up the hill to get to where the campfire is to light it.
Mm.
And you can accidentally put the campfire like if you don't roll up enough stuff, like you have to keep rolling up stuff to keep it lit. So if you go too long without rolling anything up, it will burn out. If you go into the water, it will burn out. And there's lots of water for people to kick you into. Like random dudes can just kick the Katamari and you just get yeeted into the water and that's it.
No. Hmm.
But even still, that one's not as bad as the fucking cowbear level. But it's still fun. It's just silly.
And you know, I find like this is something I talk about in context of again Yakuza Zero, which everyone should play. Um, in the context of there's something in chapter two like the booze cruise where you have to go around buying booze for everyone, and that's a part that everyone really complains about. But I feel like games need a bit of friction, you know? Like it
Yeah.
can't just be a constant upwards progression because then you just it's just a bit dull to me.
hmm
And there's better and worse ways of doing this, but I don't mind a game that fucks with you just a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
Just a little bit. Just kind of makes your life miserable for a little bit, just so you remember that it's not always
Remember the good
it's not always
times.
the case. Yeah.
But yeah, play it. I think it actually goes on sale a lot on Steam at least. So you could even wait for it to go on sale and then buy it. All right, your turn.
Okay, so the problem is, like I said, I don't have a lot of I don't have a lot of good games to talk about this year, so I can't match you in that. I will match you in talking about a remake.
Wait, wait, wait. Do you have an S tier at all this year?
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
I was just curious. I was like, no, poor Nona.
It's not quite that bad, but I do think I probably have just the one, but we'll see as we go down the list. Now let's talk briefly because I sadly don't have much to say about it. The System Shock remake,
Hmm.
which I guess I'll do like this. Man, was this a disappointment?
Oh no.
Yeah, it
Because
was
you
just.
played System Shock though, right? I'm assuming because you played the remake, but
I played System Shock as a wee small child. Um, I've not gotten that much taller since, but I've gotten older. Um, and look, here's the thing. I don't have nostalgia goggles for really anything. I like to believe that I'm someone who can judge games on their own merits. And if there's a game from long ago that I really like that I think has aged terribly, that then, I don't fool myself into liking it. If I did have nostalgia goggles though, it would be for System Shock 2, which is the much better game. System Shock 1 was always, seminal game, had a lot of amazing ideas in it, truly revolutionized games in a lot of ways. But it was like the controls are ass. Um, it's so clunky. It's so bad to play. And you could play it back in the 90s, I guess, because you had nothing better to do. But I've always felt that whereas System Shock 2 only needs a remaster, because it still works so well, that game. System Shock 1 is one of those few games where I would always say it's got to have a remake. We got to put this into a somewhat modern framework, otherwise it's just unplayable. And the frustrating thing about this is I played the demo. I loved the demo. I looked forward so much to this game because I was like, here's the remake we needed for this game. And they took out pretty much everything that was clunky and bad about the original, and they removed it and they modernized it.
mm-hmm.
And then for some reason, they decided, you know what? Let's add a whole bunch of new, clunky, frustrating design into this. I don't know. I think they did it to hurt me specifically.
No.
Like they they,
Oh
they were
no.
they were trying to hurt me with this and break my heart. No, but like they added a weird scrap system where basically you have to pick up trash from all over the place and turn it into currency to buy things. And there's two types of currency. And why are there so many different things to pick up? Like I get that this is an immersive sim, but I don't know. I felt like more of a janitor than someone trying to survive this hostile space station.
It's a
A lot of the
janitor.
time, yeah, it just felt so frustrating. And the thing is, I see such a good game in there. Like there's this the combat when it works so well, and the game looks so good. But between that and between like the very mediocre cyber, like there's this I guess hacking mini game, if you want to call it that, where you
Was
go
that in the
into
original?
cyberspace. No, I mean the remake.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember if that's in the original. Again, I played the original many years ago. The last time, so uh, that was implemented badly as well. Um, and it's really frustrating when you see a game, a good framework of a game in there. You can tell it's good and you want to play it, but there's all these things in the way. And it's really sad because like we're just kind of doomed to never have a good version of the original System Shock. Luckily, we have System Shock 2, which is just a fantastic game and I love it. And the one good thing I got out of buying System Shock Remake is that you get a free copy of the remaster of 2, which I'm definitely playing like the moment it comes out. I love that game so much, and
I
I'm
hope
sure
it's
I'll
good.
it. Yeah, like it's a remaster, so they can't fuck up too much. We hope. um, I say that one of the games on this list might go against what I'm saying. But yeah,
Fine.
it was just disappointing. Like this isn't a bad game, and I'm sure if you're a much more patient person than me, you can probably wade through the crap and get to the good stuff about it. It was just too much for me. I couldn't hack it. Um, Mumful says the enhanced edition made the original much more playable. It's more playable. I still think it's way too janky to be fun. Was in the OG and it was quite awful. Well, it's awful in this too. But yeah, that's all I have to say. It's just this was again one of the first games I played in the year, and it was foretelling of how disappointing the year would be in terms of games. And in other terms, but we're here to talk about video games. So yeah, that's System Shock Remake. What's next for you, Panda?
I don't know. Should we talk about another remake that wasn't good, or should we?
Okay, we could. Is it the one I'm thinking of?
I think so. I'm thinking you're referring to Ishin.
Yes, I was gonna say we actually like we have 3 games we both played, and 2 of them are remakes. So
I think
you
I
want to talk
think
about Issue?
overall for Ishin, I think I would put it in. I think it's a solid B, but my problem with it is I had high hopes for it since the OG is my one of my favorite Yakuza games.
Mm, okay.
Because I know I like the panda because I know no one's gonna throw it in the garbage. So it did have stuff I liked. What I liked about Ishin was they finally fucking added a taxi in front of the blacksmith that I don't know why he wasn't there to begin with, because you go to the blacksmith so much that it only makes sense, right? No, you had to like the there was only like a few points you could get to that were like kind of close, and then you had to walk the rest of the way, which would be fine if you didn't have to go there every like 2 seconds, it felt like. But and what else did they do? Well, I mean, it being translated was really nice. I was able to like easily read and understand and enjoy like all the sub stories and the content. They gave us Miss Tatsu, always a good thing.
I'll give the game that. Miss Tatsu is always yeah. Miss Tatsu is always a plus in my book.
Trying to think what else did they even do? Oh, well, that's not a good thing though. I don't know why they thought Shindo should be in the fucking game.
I never even got to that part.
Oh, like what? I don't know. Like I'm not even like against them. So they also changed a lot of like the cast. Not all of them, just some of them, which I'm not even really against that. But Shindo wasn't like part of that cast. He was more just like a side story thing that was added, and I'm just like, why is he here? Who invited him? Get him out of here.
Yeah,
See,
it's very
Aizawa, I will let stay because of what happens to him. So it was just appropriate, I guess. So he can stay. Everyone else, like I don't know why. Also, the lieutenants from Zero coming in, it was fine. I guess I didn't. My biggest problem with the lieutenants was basically Hanpeta being wasn't he what's his name?
Shibusawa.
Yeah. Like I don't agree with that at all. Like no. It was just weird because like Ryoma and him were supposed to have grown up together, and then you have this guy who's like clearly way older than him, and it's like,
Yeah, like
huh?
20 years older looking. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I don't know. It was just weird.
Yeah, it's
Oh, and the cards. What they should have just stayed in the battle dungeon. They were fine in the battle dungeon. I don't know why they were like, we should take these out of the battle dungeon. They're fun for like, I don't know, a little bit, and then after a while you're just like, why?
so yeah, let me I don't mean to cut you off, just to like say where I'm coming into this from. So I'm a bit less generous with this remake. I would put it firmly in C. And really, I talked about this on stream before, but Anthony Fantano, the Needle Drop, who's like a big music reviewer, YouTuber guy, the biggest actually. He has his own rankings for games. He just gives a score from 0 to 10, but he also has a qualification or a rating that he just calls not good. And not good isn't necessarily better or worse than just a 0. It's like this was such an ill-conceived project. This was such a fundamentally flawed idea to have that it just should never have happened in the first place. And that's how I feel about this remake. Because let me also, because I actually played Ishin for the first time in um in 2023. So I'll also just like briefly talk about that as well. OG Shin to me is B tier seems a bit cruel because it's like it's not a mediocre game. I still think it's a good game, but there's a lot wrong with it. So I'll do like the opposite of Panda and put it like in A, but very close to the border. I think it's got a lot of issues, but I do think it's a good game. The problem with the original Ishin to me is that combat, once you figure out like the one way to beat pretty much every boss in the game, combat is kind of trivial. The balancing is all over the place. No style other than sword actually feels viable on your first playthrough. And you said that thing about going to the blacksmith all the time. I think I upgraded my sword in Ishin once.
Oh yeah, yeah. You definitely don't have to. Like you don't need to. You could easily play the entire game with just like the base sword. I mean, because you pretty much kind of do in the speed run.
Yeah. And when I played it, I said, okay, this is actually another case in which I see the need for a remake because A, you'll get the localization, which is very nice, and also maybe they could improve the combat and the remake. Like you already mentioned the um sorry,
Oh, the
I was
cards.
going. Oh, the cards. Sorry, yeah. The cards being out of the dungeon, which I think completely messed up the balancing of combat in the game. Another system that was introduced or not introduced but like made much worse is the seal system,
Oh my god.
which yeah, everyone will tell you that one sucks. And it's like it's one of those. There are two things you could have done with Ishin. You could have just ported the original, take the game as is, do the same kind of porting job you did with Zero and K1 back in the day because they're very similar games, and just give you the original with localized and ported that way. or you could remake it in the actual Dragon Engine, which is how Yakuza games are made these days. What they decided to do was kind of just like make this half-hearted remake in Unity, which why? Um, and a lot of people are like, "Oh, maybe they'll use Unity again." I'm pretty sure this was just like the easiest, fastest way they could give you a remake, and n- none of the issues with the original game seem to be fixed, except they made Sword Style feel like the thing you want to do the least in a samurai game, mind you, which to me seems like a bit of a problem. I don't know, everything about the game just screams to me, why did they make this? Why did they do it like this? And when you ask questions like this about game development, usually the answer is just to make a quick buck. But like, is this really the best way to make a quick buck, to localize Ishin
Yeah, right,
almost
which is
like
why I don't think that
100%?
was like the aim, right?
Yeah, like I can't, like, you can be cynical about this, but it just raises more questions than it answers. So I don't know. To me, it's one of these cases where I can't explain it. I don't know what they were thinking. This is just this seems like a game that no one really gave a fuck about, which is a shame because whenever you talk about games and game development, you know that the front line, the rank and file developers, they work so hard and they give so much of themselves for these games, and you don't want to say that, oh, nobody cared, but it seems like no one making the decisions cared about this game. And at that point, why even have this remake? I don't know. All I can say is there's no reason. I see no reason for this to exist as it is. Instead of like just a localized version of the original, which is a much better game, has a story that I think is one of the better Yakuza stories. Definitely worth playing through. Although, like many Yakuza stories, fumbles it like very much at the end. Yeah, I don't know. This I can't explain. I can't explain this game. It's just not good.
But yeah, I agree. Like Finkelroy was saying that some of the replacements were good, and I agree. Like Adachi was good, like Finkelroy said.
Yes. Adachi is I love Adachi, and he's like a perfect fit for that role.
Love people.
Which
Yeah,
one did you
honestly,
say?
really the only person I had a problem with was Shibusawa. Like if I'm just,
Yeah.
I
I
mean,
also thought
Han
that
was kind of weird, to be honest. Han was weird. I don't think Han plays that character well, that type of character. It was just him like sitting with like all the like other like homeless people like in the alley and stuff, and him being dirty, and his hair was flawless because it's Han. And it's just I don't know, it kind of had that like almost like it was like a theater production at that point where it's like it still needed to be pretty.
it felt very fan servicey, which a lot of this did. Because for those who don't know, the original, what's the character's name again?
Which one?
Han's character in the remake. Yeah, I don't remember
I
either.
can't remember that dude's name.
But he's played by, like, he's supposed to be like this really creepy kind of undercover agent, and he's played in the original by the guy who played God, what's his name from Yakuza 5? Like the guy who tortures Saijima in prison.
You would think I would know because I fucking hate him, but
Yeah, I don't remember either. It's been a long time. Something with an O. I don't know. Um, but yeah, it works really well for that. And again, Han does have that. F-
oh yeah,
he-
Kugihara.
yeah,
Yeah, that fucker.
and you can recognize that kind of manic like sadism in Han that he does have. You do see some of that in Yakuza 6. But yeah, a lot of the time it feels way too clean cut. I also and I fucking love Kuze. I love what's his name?
Wano?
One I thought actually worked really well in
No, he
that
did
role.
work well.
But what's the name of the actor? Kuze's actor. Is it?
Oh, I have no idea.
I feel so bad for
I
not
just know
remembering.
he's a cool dude.
Yeah, he is. He I love him. I love seeing him in things. He so did not work in this game. It's also kind of weird how long the game teases. Again, if you haven't played the original, the game teases you fighting this guy for so long. And if you played Zero, you're like, oh, this is Kuze. We'll probably fight him all the time. You only get to fight him once, and it's like the most underwhelming fight maybe of the entire game. So yeah, it really did not hit for me the Kuze thing either. And that's the thing, much like with Shindo, a lot of this is just zero fan service. No, in the case of Shindo, it's not even zero because it's not in zero, so I don't know. But yeah, a very fan servicey game, uh, which doesn't really substantiate a lot of that fan service. I don't know. Uh, yeah.
Oh yeah, and the tall dudes, like Finkelroy said, the big enemies, like what? Why are they there?
Those sucked. Were so badly bounced. Really, really did not care for those.
Yeah, because you pretty much had to use the cards in those situations. I felt like, or it was just
Yeah.
annoying.
Yeah.
Like you could definitely kill them without it, but
Yeah, it was very
why would you want
frustrating.
to prolong your suffering?
It's really sad because I feel like that's a game more than any. There's another Yakuza game from 2023 we'll be talking about, but more than any other Yakuza game recently, I feel like Gaiden really came and went, and you can kind of see a shadow of that in the speedrun, where like I think a month after it released, no one was running it anymore, and people say it's because of the cards, and I call bullshit on that because we have a no cards category in that game, and no one runs that either. Um,
Yeah, so it's like okay.
yeah, it's yeah. Mm.
But the real problem here with the Ishin remake is that when you go to slap Ryuji's ass, you can't see his ass anymore. So it's obviously 0 out of 10.
That honestly is a travesty. Yeah, this game was kind of heartbreaking because you know, for many years now, the series, let's face it, it has had its peak, and it might go back to where it was or even higher at some point in the future. But it's on a bit of a downturn. I don't think anyone can really dispute that. But I never really felt like a Yakuza game was cynical until this remake. This just felt really cynical. This just felt like no one cared, and I don't know. That's to me as someone who's very I kind of like Yakuza games. Apparently, that was very disappointing.
Yeah, I think the best thing to come out of it was just we got as close to Dragon Engine Mine as we'll ever get with our beautiful Hijikata. And I got merchandise for Ishin. That's about it. Oh, and the translation, I guess. That was nice too.
Yeah. So silver lining after all. Okay. So that's both of us. So you can go again.
But with all that being A B tier, it's not that bad. Yeah, I mean, I think another thing to consider too is that when it comes from my perspective and Nono's perspective, we played the original, and I think Fru would agree here as well that it's just like that kind of when you see what we could have had and what we got, it's like, but like if you only experienced the remake, then I think you probably you didn't have some of those, I guess, opinions. Except for the seals, those were ass. I don't know. There's no way around that. They're just, I don't know what the fuck that was about.
Yeah. And I will say, there's a reason I'm putting this in C tier and not an F, because I think if you come to this without expectations, if you just play through it, it's an okay samurai game. Combat can be fun sometimes. I don't think it's all bad. Just like Panda says, this could have been much more. And this game also kind of guarantees we will never get that localization, at least unofficially. I think Team K4L are kind of teasing that they might work on it eventually, but yeah, that's just unfortunate.
All right. I guess let's. It's not exactly a remake, but let's talk about a remaster, I guess, that I thought was good. So we can talk about Fatal Frame, Mask of the Lunar Eclipse. So Fatal Frame 4, which had the same
Oh,
problem or same thing going on as Ishin did. It was never released here. So that was its first, basically first time it's ever been released in the West.
mm-hmm.
Um, what do I do with this game? I
Distribute
don't
it.
know. I feel like it's again like it's it's at like the top of A. It's like almost S, but not quite there.
Okay, okay. Next year we might need more tiers.
It's they okay. So there was a lot of quality of life stuff in this game that just made it better. Like for example, the fucking piano that I hate so much. So I guess for context, the original Fatal Frame 4 was for the Wii, which meant you used the Wiimote, which meant that when you needed to play the piano, you had to hit the fucking keys with the Wiimote. So you had a little hand cursor trying to hit the keys, and it's a basically like I don't think it was like quite half of a piano, but you had a lot of keys. So you there was a lot of movements where you had to go all the way across, and it's a Wiimote. It's not like a stylus that's like super precise. It's a fucking Wiimote. So it's like it drove me insane because I don't I can't really go on about it more, but yeah, it you get to a point where like you have to do the thing or you die basically.
Sounds about right.
So if you fuck up, basically the Too Long Didn't Read, if you fuck up playing a piano in Fatal Frame 4, you die in the original. I mean, you probably still do in this one, but because they changed how you play the piano, you didn't die because you probably could play the piano a lot easier. So basically what they did was they gave each key uh its own button on the controller, so it ended up just becoming a rhythm game, more like a
Mm.
rhythm game. So it was way easier to play. Um the game itself looks good. I mean, it came out in like I don't know, late 2000s, I think. Like the original did, so I think like they did a good job with like keeping the original look of the game, but like, not making it look like they just blew up a like 480 video on to like HD.
Mm.
Um I also the one thing The one thing that I am sad about though is because like as much as I bitch about the piano, I did think that I did prefer playing the game with the Wiimote because like dodging, uh, the way you dodged was by shaking the Wiimote, which was way easier than um the button. I don't know why, but I had a harder time hitting a button apparently too. dodge ghosts. Probably because I'm just used to the original.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, that makes sense.
but yeah, I mean, we it was also translated. That was, that was pretty cool. But yeah, for the most part, it was more like a remaster. I sitting here, I don't think they added anything or took anything away. So I would call it more of a remaster. I don't know what they called it because apparently
Right.
no one knows the difference between those two things anyway.
Well, to me, it's always a remaster is just graphics and quality of life stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
It's still fundamentally the same game. Remake is like you take the same framework, but you do something different with it. Like Resident Evil 2 remake, as the name suggests, is a remake.
Right.
Uh,
Yeah. No, I agree. It's just interesting to me how we're still in 2024 and people don't know the difference between the two of
yeah,
them.
yeah, they are kind of used interchangeably a lot of the time.
But
Two,
yeah,
but then yeah.
I think if you like spooky games, if you like Fatal Frame, I would definitely play it. I think it's one of the better entries in the entire series, in my opinion.
Hmm.
It's funny, but you're not surprised. But yeah, I don't really have a whole lot more to say other than yeah, it was good. I guess the too long didn't read is you and your friends were part of something that happened on this island that you used to live on when you were little, and for whatever reason it's you guys can't let it go and it's beckoning you back, so you decide to go back to the island because that's always a great idea in spooky games. But I don't think they ever really just say why, but for some reason it's not like all the girls went together. Like two went and then another one comes later. So yeah, obviously it ended up really well. Cuz splitting up always works out very well.
Look, it's the two things that always work in horror media. Go back to a place where terrible things happened and split up. Like you can't fail.
But yeah, so basically you go back there to really learn what happened because all the girls who were involved in whatever it was that happened because they don't even really know basically lost their memories of that portion. Not like they didn't lose like all their memories, just that one specific like period of time. They don't. It's a blur.
Right.
So yeah, just it's interesting perspective to you're also trying to learn what happened while they're also trying to learn what happened or basically recall what happened. So it was interesting in that regard because most of Fatal Frame takes place in um you are stumbling upon something that's already happened way in the past. Whereas this technically did happen in the past, but you were part of the thing that happened, and you decided to come back for God knows why.
As you do, apparently. Um yeah. So I actually do have a follow-up to this because I started my well, this isn't entirely true. Many years ago I played Fail Frame, the first one, and I kind of fell off at some point. Don't fully remember why. I think I just kind of I don't know. It didn't grab me the first game at the time, and this year I decided to, or last year I decided to give the series another go, and I played Fail Frame 1 and I really, really, really liked it. Um, yeah, I just thought it was a very, very good game. Um, I kind of know why I didn't like it because there's a point in the game where you kind of do a lot of backtracking, and I can picture myself back in the day being impatient with it and just kind of being like, ah, I know what the idea is. Um, but just in terms of how the combat feels in Fatal Frame, the whole thing where you put the camera up and you aim at a ghost and it just goes do 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 do. It there's something super satisfying about it to me, and maximizing your score, just trying to get all the bonuses and stuff like that, is really fun. I thought the game and the setting were very like just very haunting. I thought it worked really well together. Just really loved almost everything about it. The voice acting is very, PS2 era horror game. What can you do? Uh,
Oh yeah, it was like
I
one of the first PS2 games as well.
yeah, yeah. So it makes sense. I didn't mind too much. Um, the game has a lot of mechanics that are kind of needless, like the entire special function thing. You don't really need to bother with it. It's whatever. But I mean, I guess it's good that the game gives you that option. Also, I never played. Isn't there? I don't know where we landed on whether or not Fatal Frame One has a higher difficulty.
It does.
It does. Okay, so I didn't play that. Maybe there the special functions help more. I feel like they're just so ephemeral. Like they do so little for the resources they take out of you that they never really felt quite worth using.
Yeah, I never used them.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough. So there's all these little things. Oh, and the final boss of Fatal Frame is ass. Like that's like one of the worst boss
Mm-hmm.
fights in the game. It's so bad. It's such a letdown. But all these things, and there's also the fact that the game has a really good set of mechanics. It just something is missing. It doesn't quite capitalize on them as much as it could. It does feel like it very much starts repeating itself. Like all the ghosts, they feel distinct in the way they move and like just their personality, I guess. But at the end of the day, you kind of end up fighting most of them the same way. So these are all the reasons why I'm not putting this game in S tier. But I really, really, really enjoyed this game. I think it's very good.
Nappa said his game crashed at the final boss the first time.
You know what? Essentially the same experience. But yeah, I really liked it, which made me immediately want to jump to the next game in the series, which I wasn't that fond of, to be honest. Like, I know Fatal Frame 2, like, this is supposed to be the way everyone always talked to me about it. Other than, like, I think you, Panda, said pretty much the same thing, but you're like, I don't know if you were trying to lower my expectations.
I was.
Yeah, because there was a lot of damning with faint praise when you were talking to me about this game. But the way I always heard is like, it's just like Resident Evil, just like Silent Hill. 2 is where the series really got good. And man, I don't know. Have we all been playing the same game? Because this game's kind of boring. um, it's rare to me that mechanics like presentation, anything that's very audio visual feedback based, actually gets worse in a sequel. Because the thing that usually happens is like the first game has all the cool ideas, but it doesn't quite like they didn't quite know how to make it. They maybe didn't have the budget. Then the second game comes in and everything feels good and tight. And this is the opposite. Fatal Frame 1's combat feels good and tight and like everything just snappy and nice. Fatal Frame 2's combat is slow, boring, and it's not one of those cases where, oh, it's more methodical, you have to think about it more. No, it just works kind of worse and looks worse and feels worse. Um, in terms of the story, it kind of felt like a retread of the first game. Uh, I didn't finish two, so maybe things get better later on. But to me, it seemed like I think I got like halfway through it, maybe even more,
Do you know
and
what chapter you got to?
I don't remember. Um, but yeah, it didn't feel like I was getting more. It's like the same basic story of, oh, bad things happened back in a day in a place. Like,
Excuse me.
no, it's all good. It's all good.
It's casually
Um,
dying.
aren't we all in our own way? Um, yeah, and oh, this is something that really this is what really broke the camel's back because I can force myself through a mediocre game that I'm not enjoying that much. But if I find that I keep having to look up guides to see what I'm doing wrong, it really kills my interest in continuing. And I feel like, and I think when I told you this, you said the first game does this too. And if it does, maybe like either I was lucky and I didn't encounter it as much, or it just doesn't do it as much. But a lot of Fatal Frame 2 seems to be go to a place, exhaust all your movements, all your options for where you want to go, be frustrated that you can't make progress, then for some reason just say, okay, maybe I'll go back and something will happen, and then something happens. It does that way too much. It drove me insane. And one thing that was really, really bad, there's a point in the game where there's a puzzle that it's very like if you pay attention to the layouts of the buildings and the texts in the game, and I do because I really in the first game I really enjoyed reading all the texts and just studying the environments because it was just really well made for those things. And if you follow all that stuff into, you know, at some point you'll have to do a puzzle in one of the first buildings you go to. And I remember going back to that building and trying to do the puzzle and not really understanding why I couldn't. And Fatal Frame 2 has this hint character. Like a lot of games have this in game hint system where you go to a character and he says, oh, maybe you could try this and that. And the game at some point just forces you to go to that character. And it's not like the game makes it, makes it obvious that during the course of the game, oh, sometimes you'll have to take a hint. It's just you're just supposed to know that you can't interact with the puzzle until you talk to that guy. And that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. I played for a bit longer after that, but not much longer. I don't know, like this is one of those cases where I kind of feel insane for being so of such a different opinion than other people because obviously, it's all opinions, people will differ, but there's like almost objective ways where I see Fail Frame 1 being so much better than 2. And I don't know, it was a big letdown because I was really expecting to like it. And at this point, I do think I'll try playing 3 and beyond at some point, but it really kind of dampened what was, me being really excited to play through the series, which is what I felt before and then even more so after playing 1.
I think it could be worth trying again at another point if you wanted to. I will say that I don't. So you mentioned like so one of the things that is unfortunately just a problem in the entire series is it's really easy to so I know exactly the part you're referring to. So what you need to do in that part is the game wants you basically Mayu ends up being locked in um the little jail cell thing in the Kurosawa house. And to get her out, for whatever reason, which is unexplained, the key is in the Osaka house.
Yes.
So the thing is you have all the information, right? But then the game, when you go over that direction, the game tries to lure you down the path with Sai. you see Sai and you see the butterfly, um, a few times you see the crimson butterflies, and it's trying to beckon you that way, right? But the thing is like if you were paying attention, then you're like, well, I know I need to go this way. So I think it really just depends on the type of player, where some people will just be like, oh, I need to go do this thing. And then they're like, oh, shiny. You know what I mean? So they just completely forget what they were doing and they follow the shiny thing, which if you're that type of player, then you would have followed Sai to Itsuki, and then Itsuki would have been like, oh, yeah, just go here and do this thing. Because for some reason, which I don't agree with, I don't know why they did that, but you cannot go, if you go to the puzzle, you can she won't even interact with it until you talk to Itsuki. The another thing with that is like how I was saying that Sai beckons you and then you see the crimson butterflies. Another fault with the series is there will be so many times where you'll see the filament glow, which basically means something around you's happening, but then you miss it because you literally, your pinky toe triggered the event, but you weren't in a place to see the event, so you missed it. So you literally just missed what you needed to do, which that could have easily have happened there. I mean, I don't know. I would have to go back and like watch what you did or something like that. But that's what I mean is like it's really easy in every game to do that. Like you can even do that in one. There's a lot of places you can just completely fuck up and like you're like I don't understand where to go, and then you go to a help forum and they'll be like, oh yeah, blah 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 happened and they wanted you to go here, and you're like, I didn't see that, and that's why you didn't see it is because like you know how when you're running in this game flips scene, like it goes to another camera angle.
Mhm.
Sometimes your character will just immediately 180 and go right back.
Yeah.
That also causes that. So if you immediately 180 and go right back in some places, you'll completely miss the thing, which is just really unfortunate game design in my opinion. Like it's not great. And then it's also frustrating too when if you want to the series routinely has some sort of reward if you take complete the ghost list. So that means you have to take a photo of every ghost, yada yada. That can be really frustrating when you see that something's happening and then it's gone, and then unless you saved it, well, you missed that ghost for this playthrough. Sorry. Like, so yeah, I can see how that would be very frustrating. Because I mean, I even had that happen. I'm pretty sure I've had that happen in every game, like playing it the first time. I think the only games you wouldn't have that in now is probably 5, because 5 is modern enough that it's like, oh yeah, go here. 5 even inserted a hint thing where like if you hold down one of the trigger buttons, it basically tells you where you need to, like you can see a shadow of the person you're following basically.
Mm.
So it's like it's almost like they realize that, oh, maybe this sucks, we should change it. It only took them 5 games though, right?
I mean, better late than never. But no, all that is true. And what compounds this is that compared because the first game also has the thing where there's ghosts you actually fight, and then there's the ghosts you just snap a picture of,
Mhm.
and some of them are very transitional. Um, but it felt like two had so many fucking ghosts. Like I think there were actually screens in the game where there were like three ghosts like that in a row, like right next to each other, and you're like, okay, fuck it. I'm at some point I just said fuck it and didn't want to deal with it anymore. And that I think is what happened to me with that scenario you're describing, where I saw that ghost and I was like, I'm not following that, and I just went to the Osaka house.
Yeah, right, because you already know what to do. The thing literally told you where to go and gave you a map that literally has a fucking X on it. So why wouldn't yeah, I don't know. That it's one of the dumbest things to me.
Yeah. And again, I don't want it to come off as, oh, I got stuck once and I gave up on the game. this is just the culmination of many many frustrations I had with how progression works in the game. Just all in all, really rubbed me the wrong way. Combined with the fact that again, I just found the combat system to be much less enjoyable.
I mean, I feel like Fatal Frame and Fatal Frame 2, I guess you could say fans between the two of them. Um the so like the I think maybe because they went with the Fatal Frame 2 combat. That's the combat that goes to the rest of the series. Fatal Frame's combat ends there. Um it gets changed in there's some slight changes in 3 and some slight changes in 4 and 5, but it's basically like 2. 2 is the base basically. Um I think the people who like Fatal Frame are the people who aren't afraid to actually use the film. The people who are the hoarders in horror games, I feel like don't like Fatal Frame because
Mm.
it relies less on you taking like you can take good shots, of course. Like you can wait for zero shots. You can save your film and take zero shots of everything and do a shit ton of damage and you have so much film left. Cool. Or you could just completely keep fucking everything up, trying to do zero shots because you're too stubborn, and then you have no health, and then you get stuck. That's what usually happens. I can't tell you how many people have joined the Discord or the speedrunning Discord to say like I'm stuck here, and it's just like use your goddamn film like that's what it's there for. But then again, the game also doesn't really explain to you either that if you get below 3014 film at any point in Fatal Frame, you can go to the save point and you can get 30. It'll always give you 30 film, so it'll bring you back to 30 basically. So if you're at
That whole
0, it'll give
mechanic,
you 30.
yeah, that whole mechanic really surprised me when you told me about this because this is not mentioned
Yeah,
anywhere.
it's not mentioned anywhere. So I can understand why people get confused and they end up wanting to hoard the film because you don't get any. So it feels like I'm running out of film. You know, you get the sense of panic of like I'm not going to get through the game because the ghosts in Fatal Frame will fuck you up. Like Fatal Frame is one of the hardest games in the series. I think
Really?
the next one to kind of maybe dethrone that a bit is probably 3, just
Mm.
because I don't know, 3 is an experience.
Well, that sounds promising.
Yeah, but I think yeah, I agree with you though with 2. I love the game dearly, but it starts off really slow. It falls into the traps of I think a lot of it's funny because the game wasn't really that modern because I think it came out in like 2005. But it started the trend of like of gamers like help I don't know what to do. Here I'll hold your hand the entire time. You know kind of thing of just and then you get to a point where just like just let me fucking play the game. Like stop telling me how to live my life game. But yeah. No, I think all the criticism is valid and Fatal Frame 2 also relies on a different type of player who likes to observe cuz all basically it kind of ends up being this is going to sound silly but Pokemon Snap in a way. And the reason I say that is because Fatal Frame 2's combat is very dependent on you watching the ghosts, observing the ghosts and figuring out when their fatal frame is because they all have different fatal frames. They all have different fatal frame timings. And finding out basically how to abuse like the mechanic basically. Because that's basically what we do in the speedrun. The
But see, that's
problem
not.
go ahead.
Mm. I was just gonna say, I just don't feel that was really my issue because, like, when I say I didn't like the combat, I did not find it challenging in any way. Like, it was very, very easy and boring was my problem. Whereas, like you say, in one, it actually felt like there were a lot more stakes to it. You know?
Yeah, I mean I feel like the ghosts definitely do more damage in one and I feel like they were definitely more lenient in two in regards to film and also just healing items. Um, I feel like stone mirrors, no. I feel like the stone mirrors are about the same between each of them. But yeah, the ghosts do get harder, but it's like I was saying, it's much too late. Like the game just starts off really slow. But like I can't say that the ghosts would be any harder than like the ghosts in the beginning because it's my like my vision of the game is so warped at this point after playing it so many times that it's like I think the ghosts at the end get harder, but they might not get harder enough to be noticeable. Maybe more annoying than hard, I guess.
Yeah. I will say the whole thing you said about hoarding film. I gotta say that's something like I used to be a hoarder in games. You know, the kind of guy that I would get to the end of a Final Fantasy game where I'd have like tons of elixirs and mega elixirs that I was always like,
Oh
maybe
yeah,
I
yeah,
need.
yeah. I never use them. I never use them either.
So yeah, I used to be like that. I think speedrunning kind of beat that out of me a bit because speedrunning makes you think like, okay, you need to use your resources, you know. But I do still have that tendency somewhat. I am kind of conservative with that stuff. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll continue and play the rest of the series. I am kind of curious to see how it evolves. But again, Fatal Frame 2, I don't think it's a bad game. It is just sorry, kind of a letdown. And at
Game.
some point, I couldn't motivate. Hmm?
I said it's a game.
It is a game. I'll give it that. I'll give it that. But yeah, floor is yours.
All right, one second. Ross gave me pizza earlier, and I wanted him to put the. He gave me sauce, and I was like, "Can you please put this away?" It's just been sitting here. But
Ah. To have a partner give you pizza while you're um, streaming,
yeah,
that is
that's pretty cool.
yeah.
Why? Uh, let's see. What? Wait, where did Fatal Frame? Fatal Frame went in A. Frame two and B. What do we have to just?
It's going to be progressively difficult to match each other as this goes on.
Spectral set F is too nice for obscure too. Look, Spectral, I petitioned for a trash can tier. Okay, just for that
You know
game.
what? You know what? Keep looking for your next game. I got you covered.
Also, Hazo. Let's see. What I think I have. Yeah, actually, maybe I should talk about those. I have only two games that aren't horror games left, basically. Everything else is spooky game.
Okay, sounds
Let's
about right.
let's let's talk about Final Fantasy 16. Uh,
Ooh, okay. Oh,
uh,
is this your turn to be a hater?
so Final Fantasy 16 was like Fatal Frame 2 was to you. I wanted to like this game so much, and I do like this game, and I think that's why I'm so pained by it. But holy shit, it literally had, in my opinion, a Yakuza 5 where like everything was good, great, cool, interesting, neat. I was like, man, wow, maybe the series will be good again. And then like suddenly the end gets here, and you're just like, what the fuck? And then
Oh, that kind of
I've
thing.
I've read so many things about the ending, and people are like, what do you mean? It makes sense. And I'm like, no, no, no. You're just wrong. You're entitled to your wrong opinion, but you're wrong.
Okay,
I hate the ending so much.
like I personally don't care about spoilers because I don't ever intend to play it. Um Yeah, I guess maybe you have people in your chat who would not want to be
Okay,
spoiled
if you don't want
on it.
spoilers about Final Fantasy 16, I would cover your ears now. I'll give you a few seconds to cover your ears. But okay, so the ending. My problem with the ending was literally just that like they got to the end and I feel like they just didn't know what the fuck to do. And they were just like, let's just fucking kill everyone. That's cool, right? We like killing everybody. Let's just fucking kill her, end everyone. That's literally what it felt like to me.
Hmm. Okay.
Because one of my favorite character, like one of my favorite characters, he died, which I didn't. That wasn't why I was like, okay, this game is garbage. Um, yeah, he was like, I liked him, but it made sense, I guess. Like it was like a sacrifice thing. Like he sacrificed himself basically so everyone could do the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then you see it turned into a story at the end. So that was fine. But then, like, basically, like the main character and like the other, I guess, kind of main character, like basically end up kicking the bucket, but then not kicking I don't even know. I can't. I'm just beside myself with that ending because I was just sitting there watching the whole thing, like, wow, I love when everything just crashes and burns. And I'm not even the person who's like, oh, the ending has to be all sunshines and rainbows and nothing bad can happen. That's not even what I'm saying. It's just like it was a very so you remember how I was we were ranting about this the other day, the post-apocalyptic game thing. That's
Yeah.
literally what this is.
Mm.
Because shit's going down, shit's fucking getting fucked, and you're just like every time you're like, okay, there's cool, there's hope, and they're like, no, no hope, and you're like, okay, no hope. And then something happens and you're like, okay, hope, and they're like, no hope, and I'm like, okay, no hope, whatever. And then finally you get to the end and it's really looking bad, but you have hope still, and you're like, cool. And then like I guess technically they do the thing, but then it's like they always do the thing. Why do they always have to do the thing at the cost of everything? You know what I mean? It's like then what was the point? Like if everyone I cared about in the game just fucking disappears, then
Mm.
it had to like okay. I'm gonna talk about 15 now. So if you have not played Final Fantasy 15 and you do not want the ending spoiled, please mute now.
I don't wanna cut you off, but where are we putting this game?
I would say I honestly it's like let's put it in A but at the bottom because I think I'm just
All right.
being maybe I'm just being a baby about the ending, but
We'll put it in the corner of
yeah,
shame
put it in the
where it
corner
belongs.
of shame. Yeah, that's where it goes. Obscure 2 gets a trash can. But
I specifically got like the Windows 95 trash can too.
so with Final Fantasy, the reason why I say it's like I had the same issue with the ending of Final Fantasy 15. Like it's not an amazing game, like everyone knows, whatever. I still like the game, but it has a similar ending where just like fucking Noctis just eats himself and that's it.
Mm.
I guess I'm getting so tired of the trope, and they already did it in the game before it. This is 16, right before right after 15, and they do it again. Why do they? What is it with them at the protagonists? They're just like fuck them. Why do they? Why are they here? Just get out of here. Like I don't re. But okay, anyway, the combat was good. I thought the combat was good. I thought like Sid is amazing. I love him. Unfortunately, he kicked the bucket really early, which made me really sad and not want to play the game. But I played the game, and it was still fine. But he was cool, and then he died. But yeah, I said they always got to give up everything for everyone. Yeah, I don't know. I'm tired of that story. Can we tell a different fucking story now? That I'm tired of post-apocalyptic games where everything's gloom and doom, and then everything ends gloomy and doomy, and then like the credits roll, and then you're sitting there like, why did I fucking play this game? And then after the credits, they play a scene of like, oh no, it's better now. That you get like a scene for like 2 minutes where it shows you trying to convince you that everything was better now because of their sacrifice, and I'm like, no, fuck that, I don't care. Like,
Mm.
I'm not bitter, guys.
No, it's understandable. I saw the trailers for Final Fantasy 16,
Oh wait,
and I was
are
like,
we done with the spoiler part? I was gonna tell them
I
to
think
they can
so.
unmute now.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I have no intention to talk about 15,
Okay.
which is a game that I actually kind of enjoyed for the bit I played it, and then I was just kind of done with it. And recently, I've been thinking about trying to play it again. Because honestly, of all the post 7 games, that's actually the only one I kind of had some good times with. Well, that's not true. 10, I meant to replay that game as well. Anyway, all I saw was the trailer, and I was like, what is this Game of Thrones bullshit? And I was immediately disinterested. And people on Twitter said, "Oh, it's not really Game of Thrones. You just don't understand the cultural significance of this and that." And then, and then there was this, I think, interview with Yoshi P, where he basically said, "Yeah, so I basically forced everyone in the team to watch Game of Thrones, and then we just did that." So I was never interested.
Right.
Basically, is what I'm saying.
And I've
So
never
I don't
watched
have
Game
much.
of Thrones because I always took everyone's warnings with that seriously because everyone was like, just don't. And I said, okay.
Hmm.
Because I don't want to subject myself to the end, which is apparently just absolute dog shit, according to like everyone I've ever talked to who likes the series.
Yeah. I mean,
So
I
I just
haven't.
haven't subjected myself to that pain.
No, I've never like. I hate Game of Thrones. I never could get even past the first episode. I find it extremely grating.
Thank you,
Um,
Demi. Thank you for 16
something
months.
about I don't know. Um, I don't want to get too into it. I don't like Game of Thrones either. So yeah, I basically knew I wouldn't like it. So that's all I really have to say about it. Um,
Wait, wait, wait,
combat.
wait, wait, wait. On that note, Soul just said that think about what you just experienced at 16. That's the show's ending in a nutshell. And I'm like, so you mean to tell me that they literally copied everything, even the
I wouldn't be surprised. Like this, the whole thing seems very like creatively bankrupt. Oh, nice. You can see like because I have a browser capture with Panda in it on my stream, and you can actually see the pet.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, you should be able
Uh,
to see me do anything, even like hidden stuff, including myself.
oh no,
It's fine. I'll go back one day.
I'm not sure how to feel about this. Uh, yeah, yeah, right.
But yeah, that's all I have to say. I really like the game. I love Dion. He's great. He's amazing. I love Sid. Sid's amazing.
Mm. Okay, okay. I will match yours. I'm putting this game on a high tier, but I kind of resent it. Energy.
Okay.
By talking about a game that you know quite well.
Thank you.
It's a game called
Thank you,
Yakuza Dead
Joe.
Souls, and I am putting Yakuza Dead Souls in A tier.
Unfriended.
Uh, Yakuza
See,
Dead Souls.
everyone thought the problem would be Fatal Frame 2. Oh no.
Wait, is it because I'm putting it in A tier or because it's not in S tier?
It's not an S tier.
Okay, okay, fair enough.
But I'm
I
just
was like,
memeing. I
wait,
don't.
does Panda hate this game suddenly?
Yes, it
Um,
belongs in the trash can with Obscure.
all right, you know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Put it here.
It is the trash can, let's be honest.
It kind of is. Here's the thing. I kind of like this game, but why? There's no good reason. No, this is A Yakuza, a zombie shooter based in the Yakuza universe. Which again, I was talking about no good, not good as a concept, as like the Anthony Fantano concept before. On paper, this concept should just be like you hand this as a pitch, and they throw it into the trash can. They don't even read it. And the game does not control well. The shooting does not feel good. Some of the weapons are actually pretty fun to use, but the combat is a mess because for some reason, for whatever reason, they decided, you know what, we're not really going to do the twin stick shooter thing that's becoming the standard at this point. Already, I think it was the standard years before this game came out, but I could have my timeline a bit skewed. We're not gonna do that. We're just gonna like make this weird system. It's almost like an old school DOS shooter where you like move back and forward with W and S, and A and D you turn left and right. So it doesn't really work. And a lot of enemies you need to specifically hit in weak spots, which the aiming is ass, so it doesn't work. The aiming, just like the shooting section in the original Yakuza, it's like the aiming is too slow for you to be able to react to enemies effectively, but it's too fast for you to hit specific points. So in boss fights where every enemy has like this big glowing red obvious weak point, you still can't hit it because the aim is so shit. Um, and yet there's something about this game that I kind of like.
I
And I
agree that
don't
there's
know.
something about the game that I like too, but I don't can't tell you what it is, but
Yeah, it's weird because like I can name things that are good about the game. I think surprisingly the upgrade system, and man, what a we're all playing Yakuza 8 these days, which has a like a garbage tier upgrade system.
I really hate it.
Yeah, and I'm liking 8 a lot more than I thought I would, but god, the upgrade system is trash. And yeah, and Dead Souls has a good upgrade system. Dead Souls has um the AI, the partner AI is surprisingly good, which like the first thing I thought would be terrible is the partner AI, but it's actually pretty decent. None of these things though really explain why I like it, because it's stuff that's well made, but it's not the sort of thing that makes you like a game. But I don't know. There's something about it. A lot of the sub stories are very good. You get to see a lot of sides of characters like Majima and Ryuji, who you don't get to see in other games. A lot of the sub stories are bad. Like Kiryu's sub stories are almost entirely terrible, in my opinion. Akiyama's are kind of hit and miss. Um, I don't know. I guess if you really like Yakuza, there's just enough here that's endearing. That's like, oh, this puppy can almost like jump that on that chair. I'm not making any sense with my analogies because I've been drinking, but like there's something endearing about it. There's something about it that almost works, and that's kind of enough to like just skate it past the line towards acceptability, towards something that you can enjoy playing. I also think on Dead Souls difficulty, which is when all the zombies are max aggro all the time and they just keep coming towards you. As frustrating as that difficulty can be, there's something very satisfying about being able to like duck and weave through waves of zombies, which is fun in the speedrun as well. I don't know. It's a weird. It's like RGG gave you this game and they said, "Look, have a weird broken game to play." And we're all like, all right, cool. And there you go. You either enjoy it or you don't. And I kind of did.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, my favorite part's when it runs at -5 FPS. That's not your favorite part?
Oh, I love it. Dude, what was it? I think I was using tank in the finale, and like at
Oh
some
yeah,
point
so bad.
it was just like one frame every 10 seconds. It was like it was glorious.
And it's worse on Dead Souls difficulty because if you get in the tank on Dead Souls difficulty, not only do you have the smoke from the tank and the shell like being propelled, so that also has smoke, but then you have all of the zombies raging, smacking the tank. So it's just it's crawling. I think it is actually running at 1 FPS at that point.
And I put it in A tier.
But I really like the game. I don't know why. I guess cuz it's just fun, I guess, somehow. Like Soul said, it's dumb fun.
Yeah.
No, I haven't tried emulating it yet again. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if I'm actually emulating it on the PS3 because it still runs so it just doesn't run.
Wasn't there this period where you were constantly like minutes behind on your speedruns, and then you reinstalled the game and suddenly you were hitting the like good paces again?
Yeah, I had a there was one run I did where I could not figure out what was going on because I wasn't doing anything differently to where I'd be losing like 5 minutes at a time. By the time I was done, I was 30 minutes behind, which is absolutely insane for somebody who's like actively running the game. So I was like, okay, something is obviously not right here. So after stream ended, I opened it up and I basically did like the first part. So I started the game, I got to Sky Finance where like the chapter ends, and I compared that recording to past recording, and yeah, it was definitely apparent that something was absolutely fucked. So I just deleted the game and re-downloaded it, reinstalled it, and it was fine the next day. So yeah, I don't know. It's a good game.
And I put it in A tier.
Look, I know I sound really sarcastic. I really fucking love this game. Look, I sound so sarcastic about this game that I actually made someone angry when I ran this game for the hotfix at GDQ because I need to make sure I print out their comment one day because I screenshotted it, but they said that this person doesn't even like this game and they're running it. They were bummed.
Because all three we were you were running, and me and Fru were with you on commentary, and we were all making fun of it, and this guy was like, "Oh, sounds like they don't even like this game." It was, yeah, that was glorious.
I hate this game so much that I spent like hundreds and hundreds of hours playing it, but I fucking hate it. Yes. I mean, I don't know. I guess I apparently there's people who do that. That doesn't make sense to me, but to each their own. I only can speedrun games that I really like. So,
I speed on OG1, so
okay, that's fair. Fair. That's that's
that's my disease.
I mean, it's a game.
See, I was agreeing with you on Yakuza on Dead Souls. OG1, I'm not sure. Like, we need more research. But
I mean, the dub is
oh
certainly
yeah,
something.
the dub is worth experiencing. But that just strengthens the idea that it's not a game because that's just cutscenes. Well, actually, no. That the dub is pretty good in the fights as well. So yeah, I guess that's a point.
I didn't think
But
about it, but do we reach like full circle with Infinite Wealth with the getting the English and like the fights and stuff?
you know, you know what? I kind of talked about this in your chat last night, and I felt like I was being too mean, so I kind of backed off. But man, I likened some of the English voice acting in Yakuza 8 to not just OG1, but fucking Shenmue. Like there's some voice acting that's I don't think it's that the voice actors are that bad. It's that direction is just
Oh my
horrible.
god, is that it? So you know how we've been saying for Infinite Wealth how they keep repeating everything?
Mm.
Like they'll say something and then they'll say it again. And you're like, why are we just you already said that? Did they play Shenmue? I wonder if they literally played Shenmue before making this game because Shenmue does that. Like literally, the lady will be like, Rio will go up to them and he'll be like, I need a phone number. She's like, this is the phone number. She'll read it out to him. He will literally read it back and she will say yes. And then she'll do it again. And I'm like, what are we, why?
So it's just like the Bomb Rush Cyberpunk thing. It's not that Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is bad. You just have to play Jet Set's Radio to really appreciate it. It's not that the voice acting in Yakuza 8 is bad. You just have to be a Shenmue fan. And really, how dare you not be a Shenmue fan
Yeah,
and
how dare
play?
you?
Hmm. But okay, I think with that, I'm definitely done. Like, I have nothing else to say about Dead Souls unless you have anything else you want to mention.
Play Dead Souls,
And
that's what I want to mention.
yeah, I would agree with that. And do we want to take like just a quick break just to refresh ourselves a bit? Because I
Yeah,
could
sure.
really use it right about now.
Sure.
All right, cool. So I'll put on BRB. Let me see if this thing works. It does. Haha. I hit both myself and Panda. Okay, so we will go on a bit of a break and we will talk more games when we return. So stay tuned.
Oh, looks like the Be Right Back ended up behind it. Or did you want it behind it?
Fuck my ass. There you go. All right, everyone. See you in a bit.
Alright, I will go to the BRB screens. Let's see. Bye.
take much longer. Okay, so
All right, we need to share again. So
oh, sorry to screen share. Yeah, I accidentally shut off the voice call. That's my bad. All right, is it working now?
I don't see it yet. Okay, there we
Still?
go.
Oh,
Ah,
okay.
ah, you're good.
So yeah, I believe you're up.
Okay. I think I think I just have spooky games left, which that's fine with me. I guess
We love
my only thing, or no, wait, no, we have Gaiden. Do we want to just, or no, we have, oh no, wait, that is Resident Evil 4 is a spooky game technically. Whatever. Okay, we can talk about Gaiden then.
sure. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Why does it keep taking? There you go. Gaiden. Yeah, honestly, I'll have to say, like going into this, I was really worried after because we this was the first game we were getting after like Ishin, so I was just worried what like where they were gonna go with this. Like, was it gonna even be good? Was it just gonna be like, why the fuck was this game made? Like, I was pleasantly surprised. For the most part, I think. I think the story was good. Uh, I think everyone died at the end, as in like everyone was just crying. Anyone who played the game.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Not that people actually.
I was like, is this another Final Fantasy 16 scenario?
I mean, maybe if I watched a different Gaiden, I don't know. But yeah, no, the ending was just like rips your heart out and stomps on it, and then it kind of like goes, oh, I'm sorry, and hands it back to you at the end a little bit, but it's still beat up and bruised and sad.
Mm-hmm.
I I think I would. I think it's a. I think it's I don't know. Maybe like a low A, like it goes beside Dead Souls.
Really?
I don't know if B is fair.
Really? I mean, whatever works for you. Let me
Do you
know.
think it should go in S?
No, but let's not push it. But
Does it go in the trash can with obscure?
definitely not. What like because just like with Ishin, we can put them in different tiers. So, do you feel more of an A or more of a B?
I would say more of a B, but I don't know if B
Okay.
itself is fair. It's
All
like
right.
A minus.
Yeah, I really think we're gonna have to get more tiers for this list next year. But
I think
um,
overall I enjoyed it. I also did the platinum. I think I enjoyed most of the new characters. I liked um Akame, except for when she was fucking yelling at me. I didn't like that part. She was so loud. I don't know why was she so loud.
it is actually insane how loud she is in that game.
The sound balancing in that game is just, I mean, it's RGG, so I guess that makes sense, but the sound balancing just it's all over the
Just so I know
place.
if I need to put us in different tiers. So A, B, what are we feeling at the end of the day?
That's why I said I would put it in A, but I would put it like beside Dead Souls.
Oh,
So
okay. I see.
it's like towards the bottom of A.
Gotcha, gotcha. All right, so I can move this.
I I think a lot of my opinion really is also formulated on doing the platinum. Like
Mm.
I experienced the entire game. And it wasn't even just a platinum, it's just because there wasn't even that much to do with the platinum, so I did everything, including the the list thing.
Yeah, I mean, to me, just like you after Asian Remake, I was kind of wary. But really, most of my concern was for Yakuza 8, which so far also seems to have been kind of unwarranted because I am enjoying that game a lot. Gaiden, I kind of thought would be pretty good, not amazing, and I think that's pretty much where it landed. I think in terms of this is an I don't think that there's any Yakuza game, other Yakuza game where I would say that the main story is the strongest thing about it. Because while I like the story in Zero, I like the story in Yakuza 2. I wouldn't say that's like the thing to play it for. For Gaiden, I think if you're a fan of the series, if you're a fan of the Kiryu saga, this is a really interesting kind of examination of Kiryu as a character. And just like in a weird way, just like Yakuza 3, it really shows you sides of the character that you don't see elsewhere. And if you really look at the subtext of what happens in the game, and especially the finale, it's very much a commentary on being overly obsessive with the series and with certain characters in the series. And I feel it's kind of like talking about maybe fans who are too attached to Kiryu and who don't like almost don't want to recognize the newer games because Kiryu isn't the main protagonist, which is a thing that works really well if you don't notice the fact that the series itself doesn't really, do a particularly good job of doing away with Kiryu, of moving on from Kiryu, and a lot of the side content in this game uh, is really bad about this as well. But in and of itself, the main story is really good. I also just felt like this is the first time that brawler combat in the Dragon Engine felt good.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, just the weapons in K2 are pretty good, but this is the first time that just open like the unarmed combat feels good. It shamelessly takes things from Lost Judgment and puts him into a game with Kiryu in it, which I don't necessarily mind. I think it mostly was done for good, in a good way. There is a bit of sort of like how with every Souls game we talked about this the other day. Like you have to pretend that souls are like blood echoes or runes now. Like you have to learn a new name for your currency,
Yeah.
and it does this with like it's not what was it? It's not mortal attack or resolute counter or whatever they called it in Lost Judgment. It's like ultimate attacks and ultimate counters, which other than being a pointless rename is also like sounds much more generic. And there's all sorts of little nitpicks like that. All in all, I think it works pretty well. To me, what keeps this game from being a great Yakuza game and being an S tier in this list is I think, like you said, the side content is extremely threadbare. Personally, I don't think there's a single good sub-story in this entire game, which is unprecedented for any Yakuza game.
Oh
Like,
wait, you
there's
bring up a
really,
good point. Maybe I should put it in the trash can because of how many times it teased me with Ryuji.
oh yeah, that
Maybe
was,
it does go in the trash can then.
and this is where I do feel that even within the context of just this game, they really don't follow through on what they're trying to say about Kiryu's character, because so many sub-stories in this game are just pointless fan service, and they don't do anything interesting with it. It's just like cowardly and half-hearted. And I didn't care for that. I didn't care for that. So there's a really really strong game here that's surrounded by a lot of very pointless, very derivative stuff. But I mean, it's still a blast. I think it's a great. I think it's one of the better Yakuza games we've had in recent years. Definitely.
I mean, I really liked the gadgets though. Like Serpent was just, I don't know, it was a lot of fun. Not all the gadgets were as good as like the others, like the cigarette, for example, Firefly. Like it is really good. It's broken, but you also have to deal with the fucking RNG of like sometimes it'll land in the same spot and it'll kill everybody, and then sometimes it'll land in that spot and then just like one person will die. I don't know. It's just fucking weird.
Yeah, this is where because we both ran. I think we're both in that position where like we ran this game for a bit, but we never really got seriously competitive with it.
Right.
And the speed tag can be fun. It's also very repetitive. And I think if you don't know the speed tag, then the cigarette is kind of not great.
Mm-hmm.
Hornet is not great. Spider, I completely stopped using it after the first chapter, or maybe even before. Like the only, I agree that Serpent is awesome. Even casually, it's really good. But that's pretty much it. All the other gadgets are kind of, outside of the speedrun.
Yeah, I mean,
And
yeah, outside of the speedrun, but I like because Spider is the one they call the like the little string thing, right? Is that that one?
no, no, that's Hornet. Spider is the wire, like the thing that gets
Yeah, oh yeah,
you.
I meant the wire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
I the wire is actually really good once it's upgraded because it can actually grab like a lot of people at once and just eat them. Um, but yeah, once in the beginning, it's just like, what is the point of it
And
doesn't
this
feel
might be
very
down.
useful.
Yeah, and this might be down just to how I play games, but generally, if something sucks in its base form, then I don't really bother putting resources into
No,
upgrading it.
no, and that's valid because I don't think I did until way later,
Hmm.
and I just ended up using it in the Coliseum, and I don't even remember how that happened. That I feel like I just did it, and I was like, "What does this do?" And I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." But yeah, I didn't do it even in my main playthrough.
Yeah. Um, I really enjoyed like doing a pub crawl with a bunch of Yakuza dudes. That was fun. That may be my favorite part of the game.
One thing I do have to give it though is it's the first time in the series that I actually enjoyed the Coliseum. And I've done every single Coliseum. There isn't a Coliseum that I haven't fucking done at this point, and I swear, like, I don't know how they did it, but they did it.
Yes, really good Coliseum, and just like a lot of Yakuza games, you have a portion of the Coliseum that's in the main story that's mandatory, and that's also probably the best one we've had in the entire series.
Also, the team battle thing was just a lot of fun. I don't know. I don't know why it was so much fun, but it just ended up being a lot of fun.
Yeah, I feel like at like near the end of the game, it gets a bit either grindy or you figure out how to break it, and then it's just like stupidly broken. But up to that point, it's very fun. Yeah. But yeah, we pretty much have done an entire spoiler cast about this game that's like 4 or 5 hours long with Dr. T Chops. So I think we pretty much said all you could say about this game. But yeah, it's a good time. I
Yeah, no,
definitely recommend it. Also, the soundtrack is very like it. It kind of sounds like whoever the people who composed it listened to a lot of Dream Theater at the time, and I mean that in a good way.
I mean, we also got Akame's Like a Butterfly. That was good.
Oh yeah, that's a very good version. I agree.
And the new song was good.
Yes, yes. Very very strong karaoke selection in the game, no doubt.
I'm still waiting for just Yakuza Karaoke, the game. One day, maybe. I don't know.
That's like a rhythm game starring like I don't know Haruka could be a pretty interesting thing. We can dream. We can dream.
Where she decides to become an idol again.
Yeah, that would be something.
She becomes a VTuber, that's it.
I love what was that post someone shared in your Discord where like the real message of Yakuza 8 is simply that all VTubers are evil.
Yeah. Which, I mean, yeah, fair. It's true.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had to say about guidance. So unless you have anything else, since this was the game for both of us, you can go again.
I guess shout outs to little Ryuji, that fucker. Also, he can go fuck himself.
Yeah.
Okay, I have to give it like his he does look the part. Okay, he did a good job there. Good cosplay. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Mm,
Let's see. I think that's the last game for me that isn't a game. So I guess we can just start with the one game that I guess the last game I think we have in common, right? Which is Resident Evil 4 remake.
yeah. So where do you place this one?
Uh I think A is fine. I enjoyed it. I also really
Okay,
like Leon, so that's I'm never going to say no to more Leon.
fair enough. Fair enough. Um,
And then just, by happenstance, if you get more Leon, you get more Ada, so
this is a strong argument. Can't really argue with that. Um,
but the other thing too though is like I will say it didn't leave an impression on me as like the original Resident Evil 4 did. Like I can remember way more of that game than I can of this game. And that game's way older.
yeah. So here's where I here's where I come down on this. Um, this remake to me is in a way kind of objectionable in that I don't like remakes and remake obsession in general, but like part of me almost wants to put this remake in C tier, and two things are preventing me from doing that. One, I kind of think that's wrong because ultimately this is an okay game. I think the crime here, the really bad thing that's happened with this game is they took the original Resident Evil 4, which isn't my favorite. It's not even my favorite Resident Evil or anything. And it's not a game I have nostalgia for. That's another game that I played like years and years after it came out. Played it for the first time in like 2018 when I was like playing through the series in preparation for Resident Evil 2 remake. And the thing is though, Resident Evil 4 is such a unique game. It's so important, and you see a screenshot from Resident Evil 4, the original, and you know it's from Resident Evil 4. You hear sounds from the game and you know it's from Resident Evil 4. It's so unique and so special, and it's almost like it's almost haunting in how kind of messed up it is. And they took that game and they remade it as the most cookie cutter, white bread and tap water, generic, middle of the road third person shooter you could ever possibly have with the same premise. It's so it's like nothing. There's nothing to this game. It's you go from point A to point B and you shoot, and that's pretty much it. No original thought, head empty, just the same old kind of game, but they say Leon every
It's
now
just
and
like
then
me.
essentially.
No thoughts, head empty.
And I can sympathize with that as well as a speedrunner, but no, it's that to me is the really objectionable thing. A lot of people say that they enjoy this more than the original. I still say history will absolve me here, and in a few years, everyone will be talking about the original again and not this game because there's just nothing memorable about this game whatsoever. Um, Another thing that's preventing this from going in C tier, and I kind of wanted to put this in its own tier, and maybe I still will. Maybe I can just go ahead and do that. Um, did you play Separate Ways?
No. But I've pretty much seen the entire thing now from people speedrunning.
Yeah, so I actually think Separate Ways in the original Resident Evil 4 is not great. Like
Yeah,
it's
this one seemed
okay.
better, right? Or am I wrong?
It's way better. It's got a lot more. It does a lot more to make Ada feel distinct from Leon. Ada in the original is kind of like Leon with some weapons that aren't as fun. And yeah, they really nailed it with Separate Ways. I think it's really really good. I played it multiple times. I got S plus rank, even though I don't usually care about this stuff, but I just wanted excuses to keep playing it. Yeah, really, really enjoyed this version of Separate Ways. So,
Is that just like the theme recently? Is like because I feel like the similar thing happened with Lost Judgment and then Kaito Files. Whereas Lost Judgment's kind of like meh, and then Kaito Files is like, oh, that's pretty good.
yeah, yeah, I, I, um, I guess so.
I didn't even think of that until you were mentioning how it was better, and I was like, hey, wait a minute, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, I actually think that might have happened with another game recently, but I don't know. I guess part of it is for these sort of spin-off campaigns. They don't try to be too ambitious. The scale is very like it's more focused, and they have a lot of the engine and stuff like that. So maybe they're not crunching as much. I don't know. I'm just pulling this out of my ass, but yeah, it's I have noticed that being a thing in games recently.
Did we see the Silent Hill 2 combat like trailer on State of Play?
Oh
Did you see it?
yes, and
I saw
my
a little bit
immediate
and I
thought
was like, what? And like that was it.
my immediate thought was, of course, Silent Hill 2, where you fight hordes of like what are they called? The zombie things. I don't know. Someone tried to defend that trailer on Twitter and be like, Silent Hill 2 actually has a lot of combat. Not really. Like you
Not
kind of just
really.
run past most things. There's boss fights, but they're really more about positioning and figuring out how to defeat the boss than just blood pumping action or stuff like that.
Yeah, and that
I
makes me wonder if that's also just like a difference of how people play. Because like when I play games like Resident Evil and like Silent Hill, I'm running by basically 90% of every like the only thing I stop to kill is like if I have to or it's just legitimately just in my way.
Yeah, like if there is like an area you go by a lot and
Yeah.
it's just too much bother to always be avoiding the zombies, so it's a good use of your ammo. Um, I think at some point horror game came to just mean game where you kill zombies. Whereas to me, horror games was also just game where you have to survival horror at least a game where you have to be conscious of your resource management. Like the
Mm.
reason you don't kill everyone is because you're just gonna run out of ammo. And I mean, we know these days that it's not true. You can do kill all playthroughs of these games now that you know them well enough and you're good enough. But at the time, it really felt those games were really good at making you feel like you have to be conservative with your resources, and that's where the tension and the fun of it comes to me.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm right there with you. Like I just play those games that way still. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I mean Ada looked hot.
Oh yeah. Didn't sound too hot though. I do feel bad for that voice actress because I know people were assholes to her in social media, but man,
Did they
terrible
ever say
performance.
why they recasted her?
I'm assuming that just like everyone else, they didn't want to pay.
Ah, okay. You
I
are
don't
the
like
face
the.
of our character. Go away.
Yeah, they didn't want to pay basically union wages, so again, seems you get what you paid for.
You know, I wonder if that's what happened here with Infinite
With
Infinite Will.
oh yeah, absolutely. After that conversation, I'm convinced that's the case because they didn't want to recognize the union for the like English dub or the English voice acting in the Japanese dub is what it seems like. Um, mm. Okay, yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about Resident Evil 4 remake.
Alrighty, should I just go? Do you want me to go again, or
Mhm.
um? All right, I have a lot of like. I think a lot of them are like the same type because I have like a bunch of Chillizar games. I guess actually let's talk about uh I think a lot of these can kind of be grouped together in a way as far as talking about them, but midnight scenes, I think just in general, I don't remember who recommended that to me during October, but I am glad they did because it was very, very good. Like I think the if you like Twilight Zone or things along that line, then you will enjoy midnight scenes. But yeah, I can tell you like individually like where to put them, but we'll probably end up just talking about it as a whole for the most part. I would say the
Oh, I
first
thought
one I
Midnight Games was one thing. Okay.
yeah the first one I played. I'll just tell you where to put them first, and then I'll talk about them. Would that be
Mhm.
easier?
Yeah.
Um, Midnight Scenes, The Nanny. That's the first one I played. Honestly, I would put it in S. Like that was
Ooh.
it was just honestly straight to the point. It's pretty much what I would want from it is a point and click game. Um and there isn't any combat or anything, so it's mostly just like kind of a visual novel and like maybe a little bit of like figuring out, but it's mostly just like I don't know, what would you call it, a a walking simulator, but maybe.
Yeah, they mostly seem to be that. Like, I don't know. Hard to say.
um
I haven't played it myself, so it's kind of hard to.
After I played that one, I played the highway. The highway and the goodbye note, I would say they're both B's.
Okay.
Those were their first two games. The highway was first and the goodbye note was second. Like they had a like I liked it for what it was, but I think playing the nanny first and then playing those two, it was kind of they felt, I guess, lacking in a way. They weren't as like fleshed out.
Mm.
And
The Goodbye Notes was the other one.
yeah, I
Mhm.
would put those both in B. And the last one is From the Woods, which is actually a sequel to The Nanny. And I would also put that one in S. That one actually was way more involved than any of them, but I wasn't expecting it to be a sequel to The Nanny. So
Sorry, what was the name again?
basically, it is From the Woods.
Mm.
So yeah, basically what Midnight Scenes is it's basically like it even has like a like a Tales from the Crypt kind of like narrator guy at the beginning who's just like tells you what's going on and then like basically like the episode starts kind of thing.
Mm.
Um so it was kind of fun to like for it to be just like an interactive like I guess kind of like yeah, visual novel in a way. Um for From the Woods though was brutal in terms of like they kind of did that a little bit in the nanny. Like there was a bit of gore. Like there was a scene where um basically after your sister disappears, you decide to go because you're a little kid, you're playing as a little boy. You decide to go to the neighbor's house to basically tell them like my sister's missing. I need help, kind of thing.
Mhm.
Um, and the neighbors. So your friend, the neighbor's son, answers the door. So you go in with, and you're talking to him, and then like at some point, uh, you're just in his room, and like something starts dripping on your head, and you're just like, "What's that?" And you realize pretty quickly that it's blood, but I guess they're little kids, and they're just like, "What is that? That's weird." So he goes upstairs to go in the bathroom and see what it is, and like the kid's mom is just dead in the bathtub, just and then I guess because the monster thing got it, and I was just like, okay, that's cool. Like, but then From the Woods went very like there was a lot of like scenes where monster just like completely just like destroyed like half the people in the room, and you're just like, okay, well that just happened. But it was a satisfying story of the like something something bad happened to the kid and the nanny, and then he ends up in basically going to a mental institution because he was lost for like I don't know, like over 10 years, and then they found him in the woods one day. So obviously he wasn't going to be mentally sound.
Mm.
So he goes to this mental institution where he makes a friend there, and it's funny because you actually play the another kid who's there who ends up becoming his friend. So you become friends with the kid who was the protagonist in the game before. And
Oh, nice. I like when games do stuff like that.
yeah, and so you already kind of know what went down, but you're playing as the kid and he's trying to figure out like what's this guy's deal. Um
Hmm.
while also being his only friend because the kid when he gets admitted, the new kid who was the protagonist in the previous game, he was just like bullied like completely. And then so the end ends up being satisfying because obviously they all got what was coming to them, I guess.
Mm.
And it actually had a good ending even though it was like, slightly creepy. But yeah, I think if you get them on sale, they're like fun little fun little 2 or 3 hours depending on how like I don't know how much you look around at each thing or kind of thing. Yeah, it was like a fun little way to spend spooky month.
Nice. Yeah, those. I remember watching you play those. Those looked fun. By the way, sorry, I was looking around and moving things. Like it's just our A and B tiers are getting kind of busy, so I had to resort them a bit. But I was listening.
It's fine. It's not a problem. No worries.
Yeah.
All right, your
So
turn.
yeah. Um,
Or wait, how many do you have left?
9,
Okay, then
which
I
is
can
a
do
lot.
the other ones individually. Then I have more to say about those than the
Oh,
the
okay,
ones I
cool.
just did. So
Some of these are going to be pretty quick. I'm just thinking. Actually, you know what? I actually have more good ones here
and you thought?
than I thought. So I'm gonna have to like divvy them up a bit because I definitely know which game I'm keeping for last. Um,
The wait
kind of
in
keeping some
suspense.
of my. Hmm?
So we have to wait in suspense.
Yeah, yeah. Gotta wait for the chilling conclusion. Which game did I like out of all this stuff? Uh, but no, there are the reason why I have some trouble remembering a lot of these games is a lot of them were from earlier in the year. But if we're doing spooky, let me quickly mention which one can I piggyback off? Okay, this works. Let me quickly mention My Friendly Neighborhood,
Hmm.
which is uh, very much an 8 year game. So, My Friendly Neighborhood, the premise, if you like know a lot of Steam horror games, is not going to sound too innovative. It's like a horror game that takes place on the abandoned set of a kids show, kind of like it's very very heavily referencing or parodying Sesame Street, and it's got like a very colorful, cartoony kind of art style as you might expect from a setting like that. Other than that, it plays a lot like Resident Evil 7, just in the case that's, it's survival horror, that's first person. And it was a really good game. I even speedrun this for a while. I think that their attempts about being political or making social commentary are kind of a bit half baked because I don't think they quite know what they wanted to say, or maybe I just didn't quite get it, which is definitely an option. Um, but I don't know. I thought it worked really well. The cast of characters, it's like one of those things where you inject a bit of comedy into horror, and it enhances the horror because something silly can be sometimes more scary than something that's explicitly murderous. And it works really well with the puppets in that game. Um, some really
Wait,
cool puzzle. It doesn't have that much to it, but it also really doesn't overstay its welcome. It's a fairly short game. and they added a horde mode, which whatever.
But you're just like a normal person, right? In this,
Yes,
that's
you
being
are.
hunted by like Sesame Street like characters.
Yeah, exactly. You're basically the thing is, it's an abandoned set, and for some reason, the antenna started working again, and you're sent in to turn it off. And the puppets are basically trying to prevent you from doing it.
Cool.
And as you do, you kind of uncover the story of why the set got abandoned, what were the ideas behind the show, and yeah, it's very cool. I definitely think it's a game worth playing if you like horror and you're intrigued by the concept, which I was. Yeah, that's MFN for you.
You want me to go now?
Yeah, yeah, please.
Okay.
Like how many do you have left? I should ask.
One, two, three, four, eight.
Okay, so we're exactly 1-1. Okay, cool.
Let's talk about. I guess we'll start with Chillizart.
Okay.
Let's talk about Inunaki Tunnel. So Inunaki Tunnel
No way
was
in hell am I going to be able to spell
it's
that
like
myself.
Inu, like dog, so
I'll
INU.
just get it from the list you sent me. I
Oh,
just
do you
have to
have it?
scroll up.
Okay, if you have the list, then yeah, you can just
Hmm.
copy pasta.
Yeah.
But Inunaki Tunnel is like it's like a found footage game. So this is a Chillizart game, by the way, for anyone who's familiar with Chillizart. Um, Honestly, I think it's by far the most boring Chillizart game I've ever played.
Oh no.
I would put it in C. I think F might be a little too cruel.
Hmm.
I, if anyone here isn't familiar with me playing spooky games, I apparently have nerves of steel. I don't it takes a lot to even get me scared. And then when I if I do get spooked, like no one even knows because I hardly react, I guess, just in general. So I, I think Inuaki Tunnel really relies on somebody who's like afraid of the dark, which I'm not. I don't give a shit. Like, because there's a lot of like normal jump scares of like you're just walking and oh no birds fly by, like oh no a weird a dog barked and instead of being scared I was like where's the dog, like I don't know, I want to pet the dog, which
I mean, I will.
actually okay wait okay
Yeah,
maybe it's like high C because you could pet the dog. There was a dog and you could pet the dog.
fair enough. No, I'm kind of with you on that. I'm actually someone who does get. I do. Horror games do affect me, but those horror games that just rely on constant jump scares, I'm basically immune to that at that point. Like a good jump scare that in a game that uses them economically can definitely get me still. But if it's just loud noises every turn, then I really don't give a fuck. I'm basically immune to that kind of thing.
Yeah, so basically the premise of it is I'm assuming based on like the beginning, you seem to be some sort of YouTuber. I forget what they called YouTube in the game, but it was kind of funny, it made me laugh, but you are a YouTuber and this is your chance to become famous basically. If you get footage of this and you do the thing, you're going to just skyrocket to popularity and be rich and famous. I don't know. That's basically the delusion that the main character had. Um, One of the funny things about it is you could actually leave. You could actually leave where you came in at, and that was an ending. It basically said you chickened out and
Mm.
you got a game over, which was pretty funny to me. That they even let you. Um, yeah, most of it's just like wandering around and like taking just yeah, you're just taking footage of everything that's happening. Nothing really amazing happens until the very end, which is probably it literally was like 2 minutes long, maybe. It was the most exciting part in the entire game, which I somehow managed, in my opinion, to get the best ending. The best ending as far as like actually interesting. Because I'm very like, I don't know, like almost have like what do they call that? Like oppositional defiant disorder, I guess. Like when I play spooky games sometimes where I can tell where they want me to go and I'm like, no, I'm going this way instead.
Mm.
So like I could tell where they wanted me to go and I'm like, no, I'm going this way. So I went a different way. And apparently, if you go that way, there so one of the things you do in the game is you pick up notes and you're kind of getting the gist of like what the fuck happened in this area that is supposedly abandoned and haunted. Um well, when you pick the note up and you read it, and I think it said something like wanted somebody to like help, and then as soon as you read it and you're like, okay, you click out of it, you're immediately greeted by, I'm assuming, the ghost, the thing that is causing all of the spooky weird shit to happen in the entire game. And the ghost was just kind of like standing there. So I was like, "Oh, okay." And I just stood there looking at the ghost. And then suddenly she started walking forward and I stood there and I was like, "Okay, she's walking forward." And then it occurred to me very quickly because like the game started going like I think the screen started getting like darker around the edges and I was like, "Okay, I'm apparently not supposed to stand here." So I did a 180 and I started going where I came back to where I came from. And she was chasing me. And apparently, I guess if you get too far away, she ends up like teleporting. So you kind of have to be careful and not just like run straight because she can kind of like, she doesn't teleport exactly in front of you, but I could see how you could easily just like run into her. But yeah, basically, she chases you through the end of the tunnel. So you're trying to escape. And you're in the tunnel, you see the light, there's a light at the end, with the telephone booth, and I'm like, cool, I made it out. You get into the road, he immediately gets hit by a car. And that's it. Well, except it's not, because when he's laying there on the ground, you can see her just like slowly walking towards you. And yeah, pretty much she just like Chillers loves to do that for some of their like, because a lot of the games have different endings, but they love to do that for some of the endings where like the ghost actually gets you and then they'll like disappear and then suddenly it's like the jump scare right at the end of like they got you kind of thing. Like they're just
Mm.
ghosts in your face. Um so yeah, that was by far the most interesting of the I think there was three endings if you don't count or no, three endings if you do count the no, three endings if you don't count the one where you just fucking turn around and leave, which wasn't really like an ending. But yeah, the other
Mm.
ones were kind of boring. One of them you actually stop and use the phone booth and you just call somebody and you call the cops and the cops come pick you up, but then you check the footage and it's missing.
Mm.
And the other one's just like I don't even remember the last one because it was so just like, okay, this was totally. But the thing about it is you had to go through the entire thing again to do it. So I was kind of disappointed, or I don't know, in a way I was glad I got the best ending first, but I was also kind of disappointed because I usually go back to get the other endings and it was like, this sucks. Because I basically spent like, I don't know, like 2 hours probably getting to the end of that, only for like literally like 2 minutes that were actually exciting slash interesting.
Right. Yeah.
but
Fair
but
enough.
like I was saying, like I guess if those kind of things are spooky and like you you see like kind of like religious things and you're just like, ah, it's the dark, it's scary, like, you know, immediately jump to like cult images or something, then like yeah, I guess the game's probably terrifying, but not for me, I guess. It doesn't help that this happened to be one of the games that was a walking simulator for them, where you didn't really have much to do, and I feel like it could have been way shorter. If it was way shorter, it would have been fine.
Mm,
It just overstayed its welcome, basically.
yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right, you're up.
Okay. So this is where I have to sandwich my hot takes between games I liked, just to give myself like a semblance of humanity. So the next game I'm going to talk about, this is going to be one of the hot takes. Not the hottest take I have here, but it's up there. Lies of P.
Hmm.
More like smells like P. I don't know. This game, I'm going to kind of repeat myself from yesterday's stream, but I'm so tired. I'm so tired of people thinking that just because you made a Souls like, it has to have the same story as every other Souls like. There was bad
Stan,
stuff,
hello.
then we found a good thing to protect us from the bad stuff. Turns out, oh no, the good thing is actually also a bad thing. And now you, hero, choose if you want the new bad thing or the old bad thing. You can't have a good thing because the world is dark and evil. Um, and I know a lot of people say, well, you don't really play these games for the plot, and that's fine. But that kind of sums up Lies of P in general. It's like everything you've already seen in a Souls like, it adds nothing to it. There's just nothing unique or interesting about it. Um, I really felt like, I was just playing another one of these, and at some point, and I tried multiple times to play this game and enjoy it. And every time I'm just like I feel like I'm wasting my time. I'm nearing death with every passing hour, and I don't want to spend it playing this same game again.
Hmm.
Also, the greatest sin of Lies of P, and I talked about this again yesterday, is that in every one of these games there's the cataclysmic event called the what is it? It's the hunt, or it's whatever in the other games. Like something bad happened and now we're all fucked. And in Lies of P, it's the puppet frenzy. Like how am I supposed to take any of this seriously? Anyway, game is boring and bad, and I did not like.
Just another Souls game, TM.
Yep, pretty much, pretty much. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. So, oh no, I turned off the fucking. Sorry, Panda.
He's
I have to
done.
share.
He's just lies of P. That's it. That's where he draws the line.
He just fucking killed me. No, there we go. Should be fine again in a couple of seconds.
Yeah,
Cool. But yeah, you are up again.
that's interesting. Wait, why can I can see like the oh, it went away, but it was like the, you know how like when you go to move stuff in
Oh, I
OBS and
think
you
I
can see the
shared the
line.
wrong thing. I think I shared the wrong thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I need to share the preview, not the window itself. This is a very professional stream, by the way, that you're watching. Oh, you can see it again. What the fuck? Hold on. Now I know that's not me.
Oh
Like
no.
something's fucked up. Something's fucked
OBS,
up.
no. Or wait, is it Discord again? I did this earlier. We had tech issues earlier, or more like I did.
No, no,
And
I see that on my end as well. That
oh,
it's
okay.
highlighting the stuff
It
when
was
it
just
shouldn't.
funny because I was blaming it on OBS and it actually was Discord.
Yeah. It's doing it again. What the fuck? Uh, I
OBS,
think we might
no.
have to just go with this. I think we
No,
might
it's
have to.
fine. It's fine. I don't mind it. I just was like, wait,
It
what?
might be annoying when I'm like rearranging stuff in the preview, but yeah, sorry. Okay,
No worry.
but yeah, what is your next game?
It's so funny.
I'm I'm sorry. This
Sorry,
is
I'm just
terrible.
amused. Which game? Wait, which game? Oh, Nono was talking about Lies of P.
Yeah.
I guess let's do. Wait, we talked about that game. Hold on. Let me tell you about the same game. It's different now. I feel differently about it. 3 minutes later.
You, you should you should instead of like talking about your remaining 7 games, you should just talk about the same game 7 times, each time in a different tier.
This one. Let's talk about Okairi. So Okairi is basically like so like when you in Japan, when you would come home, you would say Tadaima, and whoever is home would say Okairi to you, like welcome home,
Mm,
basically.
okay.
This game was fucking weird. This was like in a good way. It
Oh,
wasn't.
okay.
I don't know what I was expecting. This isn't what I was expecting. It was actually a really short game. Basically you come home. You seem I couldn't tell if you I think you were in like either like pretty much like high school, I think. Like maybe like just got fresh into high school. You come home, you just moved to a new place, and but your mom was seemingly not there. So you basically end up going around the house like looking for your mom. Like you just go checking rooms and stuff, and then like everything's pretty normal actually, which is interesting. Like while you're checking the rooms and stuff, and then eventually, which was weird. I was actually confused. I was like, am I doing something wrong? Like why is everything still normal? Like I expected things to go to shit right about now. Um oh, don't worry, they did. But
That's me recently a lot. Like, why isn't everything going to shit?
but yeah, basically it was actually pretty depressing because I guess you learn that your mother had some sort of debt, and I
Sorry
don't
to
know.
cut you off again, by the way, but where does this go?
I'd say B. B is fine.
B. Okay,
Yeah, it
interesting.
wasn't bad, but it just there wasn't like a whole lot to it.
Okay, one of those. Yeah,
So it
yeah,
was
yeah.
just kind of like, okay, like it was a cool experience, I guess, but it wasn't like I wouldn't play it again probably. But yeah, so you're basically looking for your mom, and it ends up being like becoming really depressing because you learn that your mom's in debt and like all this stuff. And the weird thing though is because like you couldn't find your mom, except I had a pretty good idea where she was because there was one door that you could never open, so it was kind of like, hmm.
Yeah.
um but yeah, it's just I don't want to I don't want to go too much further because like it it's just I think if you have like an hour, that it would be worth a playthrough because it's like it's a really cheap game. I think this is one of the Chillo's Arts games that's like maybe $4. So it's like for what it is, it's not bad. It's just at
Mm,
the end it gets really fucking weird and you're just like, where am I? What is happening? And then yeah. They're really good at they're just like your expectations and they just yeet them out the window.
mm.
I think that's why I end up liking them so much cuz I don't know. It's funny because I played so many of them that I feel this way with like Fatal Frame, where it's like I've played so many of them, like I understand how it plays out. I know like what to look for, what to do, kind of thing. I I still don't know what to do with Charizard because like I feel like they're so good at just predicting what you would think and just I don't know. It's like they just know what you're going to expect and then just do something completely different.
But I think I've never played any of these games, and they're not really. They don't really seem like my kind of thing. Like some of them, I did enjoy watching you play, but it's not something I would pick up. But I totally see the appeal of these guys have, they've made their basic engine, whatever process of making these games. They don't have intricate mechanics they have to take care of. There's no voice acting. They pretty much stripped out everything else, and they're left to just focus on interesting ideas for little short horror games,
Hmm.
which I think is a very, very worthy thing. I think if you look at like how budgets keep ballooning in the AAA space and the horrible effects it has on games and on game developers, as we've seen like with all the waves of layoffs we've had recently. It's good to remember that games can just be about ideas. They can just be this laser focused thing that's just an art that's mostly there for artistic expression. And it might be interesting. It might work. It might not. But someone got their point across with something they made, and that's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that's why I like them too is a lot of their newer games actually, I would say for maybe since like 2018, 2019 onward, actually deal with a lot of like social issue like mental health.
Mm.
Um they've talked about mental health a lot. They touch on, you know, suicide and its effects. They've talked about sexual assault, stalking, you know, obviously one I will talk about later, parasocial is, streaming and like some of the weird ass shit that can come with that. Um
That one was really good. I remember watching that.
yeah, that one was really weird. It's like
Well,
look, I'm
we'll talk
watching
about
my
that.
I'm watching myself outside myself, but yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, I'll save what I have to say for when we actually talk about that game.
So yeah, I definitely think it's worth a play.
Hmm.
You have a few hours and you don't have anything else to do on a weekend, then yeah, give it a go. All right, you're free to go.
Okay, so my next game is a game that I mean, I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce this. I think you just say rot, but I've like gone to calling it rot because of the H, which is not something that Americans can say. So immediately I'm being questionable here. But no. So rot is a boomer shooter, as they say. If you look at the game, if you just look at the trailer or some gameplay, and your boomer shooters, like the name that immediately comes to mind is Quake. Very much like that kind of grayish, semi 3D kind of art style. And it plays a lot like Quake. It's got a lot of interesting weapons, all the good stuff you'd expect from a game in this genre. The thing with the game is that it's fucking insane. It's like this is a game. This is a game where I fought There's like this room full of enemies. It's a difficult encounter. I like bobbed and weaved, and I was so proud of myself because I was shooting everyone. I was barely taking any damage. I was doing so well in that room. I finished off everyone on my first try, even though it was a difficult room. So I start exploring, and I go to the corner of the room, and the corner of the room has a tractor in it, and the tractor comes to life
The
and kills me.
tractor. I love shit like that.
And I'm like, I'm not even mad. I'm just laughing my ass off. Like, you know what? Fair enough. And I don't even want to talk about the other things that happen in the game because the game is completely insane. The game takes place in Czechoslovakia near the end, near like the fall of the Iron Curtain, as they call it, the fall of the
Mm.
USSR, whatever you want to call it. And it really kind of has interesting things to say about life in that country in that period of time.
Like don't trust tractors.
Like don't trust structures. Yeah, it's funny you say that, but the focus on agriculture that the regime has. Never mind. Never mind. I don't want to go on too much about that, but um, it's got this weird like a lot of respect for just the culture in that country because there's references to all these poems like traditional Czechoslovakian poetry and stuff like that. It's really
That's
interesting. Like
cool.
yeah, yeah, it's a super smart game that's got a lot going for it. The boss fights are completely nuts. I want to I want so bad to say what the final boss fight is, but I can't because I want people to play it.
Mm.
If you want a game that is a solid shooter, but every now and then like you just it goes even more insane. And the reason why I say every now and then, like, cause you just get used to how insane it is, and every time you think, okay, this is like the level of insanity we're at, like a bit of time goes by and it like takes it up to here, and it just keeps going and going until it just explodes in the finale. Um, Very good game. I will say, I feel the reason why it's not in my S tier is because I feel, especially in the last chapter, this is kind of like organized like again one of those boomer shooters where there's three chapters each with I don't know 7 8 episodes, so it's like 7 8 levels in three packs, and especially the last chapter is kind of in terms of especially in terms of the level design. However, it did give us the dancing newt emote that Leia made, which I think is a brilliant thing. Um, but yeah, it does in terms of the design, it does like teeter off a bit near the end. Yeah, there you go, Garlic's using it. But it's so good and so interesting that I think it's worth going through what is a bit of a slog near the end of the game just to experience that. So yeah, very interesting, very cool game. Yeah, that's all I have to say about Rot. I just realized that when I leave the marker, it just stays on your screen the whole time. So I really need to make sure not to do that. Yeah. What do you have for us next, Panda?
I guess we can just talk about uh stigmatized property.
Okay. Stigmatized property. Where
So,
does this one go?
so I would say B. B is fine. Um
Okay.
so basically the premise of this game is that it's it mainly was just talking about Japan, but I'm sure there's places like this everywhere. But basically in Japan there's properties where like either people say it's haunted or some person died there or some shit went down there. And basically those places usually are the rent is like dirt cheap because no one wants to fucking stay there. I guess like
Mm,
it's a really big thing there where like there's just people who just will not like they will just avoid it like the plague. I guess because they just really think that it's like it's bad juju. I guess,
mm-hmm.
but yeah. So basically, you play as a character who I guess they kind of seem like they're a little bit like I don't know, maybe down on their luck, and they rented this place because it was cheap and they could afford it. And it's funny because the first time you go into the apartment, you realize that something is clearly wrong because the place is really nice and the rent was really cheap. So you're just like, like, something is not right here. And then it just like gets progressively weirder. Like anytime you would see like your supposed neighbors, like they would just like be in their doorway and you would see them because it was like an apartment complex. They would be in
Mm,
their doorway, you'd see them, you'd get close, and they'd immediately slam the door. So like you're
mm,
just like, okay, they're friendly. Um, yeah, it, it's very interesting. It's I would say it's probably one of their weaker games. It's also one of like their earlier games, I believe. So I think they're probably still like working out like what they were even trying to do or accomplish with these games. Because like you were saying earlier, like they've figured out their engine, like they're just free to tell their stories or scenarios or however they want. I think this is probably maybe like the precursor to that.
mm,
But yeah, I think this is also one of their cheap games. I think it's worth playing. I feel like I can't really talk about it anymore because it would just ruin the whole thing, I guess, because there isn't really a whole lot going on. It's pretty short. But yeah, it's very good at being unsettling
mm-hmm.
because I think you very quickly realize like, oh man, this dude's fucked. Like, meanwhile, your character's like, I'm sure everything's fine.
I see. Yeah, sounds like many of our horror protagonists.
I mean, gotta give it to them, I guess. I guess at least they're brave.
Yeah, maybe they're like you, just nervous still. They're not scared about anything.
All right, what do you got? What's that face for?
Who do I wanna? Do I want to piss people off now or later?
Do you want
I
to
think we'll
leave
just
people off with pissed off or leave them on a good note?
no. I mean, I definitely will leave on a good note.
I'm
It's just
kidding.
oh, okay, sorry.
I'm assuming that people wouldn't be that. Well, I don't know. Maybe they'll riot.
Well, let's see. The next game I'm going to talk about is Baldur's Gate 3.
Ooh. Uh-oh.
And sorry, this one goes into B tier. Um, look, to some extent, this isn't really Baldur's Gate 3's fault. I think a lot of this is me just really not liking. So first off, a bit of background. I loved Baldur's Gate 2. I played this game obsessively when I was in high school and in my undergraduate. Just again and again and again, different characters, like putting hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours into the game. I loved Baldur's Gate 2. And when 3 came out, I was excited. I basically downloaded it that day, um, and then didn't play it until the next day because of something dumb. I don't remember. But I really wanted to like this game. This is not me trying to shit on something that people like, but one big problem, I really think D&D 5th edition rules are terrible. Like I don't know, like you could argue that what Baldur's Gate 2 used, which is AD&D rules, is also terrible. The thing is those rules are terrible when you're trying to have a tabletop game, But for just inputting them into code and letting the computer figure out what's happening, they're very good because they're very detailed. And fifth edition rules, I feel like they simultaneously give you too many options and then also not enough. Because there's all these little inconsequential things you can do, and you tend to kind of lose the things that really matter in the pile of choices that you have. So that's a big part of that. And maybe, I mean, they did make the choice to use that system, but maybe it's unfair to blame them for it. I don't know. Take your pick. But what people really seem to like about Baldur's Gate 3, much more than the combat, is the story, the characters. And I feel, look, I'm if you've watched my streams lately, especially me playing Yakuza 8 and talking to and about Chitose, you should know I do not shy away from the horny stuff. Like I am not a prude. I'm not someone who thinks that sex and sexuality is bad or doesn't have its place in media. But I also really can't give a fuck about games where it seems like the only point is, to give you a bunch of people who are horny for you. Cause that's not interesting for me, cause I'm so used to it from the real world. No, I don't think. I don't know. I feel that that kind of wish fulfillment, escapism, whatever you want to call it, is just. I don't know. It's just very boring to me. And I did like some of the characters. I did like some of the story threads, but it felt like a lot of the time when I tried to follow a certain thread, I was forced another way. Um, the game, for all its openness and for all its attempt to feel like you're playing a D&D game, it felt so restrictive because you would try to make certain choices, and it's almost like I talked about this. It's almost like the Mass Effect dialogue wheel, where one criticism people made of those games, and rightfully so, is that sometimes you'll pick an option, and what happens on the screen really doesn't conform to the text. Like the game interpreted the text in a very you know loose way from what you would expect, and I felt like that constantly in Baldur's Gate 3. Like basic things that I wanted to do, like at some point you want to you have this choice of leading an enemy army into a camp of people you're trying to protect. And I thought maybe there would be a way to trick them to like play with their expectations and weaken them before they actually head into the fight itself. And there was really no option of doing that. And it felt weirdly restrictive because the game basically said either you sacrifice these people or you just, you fight against all odds, but you don't have anything smart to do. And that's just one example of many. And I don't know, it kind of felt like combat was becoming very unsatisfying. Um, the characters, well, some of them good, the dynamics with them were just very predictable. And yeah, ultimately, I just didn't get the feeling that would be promised here, which is that of having this very open-ended adventure. Um, so it's not a bad game, and hell, maybe if I forced myself to stick with it, I probably would enjoy more of it. But I don't know, it kind of just left me cold. I just didn't find a reason to continue with it for very long, which Baldur's Gate 3 being a very long game, I still put a lot of hours into this game, but not enough to actually see the end. So,
Oh, okay, that's what I was gonna ask if you finished the game or not.
no, I didn't. Generally, if I don't like a game, I don't just force myself to keep playing it unless,
No, I'm the
it's
same
a
way.
Yakuza game and I'm committed to it. Yeah. But yeah, that's all I have to say. This is probably my hottest take here. Yeah, don't know what to say. Just wasn't a fan.
And I haven't even played, so I have no idea.
So there's no one to blame. There's no one to shift the blame to. But yeah. what's your take on the situation, Panda?
Yeah. It's interesting though with Baldur's Gate 3, I will say, like, because like I said, I haven't played it, but it's always interesting from the outside, I guess, looking in when there's games like that that like literally it just seems like everybody and their mom loves the game. Like, everyone's playing it, no one will stop talking about it. And then, you play it yourself and then you're just like, "Aw," like, you know what I mean? Like you don't you're just like, I don't understand what what it is here that people are liking, but okay.
And you know what?
It's such a weird experience.
Yeah, and I don't think that will be the case with Baldur's Gate 3. I think people like will keep enjoying the game. But I also feel like a lot of the time with these games, it's hype. Because, look at Elden Ring. You couldn't say a bad thing about that game when it came out. But
Hmm.
these days, people are a lot more critical of it. And that tends to happen a lot. Skyrim, back when it came out, Skyrim was untouchable for, I think, like 5 years after it
Hmm.
came
So
out.
you think like as time goes on, people will become more critical of the game?
Of games where hype is the reason for why they like it so much. Again, I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is one of those games. I don't
Hmm.
think they share his hype, but a lot of the time when you have one of those games that everyone is so unanimously crazy about, it's just, got built up by marketing. Like there's nothing really to it.
Well, I guess they did their job.
Yeah, I guess.
At
Yeah.
least the marketing department anyway.
Yeah, yeah, it's good for them, but mm, no, doesn't do much for me. So yeah, what game is next for you, Panda?
But yeah, I actually feel like that about that game didn't technically make it on the list. I guess I could have yeeted it on here, but
Yeah, you could add it right now.
the last Chillizart game I played, well, it technically came out in December. I just didn't have time to play it before the year end. But Jisatsu was like that, where I was gonna go look right now to see what it was still like. Yeah. Or wait. Okay, so I think did people recover? I don't know. I was saying that when I was playing it, the reviews were mixed, and when I played it and I was like, I thought it was great. I don't understand what like I didn't understand what the
Oh,
problem
the other
was.
way around, you mean?
Yeah.
Hmm.
But it's funny because I'm looking now. I check on it every once in a while just because I think it's so interesting. But now, yeah, the recent reviews, it's all the reviews. It's still mixed, but the recent ones have been mostly positive, which is interesting. I wonder why that is,
Yeah, interesting.
but
Friends in the Chills art fan community.
I actually do think we're going through a period of that where I'm not saying it's not justified, but I feel like you kind of get into a period sometimes with like long-standing creators and or game series where you just have people who just no matter what the studio does, it wasn't like the first two games that were made, so everything is bad now. When it's confusing to me, like sometimes yes, that's legitimate. I won't even argue, but I really don't think that's the case here because it's like this isn't a AAA game where they're really just trying to grab your money. It's two brothers that are like experimenting with a game, and it's fine if you don't like the specific one, but it's weird to just be like Chilla's art's going downhill. They just want your money, and things like that. Now I'm like, what? I don't like. Just,
They just want your money is so
just
funny. Like
just go touch your grass, please.
the two brothers making janky indie horror games are just,
Yeah,
extremely
I don't
funny,
know.
apparently.
Is it just I think people do this with streamers too, where they see streamers and they watch them and they're just like they end up idolizing them, so they just think that these streamers are making like tons and tons of money and stuff, and it's like they're really not. It's not like they're not making it's not like they're not getting by, but it's not like they're not like millionaires. They're not just like set for life now because they, you know, I don't know, it's
Like,
weird.
it's like a lot of people would have this idea that people in games media are super, powerful and influential people and have all these ways to victimize developers. Where mostly like it's people who barely make rent, usually live in an apartment with like free roommates. Like being in games media is a good way to make sure you're always going to be poor. So yeah, there's a lot of some of this is very like almost intentional, that a lot of the people who have the power are very far away from the public eye, whereas people who are very much in the public eye, who may be doing pretty well, who may be wealthy, aren't really that powerful, aren't really that influential, but they become like this lightning rod for discontent because they're the visible
Right, they're like
part.
the public face of the company in a way.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
we
exactly.
actually it's funny you mentioned that because there's actually been two VTubers recently. Um so a thing in the past like 2 years has been for companies to have their own VTubers, which is about as kind of like okay as it sounds. But like for example, Crunchyroll has a VTuber. Um so does
So this
Opera. The Opera as
essentially
in the browser has a VTuber, which she's really cool by the way. I'm not saying anything about it bad about it. It's just an interesting idea for me, or confusing, that a company has a VTuber that like is the face of their brand. But there's
remind
basically
me, have you watched Community?
I have not.
There's an episode in Community where the like one of the characters wants to open a sandwich shop in on campus,
Hmm.
and they get outbidded by Subway.
Of course.
And the thing is, you can't open a business on campus grounds if you don't have um if you're not a student there. So Subway hires a guy to be the personification of Subway, and it's just a guy who goes to Greendale, is registered, his name has legally been changed to Subway, and he's like technically the owner of the Subway stand.
Oh my
And it kind
god.
of sounds like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, keep going.
Yeah, but it's just been there's I know with those two recently, because of stuff that the companies are doing, like nothing of the fault of the VTuber, but because they're the public face, they're the ones getting shit about it. And I've actually been seeing like people posting and saying like, I think that they should just graduate. Graduate is basically the term of when a VTuber ceases like all activity. Like they quit basically. Graduating is basically the idol term because in Japanese idol culture, idols they don't quit or leave, they graduate, which is like, oh, okay, whatever. But anyway.
And that was the way with like Tom Hewlett was, I believe, the if he wasn't the community manager, he was like the public face of Konami,
Hmm.
and like he got a lot of shit back in the days where Konami were like just like beginning their villain arc, which arguably has always been, but never mind. Like back in 2012, when people were really turning against Konami, he took a lot of shit, and I think because of that, he actually ended up leaving the company. I may be mixing this up with the story of a community manager for Capcom. But yeah, you have all these people who are public faces of these corporations, and yeah, they take all the shit instead of the actual people who make the decisions.
Right. Yeah, and that's why people were saying that they should just graduate, not because like they really think that they more just because they're concerned for their well-being, because like one
Oh.
one person can only take so much shit, especially when they can't do anything about it, because obviously they're just like like what did somebody said, like basically it's like a commercial in a way,
Mm,
like when you tune
absolutely.
into their stream, because that's really what that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to market their product to, I guess, consumers, I guess. I don't know. Never really thought about it until that person said that, and I was like, huh, you're right. That's kind of weird. But yeah, capitalism.
Indeed.
We love to hate it.
I did it again. I'm sorry, Panda. I'm such a horse's ass. Like, cause
See,
I
no knows like capitalism. That's it. I'm fucking out. I'm done.
the thing is, like, what I'm the reason why this keeps happening is because I need to like get the next game from my list when I think you're about to, you're close to being
Oh yeah,
finished
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about yours, and like intuitively I'm like, oh, so turn off the preview because that's what I do when I'm streaming. Brr.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
sorry about
Discord's
that.
really weird with it anyway, because like whenever you're streaming or watching something, if you sometimes when you click out of it, Discord's just like stops showing it because it's like, oh, we're trying to save resources. And it's like, stop it.
Yeah,
Just
yeah,
stop. You're not being helpful.
exactly.
All right. Let's talk about well, since we're talking about capitalism, let's talk about night security. 'Cause holy shit, that was such an interesting commentary on just the common working man, and it was very feels bad, man.
Okay. What's this one called again?
Night security.
Night security.
So you, as it sounds, you are night
Which is
security.
this one going in?
Uh, I say it's a solid A.
Okay.
Um, so as it says, you are basically security at night for a company. Um, it it's basically a big kind of a commentary on just I guess Japanese work culture is how I took it playing the game because
Hmm.
there is a basically the gameplay is essentially obviously you're the security guard. You go there, you have to go to each floor, check each room, make sure no one's still there, turn off all the lights, close the doors, and like make sure that the like alarm is still functioning. There's like a little like I think it's I can't remember if it was like a smoke alarm or like an actual security alarm thing, but you have to make sure it's working in each room. And then after you do that, you go to the next floor basically. And there's like 6 floors, I think. Um but as you go to each floor, increasingly becomes really fucking weird. So but on the I can't remember which floor. I think it's like at the first floor. You end up going into one of the rooms and man, I felt so bad for this dude. You go in and you're basically like, why are you still here? There was a guy just still there. It's dark, by the way. He's literally the only one there. And he's just like, he starts going on about how, like, how his job is so shit and, like, they keep just dumping all this work on him. And then he ends up having to stay really late at night because he has to get it all done. And that he's just so fucking tired. And then he was just like, at the end, he was just like, it just crushed me because he said something basically like, you know, thanks for listening to me because like no one gives a fuck kind of thing, and he just like walks out, and I'm just like, well, that's uh that's a great feeling because it's like that. I mean, yeah, it kind of be like that,
Yeah.
but yeah, basically as you keep going, it gets increasingly more spooky and haunted until eventually you reach the top where just you know every all hell breaks loose kind of thing. Um,
Mm.
but yeah, I don't want to continue talking about it anymore because I actually think this game was really brilliant in how they handled its twist at the end. Or I well, to be honest, I wasn't even expecting a twist. And then what they did was just like blew my mind because that's not what I thought was happening at all. So yeah, I think it's definitely worth a play. It was very interesting.
Huh.
There was also kind of a few things where I don't know. I think whenever games do this, it just makes me smile because it makes me think of Silent Hill. But there is a part in Silent Hill when you go to the hospital and you go to like one of the floor. You go to every floor, and you're like, what the fuck am I supposed to be doing? Like, there's nothing here. And then you go to the end, and you like go back to the first floor, and then you go back in, and there's suddenly like a basement floor in the elevator, and you're like, what the fuck? That wasn't there. And yeah, obviously that's when everything goes to shit. But yeah, they do stuff like that where you're just like, huh, like that wasn't there, like trying to fuck with you, because then you're like, was it there? Am I just dumb?
Hmm,
Like the
interesting.
game's literally gaslighting you. But yeah, it was very good.
Cool. Sounds good.
I think that's actually yeah, that game. I think it was the Karaoke Night Security, Parasocial, the Kidnap, and Jisatsu. I think those were the games for last year. And think last year was a very strong year for them personally.
mm,
They were just doing the thing.
cool, cool. Yeah, I thought I saw you play this, but now I realized when you described it that I didn't. So yeah, sounds interesting.
What do you have next?
I have a good one. I
Ooh,
have a
good.
real good one. Yeah,
A good
we're
one.
not a good one. Who are you? Who's this guy? Uh, next game is Gravity Circuit, which is an extremely solid A.
What kind
And
of game is this?
actually, you know what? I'm kind of I have a bit of an itch to maybe give it an S. Let me talk about it and decide if it's maybe an S, because I remember there was a reason I didn't bring it up to S, but maybe I'll change my mind. So Gravity Circuit is essentially, think about the Mega Man X series. Have you ever played any of those?
I've not played any Mega Man games, but I've seen a lot of them just from
Right.
speedrunning.
Mm. So it's the same kind of setup. You are a robot. There's like a bunch of robot masters. Essentially, each one has a stage that you go through. You
Mm,
get a boss fight with the robot master at the end. Then you
okay.
go to like a big long section at the end. Usually the robot masters are half the game, and then you have like the Wily levels or the Sigma levels. In this case,
Hmm.
just the last couple of levels. At some point, you have a boss rush, and you fight a final boss form, and go home happy. And this game has that kind of setup to it, but it does so many really clever things with the formula, to the point where it even kind of changes up how the boss rush works from the old Mega Man games. And I don't want to say exactly how, because I think it's really fun to find out on your own.
Hmm.
But yeah, it kind of so the problem with going back to Mega Man X is those games are actually pretty clunky nowadays. They have a lot of lag to them. The controls can be kind of unwieldy, and especially I've been playing a lot of Mega Man Zero, which is like the third Mega Man series they made. And in Mega Man Zero, as the game suggests, you play Zero, and your movement is much better in the Mega Man X games, and it makes it actually pretty hard to go back to those games. But they made mobility so fun in this game. Like, this game flows so nicely. It just kind of snaps. It's got really good movement to it. Um, looks great, good music. Um, Yet it even kind of has an attempt at a story which works a lot better than you would expect from a game like this. And yeah, I don't know. I think the reason why I put it in A, and maybe you know what, I think we're graduating this to S. Yeah, let's give it an S. Let's give it
Yay! It
like a
made
bit of a
it.
kiss. Yeah, because the thing I was thinking, like, the game is a bit on the easy side when it comes to the robot masters. And then at the end, it kind of gets really difficult. Like the last few bosses take a lot of effort to get through. The boss rush too, but yeah, I don't know. I really like. I'm a sucker for Mega Man games. I love the games themselves. I love watching speedruns of them, and yeah, this kind of put a nice twist on that old formula. And I don't know if this game would be A tier in other years because, well, it's very well made and it's a lot of fun. I don't think it's like, some amazing, innovative, groundbreaking game. Like, I wouldn't give this a 10 out of 10. But in a year where I didn't really enjoy a lot of games, I think this can very safely be an S tier. And yeah, liked it, played it multiple times in a row. Just a very fun game. Yeah. Has a really good hard mode, which really adds to the enjoyment.
How's the music?
It's really good. It's really good. Because yeah, that's one of the things you expect from a Mega Man esque game. Because those games has really good music. Yeah, this one has that too.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm assuming like an indie developer.
Yes.
So yeah, I don't know. That always makes me happy.
Yeah, yeah. It's an indie. I was kind of wanting to learn to speedrun, but it's a very technical run, very movement based. So I ended up not doing it because just too many speedruns. But yeah, I like it a lot.
Nappa just said Baldur's Gate 3 is in B, put it in the trash.
I mean, and attempted to. But yeah, that's me with Gravity Circuit. So yeah, you're
Nice.
you're up, and
Alright, so now we still have we have three more Charizard games. The next one we'll talk about the karaoke.
the karaoke. Okay,
Um where do I
where do
want to
we?
put this? Mm, I would put it mm, I think honestly I would put it in S. It was very good.
Okay, bunch of
So
S games all of a sudden.
yeah. So I this is actually one of the Chillizarts games that I actually knew absolutely nothing about going into it. Sometimes usually I know like the general like premise at least, but this I didn't know anything about. But I could assume that karaoke would be involved at some point because of the name, but um so you start out as you are a high school girl. Um you were doing basketball practice and then you and your friend were leaving and then we're going to go to karaoke. Simple enough, right?
Hmm.
Except it doesn't quite end up that way. But yeah, this is one of Chillizart's games where this is the specific game where they ended up talking about it talks about it deals with sexual assault and stalking both. And then attempted murder. So it's just well rounded.
It's a very fearful game, is what you're telling me.
Yeah. Um, yeah. I mean, I could kind of tell what was I didn't I guess I don't know. I guess maybe it's just my instinct from being a woman, I guess, but I knew very early on that like something wasn't quite right because your one friend was like you guys were together and then she's like, "Oh, you go on ahead to like the karaoke place. I will meet you there." And I'm like, "No. No." It's like we're both high school girls it's night out. I'm like, no, this doesn't sound like a good idea, but you didn't have any other choice. So I was like, okay, I guess. Well, okay, back up. I thought you didn't have another choice. Apparently you actually did, but I won't elaborate on that. But
Mm, okay.
so yeah, so you end up going there and then like basically she never shows up and then chaos ensues basically. But yeah, it is a game. This is also one of Chillizart's games where it had multiple endings. Some of the endings are, I guess, arguably better than others, but none of them feel good because honestly, in the topic, it there's not really a good way for it to end, I guess. Because even like the best ending, it's still like I don't know. You're still left very like this feels icky. But I think I enjoyed the game because I think it's uh I thought the game was just like really well made, like as far as the story, and I think it's important to talk about and to make people aware of because
Mm-hmm.
like just even just to have people talk about it because I know that some people were just like like that they didn't like the game because of this stuff and I'm just like well this is real life stuff like this
Yeah.
happens like this it's not but I mean I can understand why like I'm not saying that like people need to subject themselves to it kind of thing but I mean it is it does bring awareness to something that's very real so I appreciated it in that aspect
Mm-hmm.
but yeah I also think it's worth a play it's not I guess it's not super long but that really just depends on I guess the ending you end up going in which that just kind of depends on what you end up doing so but yeah it's good I think people should play it oh and you do actually get to do karaoke like there's a karaoke mini game.
Oh, nice. That's surprising.
Yeah, no, I wasn't expecting that. I was like confused when she was like, "Okay, I guess I should do karaoke now." I'm like, "What?" So
They made mechanics for this game.
it very ended up like sad, Cat Jam crying and just sad crying in the club. Like
Mm, yeah, nice.
all right, you are up.
Oh, just before I go, how many songs are there?
I want to say there was like 3, which actually surprised me.
Okay, I gotta say any answer except one would have surprised me. So yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, I was
But
really thrown through a loop from that. And I think it was good though cuz it added to the unsettlingness of it because you were actually facing the doorway while you're doing this. So you're like I'm supposed to be fucking doing karaoke and not failing and also being like so, I don't know cuz it was very good at making you paranoid.
hmm um, on that note, this is like maybe my second hottest take. I'm putting Hi-Fi Rush all the way in F. Boom. No regrets. Fucking hate this game. I hate the annoying main character. I hate the.
Oh, really? They're annoying.
Hmm?
They're annoying. Main character.
They're so fucking annoying.
What do they do?
He's like I don't know. He's and I think part of this is maybe intentional. He's just I don't know a douchebag. He's just
Oh,
very
okay, he's one of those.
objectionable like that, and I don't know, man. I hated the combat. Maybe I just suck at it. I felt like it's very floaty and not fun to learn all the ins and outs of it. there's so many mechanics they try to put into it, and they kind of, I don't know, they're all kind of like white noise. I didn't really enjoy any of them. It's also hard to talk about this game because this game came out a long time ago, and I played it pretty much at launch. This was on GDQ 2023. You
Oh,
know,
really?
so yeah, it's been out for a while. At least I'm pretty sure it is. Am I wrong about that? Was that on SGDQ maybe? I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking about
I mean, even
SGDQ.
then, that's still a while ago for,
Yeah,
for us
it's
now.
old. Like I don't remember everything. I just remember that I like rhythm based action games. Arguably, Sekiro is one, and it's one
Mm.
of my favorite games. And I don't know. I just found no redeeming qualities to this game whatsoever. Um, it was also like I don't want to accuse the game of too many things, but it kind of stood out to me that every single villain in the game was some kind of gay stereotype. Um, which I mean, I guess that's a representation, but I don't know. It kind of feels weird that it's only on one side. You know.
Yeah, was it only villains?
Only villains. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know. Maybe when you finish the
Oh,
game, you unlock a friendly gay character, but I haven't seen one. Yeah, I don't know. Hated it. It's smug and satisfied with itself for absolutely no reason. And I live next to enough people like that, so I don't need another one of those in my life. Yeah, absolutely hated this game.
yeah. I don't. I think I know I
I
made
almost closed the preview window again, by the way, just so you.
I know I made Aldrin sad, I think, when I said this, but um I can't I never even got to the point of trying the game because I can't get past the art style. I just think it's so
So bad, right?
yeah, and I compared it
So
the thing
fucking
I compared
gaudy.
it to was it was like somebody went to like Michael's is an art store here, and they like got like the how to draw anime books that we got when we were like 10, and they look like Yu-Gi-Oh but like 10 times worse, and it's just like I don't
It's
know,
so
it's just this weird, it seems like a weird bastardization of like they want to be anime, but it also seems very American to me. You know what I mean? I don't know.
no, that's 100% what this is. That's yeah, you really hit the nail on that. It's like baby's first cell shaded anime
Yeah.
style game.
And that's what made me so sad is because I love cell shading. It's one of my
Yeah,
favorite styles in games. And I wanted to love the game, and I never even tried it because I couldn't get past it because I don't know, I'm a little shallow, I guess, when it comes to that. Like there's a lot of manga that people love dearly, and I just cannot read it or watch the anime or anything because the art style, I just can't get past it. Like Fruits Basket,
I'm the
I'm
same
looking at
way.
you.
Yeah, a lot of games that I couldn't keep playing or I never started playing in the first place is because I just don't like the art style. I have to at least be okay with the art style to play a game. I can't do it otherwise.
Okay, look,
Also, I
I'm not that harsh, right?
recently
Though, because I play Dead Souls. I mean, that's like the ugliest game on the planet.
it is very ugly, but not because of the art style. You know,
It's just
like the art style is good. It's Yakuza art style. It's
the shading, the lighting went into like a blender, and then something wrong went. I don't know.
it's like essentially someone took a Yakuza game and did like you know like just smudged it into the camera.
They learned how to
Uh,
use the Gaussian blur tool in Photoshop. Like what happened? I don't-
but yeah, man came into my chat and he's like, dude, they ripping into Hi-Fi Rush. I don't regret a single thing. I fucking hate. But Baldur's Gate 3, I feel a bit bad for not liking, but not Hi-Fi Rush. Like, fuck that game.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. I still had
I'm shallow.
I still had the yeah, money back then. I mean, I have enough. I'm sitting here drinking Jack Daniels. Life is okay. But yeah, that's all I have to say about Hi-Fi Rush. And now I can forget about it forever, just like everyone else.
I mean, you're
Yeah,
not wrong because I don't think I've heard anyone talk about the game.
no, no, it's one of those games where they stealth dropped it, and it got a lot of hype around it because oh my god, it's the guys who made Evil Within, like Tango, the Ghostwire
Hmm.
devs. I think. Am I
I
hallucinating
don't. I
this?
don't. I don't even know. I know it was like a popular developer that did something, so everyone was like, "Oh, so and so made it," and I'm just like, "Okay."
Yeah, and like no one remembers that game.
I don't really have like allegiance, I guess, to a specific studio. If anything, maybe RGG, I guess, but so whenever people are
Yeah,
like, "Yeah, this team made it." I'm like, "Who?" I'm the worst. I'm sorry.
I don't really care about because studio, with the turnaround we have in game development, studio names can be kind of meaningless because it's not the same people anymore. Like, technically BioWare is working on a new Mass Effect game, but how many of the people there are the same people who worked in the original games? Even with Andromeda, I think barely like anyone was left.
Hmm.
So I do get excited about, if you're telling me, oh, these people are making a new game. Like Silk Song, I'm excited about because, it's the same actual people who made Hollow Knight. But, if
Hmm.
everyone in Team Cherry just got replaced somehow, I wouldn't give a fuck. But yeah, yeah. So what next for you, Panda?
Keep seeing Obscure 2 in the garbage and just,
Should I bring it up here next to Hi-Fi Rush, or does it
no,
still
it
belong?
stays in the corner of shame.
Fair
It's in
enough.
timeout. Let's see. I think I'm crossing off like the wrong. This is like the second time I've done this. We've already talked about that, but not this one. There we go. I guess I'll just go in order of like release. So I guess we'll talk about Parasocial next. The game that really threw me through a loop.
And where does this go?
Oh, S definitely. I honestly,
I didn't play it, but it looked really good.
I think Parasocial and Parasocial and The Closing Shift are probably my two favorite Charizard games at this point. They're
Hmm.
just so good. Um, okay, so Parasocial is about a girl who is a VTuber, who is seemingly a pretty popular VTuber, who I was like, okay, cool, VTuber. And then it started to get fucking weird when I went into her stream room, which happens to be like her like I don't know, I guess it's like a den. It was like a adjacent room off of her living room. And everything was pink. And I'm like, huh?
My jaw dropped when I saw that
I
when you
was
were playing
so
that game.
I was so confused. I'm like, did I get a version that someone like edited that I didn't like know or like I don't but yeah, I yeah, that game was just it was something else. I read a few like negative reviews about it that were really funny to me because like one of them was like pointing out that like the protagonist was like dumb as rocks or something. And I was just kind of like I don't know, but I think it's a little harsh, but because I think in this kind of situation, it's really easy to just like that's it's just fucking creepy and then you just end up paranoid and then like severe paranoia just ends up just completely destroying somebody. Like, you know what I mean? You're not thinking rationally at all anymore when you're like that paranoid. Like you're almost on the brink of just like mental breakdown because everything just you don't know who to trust, you don't know what's real, what's not real. and they definitely fucked with you in that game because like you seemingly only had like one person to even turn to, and that person was like, you know, obviously they have a life too, so they just can't sit there and babysit you. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, I thought it was really cool because it was a very interesting commentary on just streaming, the dangers, potential dangers of streaming, stalking, just and even just honestly, they even talked about like the ineptitude, I guess, of cops because you end up going to a police box at some point and being like, "Hey, this is what's happening," and they're just like, "Yeah, whatever, go home, lady, you're drunk." Basically, they basically just any concern she has is just completely written off, and I can't tell you how many times I've read things of like people literally being stalked or like they might even have like a restraining order against somebody and they go to the cops because it's like, okay, well they're breaking this thing, and they're just like, well, they didn't do anything, so we can't do anything yet, which is like, okay, buddy, well once they do something it's too late. So I don't know, I hate that mentality so much. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, I can. I don't know. Of all the women I know, almost all have had to have some sort of restraining order or something like that against a stalker or an abusive ex or something like that. And I can think of a single case where the cops were any help.
Yeah, and they're not because it's always like every single time it's always, well, they didn't do anything yet, so we can't do anything. Which is like stupid because then it's like, because then people like that sometimes end up like a statistic because like they just end up, you know, being murdered, and then they're like, oh wow, it's so sad no one did anything, and it's just like, how tone deaf can you even be? Like it's like, especially when they were like reaching out for help and stuff. I don't know. It's just something that drives me crazy too, especially when people are like, "Well, why didn't they do this and this and this?" And it's like, you really think that they didn't try or think about that? Like they're just like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just you would just, and I can get it in her case of why everything just like, cuz some of the decisions she makes in the game are not good decisions. But you know, she's very stressed out. Like apparently the cops didn't give a shit. Like she didn't have any family seemingly near her. Like what are you going to do? You just get to a point where it's just hopeless and you're on your own. Good luck. It's just very dreary. So yeah, I guess in a way when I read that person's review, I was just like, I was like, there's no way, there's no way that this person is a woman at
Hmm.
all. Like they can't be. 'Cause it's like it just, I don't know, because I feel like if you were like, even if the game wasn't your jam, you would get why she made some decisions that she made. Like you wouldn't be that harsh on her decisions. I was more confused that that the person was so harsh on their decisions that the character made and not necessarily like the game itself. So I don't know. I'm not really sure what they were getting at, but I thought that was an interesting review.
Hmm.
But yeah, I don't know. It's another one of those games that's very interesting, I guess, social commentary, I guess, just of shit that happens that is very unfortunate, and you know, I guess just bringing awareness that like these are things that happen. It's not
And
good.
I think this is one of those not to sound like there's this very try-hard genre of video essay where they talk about the game story and they're like, this is a story you can only tell in the game. But really, a video game is kind of the ideal way of telling the story, not because it would be that difficult to make a movie about this, but because outside of people who make and play video games, I don't think people quite understand the dynamics of streaming. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it really works well for that.
Yeah. I mean, it was very much psychological horror, which, because like what I'm thinking about another thing that happens. So one of the things that happens in the game, it's seemingly like what I don't know, innocuous. Like it doesn't seem like a big deal, but then when you start thinking about it in the context of the game, you're like, actually, that's really fucking creepy. Uh,
Mhm.
one of the things you had to do is you were, living your life. You have to take out the trash. I go to take out the trash. You don't think anything of it, right? You're taking out the trash. How hard can it be, right?
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
So you take out the trash, you put it in the dumpster, you're walking away. I don't even know why I turned around. I turned around and I literally witnessed the dude go in the trash and take my trash out of the can and run away with it.
Hmm.
And I was like, what the fuck? But see, if you went to the police and like think about how crazy this sounds, right? Like it's almost like the perpetrator does it on purpose to make you sound crazy, to make you not credible. Because if you go to the police and say he stole my trash, they're gonna be like, what? Like, why would you care about someone stealing your trash?
Right.
Which is kind of funny because you should be really concerned about someone stealing your trash because like what if you had confidential documents in it? What if you know what I mean? Like they could easily identify who you are completely. Like I'm not
There
trying to
was
make it like a huge deal, but it's like it's not exactly completely harmless that somebody stole your trash, especially if like all this other weird shit's been happening. Because that wasn't like it wasn't like that was the first thing that happened either.
oh, Panda, you disappeared.
Oh, I died. Rip.
Oh no. Well, that's it, folks. See you next year.
Where did I go?
There you go. Now you're pixelated is the thing.
Oh, cool.
Kind of wavy. Okay, now you seem okay again. Cool.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Maybe the thing
Um,
timed out or something. But yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. It also made me really angry. Like I wanted to just drop kick everybody in the game, especially the cops, because holy shit. But there's also interesting stuff that happens there that like I can't really talk about either because it would just spoil everything. So yeah, I would say to play it. It's very interesting. What were you gonna say?
actually, I just wanted to say that there was a thing in this country a few years ago where basically this extreme right organization tried to it didn't try it hired a private investigator to essentially sift through the trash outside the office of this human rights organization to try and get dirt on them, and it didn't quite work out, but it is kind of funny to think that you know they operated in the same way, the stalker and this guy.
Yeah, it's so creepy. What the fuck?
Yeah.
How weird can you get? I don't know. I also think too that this I think this game can be highly situational because I feel like I honestly do think of this would get under a female skin way like more probably because it's honestly it's a lived experience like there isn't I don't know if there's a woman on the planet who hasn't been harassed by to some degree
Yeah,
which
definitely. Like, as someone who knows people who've been through these things, I can definitely recognize it and recognize that it's creepy and scary for someone, but, it's not something I'm threatened by directly.
hmm, which I mean I'm glad because I don't think anyone should have to deal with it at all.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't want to be threatened by it, just to put it
Yeah,
that way.
yeah, yeah, no, totally. Oh, totally get you there.
Yeah.
All right, how many do you have left now?
Three. Do you have two more?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. My next one, I also feel zero shame for this one. Um, Zero shame. It's Dead Space Remake,
Oh. Into the
which
trash.
is a piece of trash. Absolutely.
Is it just
It
F or does it go in the trash with obscure?
You know what? Fucking go in the trash. Yeah. This one's worse
Joe,
than
Joe
Hi-Fi
in chat
Rush.
said zero.
Yeah, yeah. Like Hi-Fi Rush at least is trying to do something. Like this is kinda this is kinda the same kind of issue I have with Resident Evil 4 Remake. But 4 Remake is, it's an okay game. You can play it. You can shoot stuff. It's okay. Um, my issue is, and this also ties into System Shock because original Dead Space I think is a brilliant game. It's not perfect. It's got a lot of issues, but I think it's a really good game that more people should play. Problem is the PC port is terrible. And I
Nice.
don't just mean it runs badly or anything. Like the physics of the game don't work correctly. It's just I tried replaying it before the remake came out. It's essentially unplayable. And I got
Oh
through
no.
it once just to experience the game, but I can't make myself do it again. And I was looking forward to the remake because I was like, well, maybe at least they'll fix the physics. And they did. Like, there's no big physics bugs. But why? All the changes they made, like, why did they make all these changes? I don't understand. Isaac was a sound protagonist in the original game, and I'm not even that big on sound protagonists, but they decided to make him the most fucking white bread, generic fucking, square jawed white guy you've ever seen in your life. I hate this shit so much. Like, I really like one game from last year I didn't get to play. I just didn't have the time and money to spend on it. Was Jedi? Oh, actually, I tried to play it, but my Origin locked me out of my account. So
Oh,
PC gaming.
nice.
Um, yeah, I tried playing Jedi Survivor because I really like Jedi Fallen Order. Really, really like that game. But my main frustration with it was again it's one of those made by committee protagonists, and the actor himself was good in the role, but he was like, white guy, average build, red hair, and this guy was exactly the same. This Isaac is exactly the same kind of generic white guy. And like, dude, why is this person so boring? And why is he talking now that I have to listen to him the whole time? And I don't know, it's like the whole game is sort of like I don't even know how to put this without being offensive. Um, it's sort of like Invasion of the Body Snatchers, where like it's that person technically, but the humanity has been sucked out of him, and it's basically just the shell of itself. This game, if you look at it, if you play it, it's Dead Space. It's the fleshy guys. You chop off their limbs with your gun. It's that game again, but nothing actually hits. Nothing has impact. None of the weapons feel right. The monsters aren't scary. Everything is just too lit and too nice looking for anything to be dark or scary like in the original game. It's kind of a masterpiece in taking a really interesting game, a really important game in a lot of ways, and just sucking out all the content, all the not in the sense we use content now, but like sucking out all the substance, I guess I would say, and just leaving something that looks the same way but essentially has no skeleton. I don't know. It's getting late here, so my analogies aren't that great, but you know what I mean.
That's kind of
I did it again.
it's kind of disappointing to hear because I didn't play Dead Space, but I watched Ross play the entire game, and I didn't. I thought I enjoyed it for what it was. I don't think it was like amazing, but like it wasn't bad. So
Yeah.
I thought when I heard
Are
about
you
the
did you watch
remake.
him play the remake or?
No, the original.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, the original's great.
So yeah, I thought when they were doing the remake that maybe they would, improve some of the things that were weird in the original, but sounds like nope.
Like I can say that this is a game that you know, it's not like embarrassingly technically incompetent like the PC port of the original, but
There was a
like
PC port. I didn't even know that.
yeah, yeah, it's very bad.
Oh
It's
no.
very yeah,
Oh dear.
just sad stuff. What can I say? But
Nice.
okay. Do we want to take like a really quick break just before the last four games? Because these are the games, and I'm assuming for you as well that I really want to talk about.
Sure.
All right, so we will be back in just a few minutes.
BRB.
to talk about our last four games. So Panda, what what's next for you?
Because you have three left, right?
Nope, just two.
Oh, two. Okay, right. I guess we'll just finish Chilizart and talk about the kidnap.
The kidnap. And where does this go?
I'd put it in A.
Mm-hmm.
this this was the interesting game.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, it was actually quite sad. Um, you play as you are a little boy, and it starts off you're in school basically, so you're in that like classroom. Um, and then you end up meeting up with your friends. You guys leave the school and end up going to the park. And at the park, you meet gets very weird there because you meet a seemingly adult. By the way, these kids look like they're in elementary school. They look like they aren't any older than maybe like 8 or 9. And just a random adult comes up to him and is just like, "Hey, can I play hide and go?" Like, because they're playing hide and seek, and he's like, "Can I play with you guys?" And obviously, they're all like, "What?" Because like none of them know this guy, so that's kind of like, okay, stranger danger. Um, and obviously, like, I guess these kids were very smart because they were like, "Yeah, sure," and they end up putting him in a shed. Like, they tell him to go hide in the shed, and when he's or like he was the person who was gonna be it. So he's in the shed and he had to count to like 20. And when he was in the shed, they like locked the shed basically, and then they like all fucking like ran away.
Mm.
Which I thought was very big brained of them. But but then with their big brainness, they suddenly you come back to reality realizing that wait, they're actually kids, lol, because you're passing by like a general store on like their way home, and one of the kids is just suddenly like, "Hey, why don't you go inside and steal something?" To you, the protagonist, I guess, in this. And you're just like, "What? Why?" And he's like, "What are you, chicken?" You know, the whole classic like. So of course you're not chicken, so you're gonna go do it. So you go inside to, you know, do the thing and then come out. Um, So I don't actually know if you can fail that part, but that would be interesting to go. But yeah, anyway, I stole things, I came out, and we continued on. But when we were there stealing things, seemingly the guy caught up with us because he comes into the store while I'm in
Mm.
the store. So I ended up basically you steal the last thing and you basically just like leave and you're just like they're outside and they're like, oh no, that guy went in. And then everyone, you basically all leave because you're like, freaked out and whatnot. And then basically you end up each of you slowly like you get to one person's house, they leave, so then it's like three of you. Next person's house, so then it's two of you, and then eventually you're by yourself because you live the first way, because of course you do. um, so you get home seemingly without any fuss, but then you realize like the sad reality of like what's going on. Um, just your sister was there, your older sister, your mom wasn't there, which at first didn't really like. I was just kind of like, oh, okay, she's not home from work yet. But then days go by and your mom never comes home, and I was like, okay. And then basically it gets slowly revealed to you that this is obviously like a parent that does not give a flying fuck about these children. So basically, child neglect slash abuse, which was like I was not expecting that at all. Um, but then eventually your sister disappears. So then you're by yourself. So you basically have a like 8 or 9 year old kid living on his own, which you could probably imagine how that went. You know, Because like I think at some point you end up like in the
I'm
kitchen.
36 and I'm barely making it work. So yeah.
What'd you say?
I'm 36 and I'm barely making it work.
I was just saying you go in the like kitchen at one point and there's just like cup noodles stacked like everywhere, like empty cup noodle things. Um, which is, you know, fair because considering his age, he may or may not know how to cook, and I'm assuming he didn't know how to cook because it seemed like his sister was cooking.
And he's just old enough to play Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah. And then yeah, everything basically goes to shit from there. And as the name suggests, yes, you end up getting kidnapped by the seeming by the guy you saw earlier in the game, you know, surprise. Um and yeah. So then yeah, obviously chaos ensues and I feel like I can't really talk more about it cuz it basically just ruins the entire game cuz it, you know, based on the name, you're like, okay, well obviously you're going to be kidnapped at some point, right? But you know, they're very good at just taking all of your expectations and throwing them out the window because that's totally what they did again.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's very this I actually like this one a lot because it does talk about like a social issue, I guess, like, you know, the whole like child neglect, child abuse thing, but then it's interesting cuz like there's that whole aspect and then you feel, you know, you get angry cuz you feel mad at like the the mom because it almost seemed like they don't really go into it, but I don't know if their father was passed away or if he was never around at all. I'm not sure, but so you end up just getting frustrated at the mom because she does show up at one point and she just like pops in for a second, yells at them both and then leaves. That's like what you see of her basically. And it's just like, okay. Like what um so you just end up angry at her, you feel bad for the kids, and then like right at the end it really just turns into an actual like, oh yeah, this is a horror game. Like an like a almost a like, you know, like a horror game, the horror movies and genre of actually that kid is evil, okay.
Interesting.
Like wasn't expecting that one, okay.
Huh.
But actually I don't know because I guess you can interpret it multiple ways. I don't know if he's actually evil or if it was more just like, I don't know, I guess that he felt that the, I guess the ending was justified, I guess. It could be that. Who
Mm.
knows? This kid's obviously had a really hard life up until this point, so
Yeah.
hard to say, but yeah, it was interesting. It was just interesting the twist of like the making you feel bad and then the end and you're just like dumbfounded because you're just like, what? But yeah, I think it's also um good and definitely worth the play. You have a few hours. That's the thing I like about Charizard's game because they're all relatively like cheap games and they're, but I think they're very good for like the price and also like they're very I don't, considerate of the player's time, I think. So for
Yeah, it
people who
kind of
don't have a
seems
lot of time, you can just play it, enjoy it for a few hours in an evening and then, you know, move about your night or whatever.
like like when I see you play them, it's typically 2 3 hours, and that includes getting all the endings and that sort of stuff.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know. The one I've spent the longest on might be like the closing shift, just because like you actually have to make the coffee in that one. Because you're a barista at I forget what they call it because it's not Starbucks. It's like Chilla's Coffee or something like that.
Mm.
But it literally looks like the Starbucks logo, but it's like a chinchilla instead. But yeah, you had to make the coffee, which is kind of like the karaoke one where it's like, oh, I wasn't expecting to actually do karaoke. And then in
Mm,
closing shift, it's like, wait, you actually want me to be a barista? Okay, like I think it's a way for them to almost like distract the player and or like maybe diffuse the situation a little. So you kind of get this like, oh, I forgot this was a horror game. Oh yeah, right. Like it very much disarms you, I think, a little bit, and like makes you let your guard down because you feel for just long enough that, oh, maybe this is normal,
mm,
and then you clearly are reminded very quickly that that was a mistake.
yeah. Mm,
Oh yeah, play it. Cool. Very interesting.
mm, mm. Um. Okay, so guess I'll go to my penultimate game. God, I love getting to use that word. Uh, this one is a. This one won't be an S tier for sure, but it's like a very high A tier for me. This is Chained. I can type Chained Echoes. I can put this right here in the A tier.
This is a Souls game.
No,
I'm just asking because of the name. I was like,
no, no.
this,
I know
this,
it definitely
this a
sounds like
Souls
one.
game?
No, this is a JRPG heavily inspired by SNES era SNES era JRPGs, 16-bit in general. Like it's got big Final Fantasy VI, Secret of Mana,
Mm.
Xenogears influence to it. So the game's really cool. It's got, on the surface, it's got your very typical JRPG framework. You have your regular attacks, you have your magic attacks. Magic attacks are divided into essentially elements. Enemies can be weak or strong against them. And, the basic framework is the same. However, and this is, I don't know if this is from Xenogears or it's something that the game made up. There's a system where essentially I think it's called the overdrive system. There's this bar, the overdrive bar, and it has a yellow segment to it where you start at the beginning of the fight, green segment in the middle, and then at the very end there's a red segment. And essentially, every time you do uh, almost anything in the game except defend, your that meter goes to the right. And when it's in the green zone, you're in the overdrive phase, which gives you it buffs up your party and it debuffs your enemies. However, if you take it too far and you go into the red zone, that's the overheat phase, and that's the opposite. It debuffs your party and it buffs your enemies to the point where like a lot of moves will just straight up, especially in the late game, will just straight up one shot you when you're in overheat.
Mm.
And every round, there's like if you're in overdrive or overheat, there's one element that lowers the bar instead of increasing it. And it brings this really interesting dynamic into combat where you have to constantly decide, okay, this may be like the most beneficial thing to do in the short term, but to prevent from going into overheat, maybe I should do this other thing instead. And like you constantly have this management with the bar. It sounds like a simple thing, and at first I thought it was just a gimmick because a lot of the time during the early game you can just ignore being in overheat and just like just brute force through enemies. But very quickly you realize that's not going to work, and you really have to start working about that. And the game just kind of keeps introducing little mechanics that are very, very interesting. At some point, you start going into mechs, which is, I guess, I haven't played Xenogears, but like that's a thing from Xenogears as far as I know. That like you have your regular, you fight, you can fight with your party normally, or you can fight in what's called the Sky Armor, the mechs essentially, and that introduces some interesting changes to the combat system. It's all really nice and clever. The upgrade system is very, it's one of those rare cases where it's very deep, but also very satisfying. There are some mechanics that aren't really useful. Like you can essentially have a backup for every one of your characters. Your party is made up of 4 characters, but each one can have a backup that you can switch to at will. There's never really much of a reason to do this because this would require you to maintain 8 characters instead of 4, which there's no real reason to do. All it does is it opens you up to a status ailment called stagger, where you can't do anything until you switch to your backup character. If you have no backup character, you can't get staggered. So the game kind of incentivizes you not to use that system. But that's like the one exception. Everything else the game introduces is brilliant, and the game really evolves itself mechanically in really, really clever ways throughout the whole thing. It's a really smart, interesting take on JRPGs. Again, I haven't played all the games that this is inspired by, so I don't know how much of this is just taken from other games and what's original. Either way, it's, it's extremely well done. I had a lot of fun with the game's systems. The problem is, this is one of those games where it's like one person primarily doing everything, like the art, the design, the programming. He
Okay.
didn't actually do everything, but mostly. And where that really comes across is the writing. Um, Now, the story isn't all bad, and some of the characters are pretty cool, but the game does this thing. It's like I knew I was in trouble when one of the first cutscenes in the game was like telling me the story of this kingdom, and it mentioned within 5 sentences like 10 different kingdoms and cities and kings of old that started wars, and that guy ended the war, and we had a peace with these 2 kingdoms, but
Oh god.
these 2 kingdoms were still at war, and then these made peace, and like it's crazy. It's like one of those cases where someone thinks that just being very convoluted is the same as smart storytelling. And the story is actually what almost prevented me from finishing this game. This game was going to be an S tier until like I got to the late game and I realized that I'm so bored out of my skull with all the cutscenes and all the dialogue that I'm actually having trouble finishing it. And again, combat remains good to the end of the game. Like there are some annoying encounters in the late game, but nothing that's too bad. But yeah, just this feeling that you're like constantly being droned onto by someone who doesn't know or care if you're taking any of it on. It was really, really rough. And I guess my point is, if you think you can do everything on your own in your video game, you're probably wrong. But the one place I would say that you really need to question yourself is the writing, because man, this was difficult to get through by the end. Um, they also really try this also has the generic white guy problem to it, also with red hair, by the way. And the game really tries to convince you that this generic hero that they're building up from the start is this special and incredible person. But it tells you that, but it doesn't show you that. Like, there's nothing in the game to make you like that character,
Hmm.
and yeah, it's just a really big problem. So that's a huge glaring issue. And a lot of people say, "Oh, if the mechanics are good, then I don't care about the story." Fine, but this is JRPG. Like, it's really hard to ignore the story. It's a big part of what the game is.
Yeah, especially when
And
there's
also,
like cutscenes and stuff that you have to sit
yeah,
through. How can you ignore the story then?
exactly. And they're long. They are long.
Because like, can you
Uh,
even skip them though?
you can, but I
But
don't
then
want
it
to. And
defeats the purpose, right, of playing
yeah,
the game.
And personally, like I don't feel like I should have to avoid an aspect of the game. I feel like
No, I agree.
yeah. So that in itself being a huge glaring issue is a thing, but the combat just I was blown away by how smart it is. And there are some incredibly clever boss fights in like how they play with the whole overdrive system and other things in the game. Yeah, really liked it. Really liked it.
Do you know if was this like their first game they made?
I think so, but I'm not totally sure about this. Like, look, this is
No, I'm just
definitely a
curious if
very
they were. I was just
yeah.
curious.
I think it is, and I'm just gonna say this is a very impressive achievement, especially to have as your first game. But even if not, it's just there's a reason why when a project gets big, you need to delegate
Right.
because no one person can do everything in a large scale project like this. You know.
Yeah. The only thing I can think of is like I don't know. That either they ran out of money or they didn't have money to hire somebody. Or well, but that might not be it. There it could really just be the aspect of I'm gonna do it myself. You want to know
Yeah,
why
it
I say
can
that?
kind of stuff.
Because I meet me who that's literally I can't tell you how many times for my VTuber I've been like I'm just gonna pay somebody to do this and I'm like no I'm doing it myself because I'm too yeah too extra gotta do it myself so I can control literally every aspect of it just you know great neat.
And this is still like just one thing. Like it's at the bottom it's making art, which is something you're actually qualified for and that you do professionally. Um, but you know, knowing like liking video games and even knowing what makes them work does not make you a writer. It's a very different discipline.
But yeah I'm definitely not a writer. Everyone would go to bed. Everyone would definitely fall asleep. Like
Mm.
what is she talking about? First of all, if I made a game and there was dialogue, I'd be impressed if you could even follow it because there'd be so many typos because my fingers just move faster than my brain can. So like
Now I just really want to play this game, the unfiltered Panda
it would
JRPG.
be it would literally be a big too cocky the game.
And I mean, we're enjoying a big too cocky to this day. So I see no downside to this.
There was I'm gonna have to go back through the VOD, but there was a big too cocky in Infinite Wealth last night, and I just
I was talking about this earlier. How the newer Yakuza games seem to just have way more typos than before in them. Like I try not to nitpick, but it actually stands out. Lost Judgment was probably the worst one. Like Lost Judgment had a ton of them.
yeah, there hasn't actually been too many that I've noticed personally in this, but the thing is like when I see them, they're just like it's not like it's like the whole sentence doesn't work because of like one word like words were switched around kind of thing to where like I had to read it like I sat there for like a good 2 minutes rereading the sentence because I was like maybe I just read it wrong and then I read it again and I'm like huh and I was like confused at what I was getting confused by and then it just took me a while to figure out that my brain was trying to insert words that weren't there because it was trying to fix the sentence.
Mm,
So I couldn't figure out what was wrong with the sentence because my brain was too busy trying to fix the sentence.
right. Yeah.
And then I was like, "Oh yeah, words are missing. Never mind. I figured it out."
Mm,
Also doesn't help when you're playing a game till 4 a.m. probably.
probably.
I think that's the other problem is that I was like, "Oh, it must just be me. It's late. I just can't read." And then I realized that no, it's it's just the same. And I think what made it funnier is because it was said by I believe it was said by Adachi, which I don't know
Mm,
why just made it just insanely funny to me. And it was supposed to be like a he was mad sentence, so it just like completely like instantly diffuse the situation because
Mm-hmm.
it was something.
Yeah. Okay. So last game, Panda. Let's hear it.
Right, I left Faith for last.
Ooh, yeah.
Faith, the unholy trinity, because that was certainly a game.
It is a good game.
Yeah, I would put it in S because this actually, it's funny you mentioned this earlier because you said how Chilizart makes games basically like they were like, how can we make a game with like the least amount of things possible? And this guy saw that and was like, hold my beer. Because if you've seen the art for this game, it's not it's very crude. Like it looks I believe
Ooh, let's
like
just say it like
really
it is. It
like
looks like
really
it's.
early King's Quest games look like that.
Oh, okay, that's generous. I was
I'm
gonna say
trying to
a
think of
mistake.
something to describe it. Like maybe like an Atari game or something. Do you have something to compare it to
Oh,
visually?
I said I would just like it looks like I'm a Spaint, honestly.
Commodore? Yeah, like a
Literally.
Commodore game. Yeah, yeah, that exactly. It's along those lines of which is interesting because the game also has scenes that are like very meticulously rotoscoped too.
Yeah.
Also in pixel art. And you're just like, "What? What happened?" um and to make it even better, they took the Moonbase Alpha voice, the John Madden voice, and just literally that was the voice of everybody in the game, which I I don't know. I need to actually look and see. I'm sure there's interviews with this person, with the developer, because I want to know. I'm really curious about that specific choice. And like, was he just trying to like make the game seem not scary? Because it's because from all the people I've seen who've played this game, there's so many overwhelmingly amount of people who think that this game is terrifying, which is weird in a way when you consider what we've just talked about with the art style. It's like, how can this be terrifying then, right?
Well, I think two things come into play here. One is that vague things tend to be more terrifying than detailed things because
Right,
you're
because your
more.
imagination's always worse than the real
Yeah.
thing.
And two is what I said before, that something that's silly can kind of make something even more terrifying. And the fact that the voice is silly kind of feeds into the horror of it for, I guess, some people. Again, I haven't, uh, I don't think the game's scary myself, but if I had to guess why people think that.
Yeah, I don't think it's scary either, but I generally ignore stuff like that because I'm not a very good judge of what's scary and not scary. Um,
Right.
I recognize that, okay, guys. Um, but yeah, this game was also very good at like I knew absolutely nothing about this game other than like there was a lot of seemingly like Bible verses and prayers that I am familiar with as somebody who grew up Christian. Um, so that was weird, and I guess I could tell that the guy was a priest because he had a cross and he seemingly spoke like a priest. So I was just like, okay, so he's somebody who seems to be, I guess, a practicing Christian or something, but he's actually Catholic. But anyway, that's a whole nother thing because I'm like, is were they trying to say that Catholicism is evil? I don't know. But apparently, the person who made the game is a Christian, which is interesting
Oh,
enough. So that was kind of like, oh, but yeah, um, yeah. I think they do a really good job at like, yeah, playing into people's fears and like like you were saying, just making people imagine worse things than what's actually on screen. Um, but then some of the visuals are like, oh, like that's kind of like some of the rotoscoped ones, especially like when you just see like girl's entire face is missing, and then like her whole face where her face should be opens up in like some sort of mouth, and just like an entire arm comes out, and you're just like, yeah, that's normal. I think we should all leave now. Um, but I also like that the game. I guess that's what it is. It reminded me of Yakuza. I know this is gonna sound really weird, but just hang with me for a second. The game was very serious, but also didn't take itself seriously
Uh-huh.
because there was a
Okay.
lot of Yakuza moments that were just like, what? Like, for example, one of the endings. So, spoiler time, I guess. If anyone doesn't want to hear spoiler about Faith, then here's your chance to mute. But it's kind of a meme ending, but I can see wanting to experience it yourself. But anyway, one of the endings in the first game, the first chapter, because there's 3 chapters, that's why it's the unholy trinity. Um, you basically apparently interrupted a random cult's I guess sacrifice ceremony because you ended up shooting the fox. And then like all of a sudden just random cultists come out with pitchforks and stuff and just like you're dead, and you're just like, okay, that happened. And then it gets weirder because then there's a deer. If you shoot the deer, this is another ending. The deer gang up on you and kill you. The deer now. So it's like the game obviously like also enjoys making fun of itself in a way.
Hmm.
But then obviously there's the actual endings where that is a lot more serious, like of an ending. Gives you Silent Hill vibes. Yeah, it's very much the dog ending, the UFO ending.
Right.
Which those are canon, by the way. Don't believe anything else. It was always the dog. Yeah, a gun with 1 bullet. Yeah, that's my favorite line in like the entire game. Cause I mean, it is interesting. It is an interesting choice to be presented with because like you already considered what happened, and then you have a gun and you have 1 bullet, so you literally have one choice to make, and make that choice you do. But yeah, and then the game just gets like increasingly more like you understand the how dire the situation actually is, and then by the time you get to the third chapter you're just like, okay, we're running out of time kind of thing, and we need to hurry up basically, or Satan's spawn's gonna come out of like hell and kill us all basically.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, basically this whole time you are just a priest, by the way, who has a cross. That's it. That's your only weapon.
Mm.
And anytime you get hit, you die. You get hit once, you're dead. There's no like there's a few like actually, yeah, that was actually interesting. The bosses were actually really interesting in the game. Like they were really well thought out, I thought. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't even expect boss fights, to be honest. Um but there were a few mechanics like instead of you getting hit and dying immediately, like one time like there was one character you fight, like the cross just gets like flung from your hand and you get knocked down and you're like crawling to it to pick it back up kind of thing before you get destroyed basically. Um so yeah, it's interesting, and also uh Father Garcia is very cool character. There was just a I don't know if they said it, he obviously spoke Spanish, but I don't know if he was supposed to be like Mexican or what. I don't think they really ever elaborate, but yeah, he did not fuck around. He was a kind of a wild card. He was interesting. But
Mm,
yeah, I definitely think it's if you like games like that and you're not like too freaked out about that kind of thing. Cuz I know like rel- like religious stuff like that can be very, freak people out. Like I guess like, upside down crosses and pentagrams and things like that. Some people just like cannot deal with that. But I think if you don't mind that kind of thing, I think it's really interesting game.
mm,
Also makes you it was also interesting to watch because your character's name is John. It was interesting to watch John, like you kind of do see the up and down of his faith throughout like the entire game, like because there were parts where he was just like, I don't know, like you were sitting there like, okay, this is kind of fucked, and he's just like, no, I believe, and I'm like, all right, my dude, you're fucking crazy, but whatever. And then there was times where he was just like, everything is hopeless, it's doomed. And then you're just, it was kind of an emotional roller coaster in that sense of, what am I gonna do with this man?
mm. I really had to hold back my laughter because I don't know much about this game. Like I saw both you and Pandora Jane play it, and it's it's just not really something I ever found myself wanting to play. But I've seen both of you play it enough. But by the way, not really deflating the panda equals panda theory in all this, but like I've seen both of you play it enough to the point where I'm familiar with the game. And there's a video for those who don't know. This is like getting pretty esoteric, but there's a video from many years ago, like parodying Garfield called Garfief or Garfield. I don't remember. Like they basically
I know where this is
replaced the
going.
end of the word with F. Hmm?
So I think I know where this is going, but go ahead.
So someone actually made a video called Gar Faith or something
Yeah,
like that, which is like that but replaced with characters from Faith, and it's so good. It's
it's
so
really
funny.
funny. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
great.
I think I shared it on your Discord at the
Yeah,
time.
it's amazing.
It's really, really good. That's like, I may have not played the game myself, but I have had some benefit from having watched it being played. So, there's that. I'll put it in S tier just for Garfaith.
Garbage. Also, yeah, Gary loves you. That's all you need to know about the game.
Okay, fair enough.
Or does he? I
This
don't
is
know.
not
You have to play to find out.
Gary Buster Holmes.
I wish it was, but no, unfortunately not.
All right, then, not interested. Uh,
But yeah, last game for you, right?
oh, I'm so happy to finally be able to talk about this one. My final game is a little game called Ghost Runner 2, and it is deep, deep within S tier. No question about it. Oh, this game was so good. I just finished it today. Um, so it's kind of. I don't like to say a game is a 10 out of 10 until I've had time to think about it and maybe replay it a bit. But I currently feel like this is my 10 out of 10 of the year. Um, Ghost Runner 2. So just to quickly explain the concept of Ghost Runner, many years ago in the ye all the year of 2012, there was a game called Hotline Miami, where basically the concept was you killed everything in one hit, everything kills you in one hit, and you go in rooms, you have guns, you shoot guys, you try not to get shot, and your objective is to shoot everyone in the room and continue to the next room until there are no more rooms. And I, a few years ago in 2019, there was a game called Katana Zero, which basically took that concept, but it kind of made it 2D and melee based instead of gun based. So again, you have these enemies. You can deflect bullets. You can roll around. You can do all sorts of cool stuff. And you defeat all the enemies in the room, and you continue to the next room. And Ghost Runner, which came out a year after in 2020, is that, but again, it takes it into 3D. Like it's Ghost Runner is a first-person melee-based game. You have a sword. You are a Ghost Runner, which is basically a cyborg ninja, and you slash dudes up, and you move on when there's no more dudes to slash. It's very simple. And the first Ghost Runner is a really fun game. I do recommend it. Janky as hell. Like they did not have a lot of money making that game. Um, but it's really fun. It's a game I've played like upwards of 10 times, even though I never speedran it. But at the time I could get through it pretty quickly in like 2 3 hours, which isn't fast for the speedrun, but for just going through it casually, it's pretty speedy. And the first Ghost Runner, very good game, had a lot of faults to it. It had a few boss fights. All of them were really bad. It again was janky, not always in a fun way. Like it's a very platforming heavy kind of game, and the jankiness often worked against you. Sometimes not, but sometimes like you would try to hang on to something you were supposed to hang on to, and it didn't quite register. So it had a lot of problems like that. Ghost Runner 2 kind of takes the first game, and it's almost like a child trying to draw something and hang it on the fridge compared to something you'd see in a museum. It's like me trying to draw something compared to Panda trying to draw something. Like it's like, okay, this is all nice and well, but this is like the real game. um I'm not gonna say Ghost Runner 2 isn't janky. It's still got like that mid-budget game jank, but they improved it so much. It feels so much better. They really upped the enemy variety. There's all these new mechanics in the game, some of which I just don't want to spoil because they're just so interesting to find out about. Um, but what's really cool about it, first of all, the first game, it does feature a few upgrades, but it really is a very like, you can, and I think most people do, just play it straight up like just your sword, cut dudes up, run around. This game, the upgrades are much more interesting. Some upgrades that were like temporary upgrades that you can only use for 10 seconds are now temporary upgrades in this one. Um, it's got a lot of really cool things going for it. The boss fights are amazing. They're so much fun. They're like every boss just feels like a real threat, and they've got like a really interesting move set for you to deal with. And man, just today, I feel like I've had one of the most exciting moments I've had in a video game ever, playing through the last level of the game, because they just designed the arena in such a way and placed the enemies in such a way where it was like, it's not just that you have to deal with each one and then go on to the other one. You kind of have to think, okay, I need to get this guy, but if I get him, then this guy can shoot me, and if I try to get this guy opens up. Like, it's almost like you're doing mini speedrun routing as you're playing through the game casually, and it's so good. It's also a beautiful game for being relatively low budget. There's a point, the game takes place in this dystopian future again.
My
But
favorite.
yeah, I know it's but despite that, basically all of humanity lives in this really huge tower called Dharma Tower, and you actually get to leave it in this game. The first game took place entirely within the tower, and this one you actually leave it, and it's like one of the most breathtaking scenes I've ever seen. Like when it just reveals to you what the outside looks like, and I don't want to say more than that, but it's just amazing. Um, it's kind of cute because they obviously bit off more than they can chew. There's a bike in this game. They bless them, they tried. They did not make the bike like it's so broken, it's so janky. It doesn't quite work. But it's one of those things when you're just like, it's like watching a puppy try to walk. It's like, oh, that's cute. Like it's really trying. Um, but yeah, everything about the game just meshes together so well. It's such a huge upgrade over the original. If you like Ghost Runner 1, you have to play this one. Even if you didn't like Ghost Runner 1, this is like a huge improvement over that, so maybe try this one. And yeah, I was just blown away with it. I did not
Mm,
expect
thanks.
much. Ooh, Metsa's rating. Hello, Metsa. You're actually getting here just as we're wrapping up our Games of the Year list, but yeah, I hope you had a good stream. Thank you very much. Do we have an estimate on the Yakuza 8 run length? Um, but yeah, so just to wrap it up, incredible game, my game of the year by far, and just a very pleasant surprise because I was expecting it to be cool, but not to be blown away, and here we are. Yeah.
You know, I just realized I completely forgot. Uh, completely forgot Starfield, which is really funny to me.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to talk about Starfield?
Sure.
Where do I put this? I'm curious about the
Uh,
position. Let's hear it. Don't be ashamed. I won't. I won't make fun of your rating too much. I promise.
I honestly think that it belongs. If I'm being truthfully honest, that it belongs in C.
Wow. Okay.
Which is
Didn't
funny
see that
coming from
coming.
somebody who I probably put over 100 hours into it at this point, and I'm still saying, but the
I've had games.
reason, the reason mainly is because while I do enjoy the game and I think they really had something going there, like it's kind of like it's one of those games where you see that like what they were trying to do, but they either
Mm-hmm.
just were too ambitious or they just didn't have enough time to do the thing, which is kind of confusing to me because I'm pretty sure I'm actually upset about this. I'm pretty sure this is keeping them from making Elder Scrolls 6, so I expected this game to be fucking good for, ruining my, taking advantage of my time when they could be making the game I actually want. But anyway.
Well, it is Bethesda, so
So yeah, that I think that's really why I have to put it in C is cuz I did enjoy playing it and I do think that a lot of these problems will be fixed, but not by Bethesda. You know, surprise.
yeah.
Surprises absolutely no one. So it has like I feel like in some capacity Skyrim is kind of similar in that regard. I feel like this is worse in that regard of like there's just stuff that should be there that isn't there that I mean, they're going to add it, just not Bethesda. If I had a if I just ignored everything and there was one gripe I had, it literally would be you're this game. I feel like more than any of the other games I played. Granted, I haven't played Fallout, so I guess forgive me, but anyway, um really had a big emphasis on taking your partners with you, and you weren't even limited to just like the main like companions. Like you could even just like fucking recruit like random mercenaries and shit. Um they are all annoying. Like And even the ones that aren't annoying, like you can't do like okay, you cannot be evil and have a partner. Even okay, even the one character who's literally a fucking thief, if you do like who is a thief and has murdered people, if you murder somebody, even if it's justified, because like for example, like it could be this just like fucking corporate douchebag that's basically like making everyone's life miserable, and then if you were to kill them in the game, they would end up hating you. Like we would see it immediately. Blah 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 is mad at you. And then they would be like, "What the fuck was that about?" And you're just like, "Why are you even mad? You were just saying this person was a cunt 3 seconds ago, but now you're mad at me?" Like, I don't. And every character does it. Like, I expect it from the characters that are like morally good. Like, that makes sense that they would be mad. It would be weird if they weren't, right? But even the characters that are morally ambiguous, it's really jarring that all of them get upset. I think there's like literally like two characters in the entire game that are partners, which is absolutely batshit crazy. That if you were to kill somebody, they'd just be like, "Eh, he had it coming." You know what I mean? Like it's weird. I don't like why are they like that? And I've never. It's not an experience I've ever had in Starfield or like even in any Bethesda game. Because even in like in my experience in like Oblivion, and I'm like, I don't even know if I ever had a fucking partner in Morrowind, but anyway, in Oblivion Skyrim, there were certain partners you could take with you. Like if you were gonna be doing like assassinate somebody, okay, well you don't want to take so and so, you'll take this person. And they were fine. It's just that was the one thing that just really was like didn't make any sense to me. How everyone was just always mad at like everything you did. Even if it
Mm.
made sense. Um Also there I know that there's like without getting too big into like the story, there is another place where there is actually a big corporate douchebag who you just apparently I haven't done the thing, but he's apparently a fucker, and I already know that you can't even apparently you can't kill him, which doesn't make sense because I don't see how he's essential. Like if you've already completed his quest, what does it matter? But apparently the Bethesda just said no, which is stupid. So basically, you just have to watch this like fucking tyrant just exist even after like the entire storyline that's involved with them, and you're just like, huh? Like I don't know. I just don't like games that are like, here you have a choice. Actually, no, you don't. Never mind. Like either give me the choice or don't. Like don't. I don't like what however you would want to call it. Like basically like when games are just like, oh yeah, pick a choice, and you pick it, and they're like, no, not that one. So there's really only one choice. So then why'd you even ask me? But yeah, I'm sure
Yeah,
someone's made a mod where you can kill that guy, so I guess it's okay.
yeah, I don't know. To me, Bethesda really almost specialize in like giving you choice or freedom that's entirely surface level. Because one of the things that got me to stop playing Skyrim is you have a quest where you can become the hero of light, and you become I don't remember the specifics, this is many years ago, but you can become this champion of the god of light, and you'll be like the ultimate good guy in the universe. And there's another quest where you can sacrifice a guy to the god of, I don't know, unholy evil or
Yeah, I know who you're
whatever.
talking about. Yeah.
And you can do both these things and suffer no consequence.
Oh yeah,
And to
yeah.
me, that's the same, like allowing me this kind of freedom is worse than giving me no freedom at all, because what it really tells me is that nothing that I do in this world and nothing that happens in it has any meaning.
Right. Exactly. Which is weird because I don't understand what happened because like in Morrowind, which is my favorite out of all of them, um your choices very much did matter. Like if you did certain things, certain people just wouldn't even fucking talk to you anymore. Like you literally couldn't talk to them. Or you even had the choice of like if you killed somebody that was essential, the game would actually pop up a message that said this your playthrough's fucked. Like
Yeah,
you can either continue playing in this cursed world or you can reload a save.
it's like the thread of prophecy has been, yeah,
Yeah,
that
has been severed or what however they say it. Yeah, which I always thought was funny. But yeah, like your choices very much did matter. Like you couldn't do one thing and like all certain things you can't do one thing and also do another. Like you have to choose, which makes sense because it's like that way if you wanted to do another playthrough, you could be like, okay, this playthrough I want to be evil. Okay, this playthrough I want to be good. This playthrough I kind of want to be, like, you know, whatever you want to be basically. But then again, in Morrowind, you could also make just random ass spells and do whatever you wanted in that regard, and they kind of stripped a lot of that out, which is really sad.
yeah.
Do I prefer Oblivion over Skyrim? I don't know because I never even finished Oblivion because I was too busy in fucking what is that place called? The Shimmering Isles or whatever, the DLC. That DLC was so good that I never left it, and I can't even tell you what the rest of the game is. I'm kidding. I actually seen the ending. I've seen my brother beat it, but I'm just like, whatever. I'm too busy side questing. Like, finish the game yourself, guys. Like, I don't know. I think that was always one of the things that stuck out to me as funny in these games. Is like, if you want to, you can just tell everyone to go fucking pound sand and do whatever you want. Like, you want me to save the world? No, you fucking do it. Bye, and just go piss off somewhere. And like, I don't know, hang out with vampires if you want, I guess.
Mm.
I do like all of them, but for different reasons. But I probably put the most time into. I'm not sure either Morrowind or Skyrim at this point. Maybe Morrowind. Morrowind is really fucking janky. Like I don't think it's aged well, but in a way, you still have like way more freedom to do things, and like Nona was saying, like the things you do actually matter. Or you can just completely break the game like the speedrun does and, finish the game in like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something silly like that.
Yeah.
Probably missing like 20 other games, but I guess if I can't even remember them, then I guess that tells you my opinion on them.
Well, 20 other games we'll have to do a part two for.
No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. Like, if there were other games, they obviously weren't that good because I can't even remember them. But I don't even know how I remembered Starfield, to be honest. I don't know
It
why
is
that
funny
suddenly popped
how
into my head.
everyone just for like even the people I know who love Bethesda games have said to me, I've heard them say basically like even modders can't save this.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely, if they even want to try to do anything, they definitely have their work cut out for them. I will agree with that. That is true. You were wondering if Bethesda has market or marked trajectory on their newer releases? I don't know.
I don't even know what that means. But okay, I guess that's the end of the. Unless you have something else you wanted to say about Starfield.
Uh, I don't know. I really wanted to like it, and I do still like it, but like it's really frustrating to play when you can see that like I don't know. I don't know if it was just too ambitious or if they needed more time or what, but it was just like they were so close and yet no.
Okay, so yeah, here's our tier list of games for the year 2023. Judge it as you may. But yeah, Panda, do you have any other things to say about the year 2023? Any games you're looking forward to this year? other than the ones we're already playing?
My knee jerk reaction was that 2023 could go fuck itself, but
Oh yes, like massively, and not even primarily because of video games at all.
yep.
Yeah. Personally, the one game I know I'm looking forward to is Alone in the Dark, the reboot.
Oh yeah, when did it get
If
pushed
that
back?
ever comes out, it got pushed to April, I think, to April
Okay.
20th. Haha, weed. Uh, and yeah, we'll be smoking and toking and playing Alone in the Dark this April. No, it looks. I played the teaser. It looked interesting. Other than that, I'm guessing as usual we'll get a lot more game releases or announcements near the middle of the year, including probably. I'm guessing we'll be hearing about the next Yakuza game sometime in the next few months.
Which is
Um,
terrifying.
yeah,
I
because
say
they'll
terrifying
probably.
because it's like I'm probably gonna be doing the fucking platinum for this game in 2 months still because holy shit. But
Yeah, yeah. I'm thinking like Yakuza 9 is probably a few years away. They have said that they're going to take bigger breaks between
thank
mainline
God.
entries in the series. But I don't know. Maybe we'll get a Judgment 3. Maybe we'll get some like another Gaiden. Who
I would
knows?
love Judgment 3.
I would love another Gaiden.
Oh yeah, no no no. I would definitely take another shorter game because I think watching Kaito Files and even Gaiden, um, while I think the story for Kaito Files was a lot neater, I guess, like more tidy, I still think it's kind of showing that RGG does better with a short, like a smaller scope, I feel
Mm.
like in general. But I mean, to be fair, they are doing. I think Infinite Wealth has been going very well, and that's obviously a very large game. So, but I
Yeah,
feel like they've also spent
there's
quite a
no
while
judgment.
uh on Infinite Wealth as well.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I would love a Judgment 3 if they can make it work this time, because
They were not kidding when they said they lost the judgment.
yeah. Very true. Very
Oh
true.
no. I'm waiting for Found Judgment.
Dude, where's my judgment?
I would play that
Um,
game, yes.
I would too, in a heartbeat. But okay, with all that being said, I think that wraps up the tier list. Another year.
Yay.
All good. So I guess we could wave to the camera now, so I can take a screenshot of this and post it as our final tier list. Like do one of these. And yeah, I guess everyone in my chat, I will just send you over to Panda, which I assume you'll be playing um, 8 for the rest of your stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So come enjoy that, and I'll probably be back tomorrow again with K1 speedruns into Yakuza 8. So have a good one, have a good night, and I will see you soon. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Hello. Guess who? Thank you, Nono. Thank you for the raid. What brings you here today? Do you need me to leave the tier list on? No. I mean, unless you want to, I guess they can stay there. It's fine. You can leave it there. You were talking about Vidya. Who plays video games? Nerds. don't even remember where the thing is for this. There it is. I did it. You don't get it, they're for kids. Hey, garlic. Alright, well, I very conveniently have the controller for the PS5. So yeah, how is everyone doing? We it was 6 hours. Got a lot to say. Got a lot to say about I think it's funny that it lasted so long when I originally looked at like, yeah, we've had longer podcasts, that's for sure. I just think it's interesting it lasted so long when like I looked at my list initially and I was like, well, that's not that many like it was last year. That list is kind of short. Wait, hold on. I don't need to watch a tab of myself. Or do I? I don't know. You're full because you had, oh, you had baked ziti and garlic bread? Yo, nice. We keep getting chattier, apparently. To be fair, it felt like, I don't know. Fuck Final Fantasy 16. I'm kidding. Maybe. Okay, look at this, please. Look at it with the angry eyes. The glasses are kind of in the way, but it's funny to me. What was up with the high fire rush hatred? Alright, hold on. I need to fix the VTuber though, because I moved her around for this. Okay, wrong one. Now she's gigantic. Ta-da! Alright, now she can go to her home. Okay. Okay, 1 second. can also take my headphones off now. Also, we are on chapter 11 for those who do not want to be spoiled. So just FYI, don't want to ruin the game for anybody. Had some drawing tiles thrown in, yeah. All of them are, well, not... Technically not all of them. There's all the tiles basically to do 13 orphans, basically. Yeah, I don't know. I was actually looking. I think somehow... I don't know how that happened, but I must have... Yeah. Why is this... These hotkeys are missing. Who did it? Who did it? Scatter. Also, why is this thing cursed? Alright, let me reset the transform again. Because apparently this thing is just silly now. Do it myself. Alright, there we go. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, they're still here because I have like a button, like on-screen button keys for these. But for some reason, like, the actual keys are missing. So, like, I can only do it if I'm looking at YouTube Studio. I don't know where they went. Actually, like, none of them are working now. That's cool. Here we go. What happened there? I couldn't even like change her expressions. Alright, all better now. Up with the hi-fi rush hatred. I just think, I don't know, I can't even, I haven't even played it because like I was saying, I can't even get over like the art style to play it. Alright, I'm just missing... Yeah, I need to do... I can do this one now, but apparently I can't even unlock the thing with Chichan not in the party. Alright, can we talk about how ripped this man is? Why is Peepaw so ripped? Like, alright then. Yeah, exactly. And then you have this. Like, huh? Also, this is just funny to me. That doesn't make sense.
ピッとしてるぜ。どれで行こうかね。
Oh, I forgot to change Ichibai. Yeah, I need to do freelancer because I want the suplex. Oh, it's only 22. Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, it's still bad, but it's not that bad. Could be worse.
ぴったりだな。どれにすっかな。
Beep beep.
Today is a wood last.
Oh, friend. No, not you. I'm friends with Jake.
What time is it? Reservation requested.
Alright. Wow, this place looks exactly the same as it did on TV. Oh, I thought for a second that that person was saying that this place doesn't look like it did on TV. Well, new friend. I wonder how many friends I'm missing. It's Jake. What chapter are you on, Garlic? Or wait, are you doing Dondoko Island? Or no, wait, you said you were gonna wait until after, right? Wait, did I buy... Wondering, can't remember if I bought Chichan a weapon. I guess that's a no. I have like just enough to buy her a weapon. It would take like all of my money, but that button. It's fine. Who needs money? You also need to be buddies with a bartender? No, I don't. No. Though I probably actually do because of the fucking platinum, which...
Huh?
I don't know. I don't know what's worse. I don't know if it's worse to be friends with him or Arase. I think Arase because he killed Reina in
Welcome.
Shinji. He's a bastard. I don't even remember what weapon she has though. Oh no, wait, she has the rake, that's right. I don't know, I've been getting a lot of money though, so I'm like, should I just wait for this one? But then it's like, if I'm been getting so much money, it doesn't matter if I spend money on it. Oh. I also want to know where, does anyone know? If you know, you can tell me, but does anyone know where you get the base for the best mop for, the maid? You're back in Ijincho? Oh, you just got the 8? Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy it, because that one was, I liked chapter 8 a lot. Because I thought I looked it up and I didn't see anything. Because I guess nobody knew where you needed to get this stupid mop from. Yeah, because this thing just says like how to get the Imperial. Like, I don't even think that's the best mop. Yeah, and they don't even talk about it. Hold on, I'm just gonna go there.
Thank you very much.
Free. How many times am I gonna go back and forth between those damn places? Alright.
いらっしゃい。
Yeah, because it says, because I mean, it might not be that way for every job, but I'm just like comparing it to like Ichi's. So like, this one is technically the best in terms of like, it matches the same price as, it's the same price as his best weapon, 140,000. But you need the housekeeper's mop. Where do you get that? Oh wait, really? Is that really where you get it? Wait, oh, is that just like a chance? Street boss? Yeah. That's exactly what I was just reading, Metza. I didn't realize that the street bosses drop stuff like that. Oh. Interesting. Okay, let's go check it out. They might be way too high level for me though, because I'm kind of already under level. That's... Wait. Oh, but it's in... Oh, actually, that's the thing. I forgot. I can't do that now because I'm not there, but I noticed that they've been flip-flopping the weapons. Like, the weapons... You can get, like, weapons... good weapons here for the characters that are in Ijincho, but in Ijincho you get the weapons for the characters here, so they like flop them. Enemies with crown have a specific thing they drop, like statues near Hawaii Dungeon drop a gold plate. Oh. Wait, is that useful for like the speedrun, the gold plate at all, or no? Well, I don't know if they're easy or hard to beat though. But that's interesting. I didn't even think about... that didn't even dawn on me that was a thing. But that makes sense now. It makes sense that that's what their purpose would be. Because I was kind of wondering what their purpose was other than just like, oh, it's a strong enemy. It's just a strong enemy that you can fight. Cool. But... okay, well if that's the case then I can't even get it yet. So I guess I'll just buy the other one. I won't be able to get it until I go back to Ijincho. Oh my god, no, I don't want to talk to this entirely.
It's all good.
Maybe.
What? You got a problem?
Are there any of those fight spawns that you think would be useful for the speedrun at all? Yeah, I'll just buy her this one for now. Because I bought everyone else's 35,000 weapon. No one in your party can equip this, it's fine. It's a-okay. You don't really know what they drop. Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Yeah, now I'm really curious of like what they all drop now. Because it didn't even dawn on me that that would be a thing.
いらっしゃい。ご要望は？
Need ice crystals. You just need money for this one. Okay. Probably have money after the next thing. But even still, the base will still be fine. Still better than what we have. There's one in a safe, but you'd really like to get a second one. Oh, what's safe? Probably don't have enough money to do anything, but
Aloha.
actually, I guess we didn't even use them. Alright, cool. Wow, I would just I just managed to save it before it triggered the area
クラブ
trigger.
ギルティハワイの下品な店の中じゃ最高に金がかかるってところだよ。
なんだそりゃ。ちいちゃんからだ。もしもし。
You know,
レジを探してたの。そうする以外したことを償えるやり
wait,
方が
spawns are everywhere?
見損なってもらっちゃ困るぜ。そんなことしなくたって
Like
俺
a
ら。
dragon in Yakuza 5.
お願い聞いて。エイジを見つけたの。クラブギルティの一番奥、ビップ席にいる。ご機嫌で飲んでる。周りはパレカナのギャングだらけ。
そうか。わかった。ちいちゃんも中にいるんだな。なら俺らもすぐ行く。今度は俺らの番だな。エイちゃんを捕まえて絶対にラニを取り返すんだ。
ねえ待って。大丈夫なの？そんな簡単に私を信用して。私はエイジと一緒にみんなを騙してたんだよ。もしかしたら今度こそ一番のこと殺す気かもしれないんだよ。
なんか第五地区の中でもこんなやりとりした気がするな。ちいちゃん、俺の答えはあん時と一緒だ。ちいちゃんを信用するって俺が決めたんだ。その結果がどうなろうが文句は言わねえ。それにきっといい結果が待ってる。
I know, Chichan.
まったく人のいい野郎だ。
待ってるよちいちゃん。みんなで迎えに行くからな。
聞こえたよってトミーに伝えて。
ああ、じゃまた
For God's sake, tell me it's on speaker. I swear to God, like, I feel like Tomy is just like literally me. It's crazy.
Hey, it's Kasuga. The hell are you doing here?
中で連れと待ち合わせなんだ。ここ
And confirm my intellect stat is probably at 1. Certified
The balls on
dumbass.
this guy. Hey, fellas. Looks like we got ourselves a new punching bag.
待ってろよ、じいちゃん。行くぞ。
I'm gonna
Did he say he was gonna sue me? Cool, good start. I wasn't expecting to be Tomy first. Like, oh, I thought the car was gonna hit me. I was like, oh no. Like, oh dear. Pirate tornado. I don't even think I've used this. Oh, it's one of these. Oh no, it's not. Wait, what the fuck? Okay. I thought he was gonna just throw the fucking tire. I wasn't expecting him to just start fucking twirling. Peepaw's fine. There's no one over there. You have another grapple? I wonder if this will work again. The arrest is funny when it works. Arrest that man. Oh. It's like the suplex. The van's like, finally I can go. No, the van. Arrest is OP, yeah. I fucking love the suplex in the Legend playthrough I did of Yakuza 7. Just so many times Ichi just deleted people. That's why I really would like to get it again, because I kind of wonder how the suplex works with arrest. Can you just have Ichi and Adachi just delete people? The only problem is to get the suplex you have to level Freelancer, which is gross. Huh? You got suplex very quickly. Yeah, that's true. When I got Shao, he leveled pretty quickly. Like, he caught up to everyone else pretty quickly with job level stuff. And even Saiko did when I changed her to idol. That's what that thing's called. There's an enemy with a boss HP bar that can be arrested, and the HP bar just gets stuck on screen for the following cutscene. Really? That's pretty funny. I always get these attacks mixed up. Oh, I didn't want the chair, but that's okay. Fucking chair. Give me my back attack, you bastards!
Yeah, すごいな、春日さん。大したもんだよ。
何をどこへやった？あの子どこにいる？
残念。もう死んじゃったよ。
は？なんだと？てめえ。嘘つくんじゃねえ！
ああ、慰めにならないかもしれないけど、もうとっくに始末しちゃったから。あんたたちがどんなに急いだって全然間に合わなかったんだよ。せっかく来てもらったのに無駄足だったね。ただ もうここまでパーティーを邪魔してくれちゃったから、ただでは返してあげられない。俺と春日さんの中でもそれはさすがに無理。ここにいるみんなが納得できないよ。あ、気が利くね。
ラニを殺したなんて大嘘。
千歳、ちーちゃん。
さっきまでお仲間とあの子をブライスに引き渡す相談してたくせに、覗き見、盗み聞きは得意でもされるのは慣れてないみたいね。ラニはどこ？
さあ、今頃海の底とか。
私が撃てないと思ってる？
分かった分かった。まあちょっと落ち着こうよ。聞きたいんだけどさ、千歳はなんで俺がここにいるって分かったの？
カバンに GPS の発信機を入れておいた。あんたが大道寺のセーフハウスへ来た時にね。
そりゃ気づかなかった。春日さん聞いた？こういう子なんだよ。人を騙す、はめるがまあうまくてね。天才的と言っていいんじゃないかな。だから俺は千歳のチャンネルに目をつけた。
聞きたいことは済んだ？なら改めてこっちから質問。ラニはどこ？
参ったな。
ラニ。
ちーちゃん危ねえ。おい千歳、大丈夫か？結構深くやられたな。待ってろ、止血する。無茶するな、ちーちゃん。
私はいいからラニを。
怪我人はおとなしくしとけって。
まったく、人様に銃を向けるなんて、実家のご両親が見たらそっとするんじゃないか。親御さんを悲しませてはいけないよ、千歳。
うっさい。
バカ言え。こんな子持てたら親御さんは鼻高々だろうよ。ダニを引き出せたのは大手柄だ。ありがとな、ちーちゃん。
一番。
さあ、ラニを取り返すぞ。しゃあ。
おうよ。あんなぎゅうぎゅうに縛りやがって。
But she's not gonna have the new mop now,
私
Ree.
も戦う。どの口がって話なのは分かってる。だけどお願い。
なあ、頼む。いいよな。
言い出したら聞かねえだろこいつ。
Oh, is that who did the English voice for you?
ちゃんとした治療をしねえとな。なあ、よっしゃ。行くぞ。
We honestly were worrying about that if that was gonna end up biting him in the ass.
覚悟。よし。協力しち。
Okay, but think about that, but with the actual good mom. What are y'all fucking doing? Can you stop moving? I can't hit this dude now. Free. No, don't pick up the chair. I swear, the furniture in this game... Is this Dead Soul? Furniture in this game is my enemy.
Oh god, I'm bleeding! Let's go!
Fuck him up. Nice skill name. That skill's so silly to me.
俺の番だな。
Yes, he's hit pretty big rolls lately. He kicked a table that was 10 feet behind her and it landed on top of her. That reminds me of last night. There was a bench that Ichiban kicked from like super far away and it like nailed a guy like straight in the head.
まだ A ちゃん呼びなんだ。さすがに無理ありませんそれ。あんたとの今までのやりとり全部芝居なんですよ。
Thank you for the raid.
こっちは内心ヘドが出る思いだったんだ。ヤクザとお友達ごっこなんてね。
How was your stream, Dorn?
いいよ。春日さんがそう言うなら返してあげますよ。ただしこいつもセットでね。ああ、ダメダメ動いちゃう。こいつは衝撃で起爆するからくりなんだ。じっとしてないと。さてと、じゃあお望み通りラニちゃんをお返ししますよ。ブライスに引き渡してもどっちみち殺すだけですし、早いか遅いかの違いでしょう。おいやめろ、エイちゃん。その呼び方やめてもらえます？
Your game crashed and upon crashing deleted your 5-hour save file? What are we gonna do here? Oh boy. Oh no.
Honと騙されやすいんですね。それ爆弾なんかじゃないし、衝撃で起爆もしませんよ。正解はこちら。
Ooh, what the fuck? 大したもんだ。でも残念。ちいちゃん、ラニー。ちいちゃん。くそ。 God, my eyes fucking burn just looking at this.
Bon voyage. 春日さん。
Well, I guess it couldn't have been that easy.
ラニはこの先どうなるんだい？
多分ネレ島に連れて行かれて、あとはブライスがどうするか。
ネレ島か、どこにあるのかもわからねえパレカナの聖地。
じゃあもう打つ手なしってことか。
謝って済むことじゃないけど、ごめんなさい。全部私のせい。私は自分の身を守るためにエイジの言うことを聞き続けていた。いつか茜さんやラニを犠牲にするって分かっていたのに。
聞かせてくれるか、じいちゃん。エイちゃんやエビナについて知ってること、それにタタラチャンネルのことも。
そうだな。あのチャンネルには俺らも痛い目見せられた。あの VTuber の中身って言ったらいいのか。それが千歳だったわけだよな。で台本はエイジが書いていた。
はい。でもそれは3年くらい前からのことで、もともとはそれよりもずっと前、7年くらい前に
He's
私
been
が個人的
streaming
に
for
始めたチャン
7
ネルなん
years.
です。
まさかその時から告発系やってたってわけじゃないよな。
はい。当時やっていたのは本当に他愛のないおしゃべりの配信でした。名前を考えて、見た目も自分で描いて、今みたいに動きもしない、本当にただの下手くそな絵でした。
見た目も今と違ってたのか。
今のはエイジがチャンネルの人気を上げるために大金出してイ
Ah,
ラ
I
ストレーターに
see.
発注した。元々のデザインを引き継いではいるんだけど、露出が増えたり、
I hate it here.
元が強調されたり、そういう
Now she was
工
sexier.
夫が
Uh-oh.
入ってる。
まあそういう工夫に効果がねえとは言わねえ。お前からしたら嫌な思いをした。
Wait, what did she originally look like then? I want to know
当
now.
時の配信はそれこそ10人も見てくれれば大盛況みたいな、本当にささやかなもので、
VTuber reacts to VTuber debuts.
それが私は本当に楽しかった。だって物心ついた頃から学校も習い事も家に決められた通りに束縛されてた。友達だと思っていた同級生がうちの父からお金を受け取ってたこともあった。家の中でもメイドに監視されて、何かあればすぐ親に告げ口されてた。
そんな育ちをする子もいるんだな。
そんな毎日の中で誰にもバレないように夜布団に潜ってスマホの明かりを隠して
Hey, I've done
た
that.
たらひそかとして配信している時だけ私は私でいられた。
No, I hate it.
変な話でしょ。名前も姿も声まで変えてるっていうのに。
Yeah, how dumb is that?
たたらチャンネルは
God.
そんな感じで私が私のためにやってるだけのものだった。それが変わったのが3年前。
何があったんだ。
3年前の富士宮海運のタンカーが沈没した事故って知らない？船員20人以上が全員死亡した。
ああ、あったな、覚えてる。コンテ
This
ナの
button?
化石
Wait,
船があっ
which
たとか
button
ね。
is it on here?
一時期何回も謝罪会見してた。
She's like right here, right?
へえ、そんな事件
Except now it's Ichiban. She's over
富士
here
宮
now.
グループの会長、私の父はね、事件
I'm
の
moving.
隠蔽するつもりだったの。
そうだったのか。
父が関係幹部にだけ出した隠蔽指示の文書を偶然見つけたの。自分の利益のために人の命を犠牲にして、その上それをなかったことにするなんて。私はその文書をテレビ局とか新聞社にありったけ送りつけた。でも反応は何もなかった。
Wait, hold on. I missed the part. What did her
や
father
けく
do?
そ半分でたたらチャンネルでそれを暴露したの。
マジかよ。それでどうなったんだ？
10人見てれば大にぎわいって配信だもの。
With an all-time high of 10 viewers.
反応はあったかな。急に何言い出すんだこいつって感じで。
Shitty vibes
気に
tonight.
悪がって見てくれてた人が誰もいなくなっちゃうっていう。
まあ無理からぬ反応ではあるわな。
事件は季節外れの台風のせいってことで世間は納得しかけてた。そんな時だったの。私の前に三田村英二が現れたのは。
それはメールとかじゃなくて目の前にってことか。
そう。英二はもともと新聞記者だったけど、ヤクザにはめられて将来を失ってた。英二は私の動画を見て、タタラが一族の身内だと見当をつけてた。そのうちの学生だろうってことまでね。その年頃に該当するのは私だけ。それで英二が私に何をしてきたかっていうと、告発動画をもっと効果的に煽るナレーションの台本を渡してきたの。
台本？動画で何を喋るかってことかい？
いかに富士宮が格差社会の上位にいるか、どれだけメディアを言いなりにさせてるかってね。その台本通りに改めて告発した動画は本当にバズった。ネットの情報も一定数の拡散に達するとメディアも無視できなくなる。その流れを見て隠蔽を指示されてた幹部の中に物証を持って垂れ込む人が出てきた。
そうか。それが発展して俺が見た謝罪会見になったわけだな。
はい。世間が騒ぎ出すと、父は私がマスコミのいい標的になると踏んで、ほとぼりが冷めるまでハワイで過ごすように言いました。私がハワイにいるのはそういう経緯なんです。
思わぬ形で羽を伸ばせる機会が訪れたってわけだな。いつもの格好、親御さん的にはひっくり返っちまうだろう。
ああ、あのへそ出し？一応ね、あれは変装の意味もあるんだよ。だから親も
Not a bare midriff, oh no.
それは苦い顔をされたけどね。話をタンカー事件に戻すけど、英二の指示に従った結果、富士宮グループはかなり手痛いダメージを受けることになった。正直その時は英二を救世主だと思った。この腐った家をぶっ壊してくれるヒーローかもしれないって。
ちいちゃんの立場ならそう思うだろうな。そいつが3年前の話だったとして、それから
英二と私は共同でタタラチャンネルをやっていくことになった。内容もいわゆる告発系にそこで舵を切ったの。英二が持ち込んだスクープと台本でね。英二の持ち込むネタは精度が高くて、何より刺激的だった。偉い人、成功した人、人気のある人、そういう人たちの裏の悪事を次々と暴いていった。みるみるうちにチャンネルが注目されるようになっていって、
Wonder if they made her in
いつの間にかとん
themselves
でもない
or
数になってた。
in V-Roy.
俺らの知ってるタタラチャンネルに近づいてきたな。
正直自分はいいことをしてるって思ってた。マスコミも報じないずるく立ち回ってる悪い奴らを私たちが暴いてるんだって。でもだんだん英二の持ってくる話がおかしくなってきた。ある時元ヤクザが社会復帰するふりをして悪毒やってるっていう台本を渡されたの。最初はこれも真っ当な告発だと思ってたけど、何度か配信を続けるうちにだんだん普通に社会復帰しようとしてる人たちの過去の経歴までことさら暴き立てるようになっていったの。もう償いの済んでる過去の犯罪とかそういうことを。
本性を表したってとこか。それまでの真っ当なスクープはチャンネルの信用を得るためのお膳立てで、本命はこっちなんだろう。
たたらひそかでいることがいつの間にかただ台本を演じるだけの時間になって、その上頑張って人生を立て直そうとしてる人たちの邪魔をしてる。私はいつの間にかたたらひそかでいることの意味も目的も自分自身で手放してしまってた。 もう耐えられなかった。だからエイジにもうチャンネルをやめるって言ったの。
でもそうはいかなかった。
あいつはその時初めて私の素性をいつでもばらすことができると落としてきた。バックには
I wanna throw this
エリナ
bastard
とい
into
う
the
ヤクザがい
ocean.
るとちらつかせながらね。そう言って次の台本を渡してきた。
Sorry, thanks, Paddy.
元ヤクザを食い物にしてるってね。
なるほどな。
その後はもうみんなが知ってる通り。
一つ聞かせてくれ。
I mean, it kind of feels like one right now, to be
エ
honest.
イちゃんに逆らおうとした。それはなんでだ。
あかねさんはラニちゃんをたった一人で命がけで守ってた。もうだいぶお年でそんなに無理の効かないお体のはずなのに、それを知って自分が
It
恥
should
ず
be
かし
right
くなった
now.
っていうだけ。
そうか。
別にそれで今までチャンネルでやってきたことが帳消しになるはずもないし、エイジにも面と向かって抵抗できたわけじゃない。あかねさんたちを守るために一番に逮捕されてもらおうとしたりね。
俺をハワイで身動き取れなくすりゃ。
Is she gonna graduate?
遅
No!
れるって踏んだわけだな。
Oh, controller
もと
graduated.
もとエイジから言われてた命令は、あかねさんちのハウスキーパーを装って一番に接近しろっていう内容だった。一番があかねさん発見のキーマンだから。
けどちーちゃんは酔っ払った俺に襲われたから仕方なく撃退したってことにして、俺の身ぐるみ剥いでまで無所にぶち込もうとした。
そう。私はスパイのプロでも何でもない。
Wait, hold on. This is like a lot at
エイジ
once.
にはトラブルが起きた
Controller, I need you.
しょうが
Turn
ないでしょ
on.
で乗り切る。
Alright, hold on, wait. Back up. So wait, so she wasn't actually a housekeeper, right? She was just planted there to intercept Ichiban, right? I'm not silly. You're a stretchy Scarlet. Correct, okay. She was never the maid, but she is now. Kind of weird how that works out. Anything related to Ebbing. This bench. That's why Akane wasn't thrilled to see her. Yeah, makes sense. Pandemonium is really a call-out channel for the Yakuza series. She's ransoming blackmail for Ryuji and Mine if she plays her cards right. Because she's never seen her, right? I wanna know, can there be like, in the art book for this game, can they put in Chi-chan's original design for her VTuber? I wanna see it. Wait. This plot dump was so long I couldn't keep up. Forgot what Chitose was doing at Akane's by then. Yeah, that's why I paused it, because I was like, okay, hold on. My brain moves way too slow to process all of this. Not to mention, I'm having an existential crisis. Because she was like talking about her VTuber and how I had a fake name, and she was like, that's a dumb thing, right? And I'm like, yeah, that's totally dumb. Who would fucking do that? Cries. Not me. I would never. And then she was talking about her 10 viewers and things like that, and I was like, hey, it's okay to be a small baby channel. We all gotta start somewhere, right? Ishin 2 is gonna add Tatara as a skill card. That would actually be funny. But her character is really cute. I mean, I don't know. Her character is really cute, but it's also kind of like cursed now because it sounds like that's not what she wanted her character to look like. So that's why I want to see what her character looked like before, because it sounds like she was just kind of like amped up just specifically for sex appeal, which nothing is wrong with that if that's what she wanted, but it didn't sound like that was what she wanted. And to think Chi-chan and Kasuga almost slept together. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how to say this without like I'm relieved, I guess, by the explanation now, because I was really fucking weirded out by that scene in the beginning, because she was like coming on to Ichi really strong, and I was like, I don't understand any of this, but I mean, obviously it makes sense now, but yeah.
けど一番は桐生さんがあっという間に助け出しちゃって、第五地区を出た後でもう一度あなたたちの懐に潜り込むように命令された。今度失敗すれば私の秘密を富士宮に暴露するって警告付きで。
なるほどな。
I guess the only thing I don't understand is like, if even if he exposed her to her family, wouldn't that be a problem for him? Like, who's gonna be Hisoka now? If not her. I mean, I guess he could find someone else, but I guess good luck.
今はもう俺らに隠し事ないんだな。
もうないよ。
そうは言っても一度裏切ったやつは二度三度とやるもんだぜ。
そうだよね。やっぱり虫が良すぎたか。
おい、いいのかよ春日。
トミーの言うことは一理ある。一度裏切ったやつは次もってやつ。ただまあそのトミーも病を裏切って今ここにいるわけだけどな。
そのツッコミを待ってたんだ俺は。
ちいちゃんさ、初めて会って俺の身ぐるみ剥いだ時、こいつだけは取らないでいてくれたろう。俺の大事な人の位牌が入ってて茜さんに渡したいって話、飯食いながらしたよな。だからこいつだけはそのままにしといてくれたんだろ。
別に取るまでもないって思っただけかもよ。
かもな。でも俺はすげえ感謝してんだ。こいつは本当に俺の大切なものだからよ。だから今言わせてくれや。ありがとうな、ちいちゃん。
お前らしいや。
私が謝ってる側なの。
Why are you like this?
何言ってんの本当。
We dropped him on his head too many times.
ありがとう。一番。
よっしゃ。これでこの件は
He only has one brain cell.
ラニがハワイ中のワルに狙われてて、それを茜さんが命がけで守ってきた。なのにそいつを放り出してやらなきゃいけねえことなんて他にはねえ。みんな俺に手貸してくれ。二人を安心させてやろうぜ。
当たり前だろ。
おい、今さら俺にそんなこと言わせんな。
もちろん。
じゃあおかえりだな、ちいちゃん。
なら春日パーティー再結成の乾杯といくか。
だな。じゃあ
乾杯。
I don't know why it hit me very somber that her rejoining the party didn't make any noise. It's just silent, like, oh yeah, she rejoined the party. Like, making Chitose cry. That was literally not on him the entire cutscene until now. His head was shoved in the locker a little bit too deep. Alright, so you think Lonnie's been taken to Nele Island? I mean, I thought we went over this. That's the most likely place. Of course, nobody seems to know where it is. There's one person we still haven't asked, Akane-san. We should check on her. She's at Yamai's, right?
Oh.
Yeah, let's move. Oh, is she gonna wear her hair down now? Cute. Short hair, short hair. Kosei is now Mafuyu. Orf. No, I wanna... Yes, no. Give him the dog food. You. I hate that you can only buy 5 of these at a time. One day I'll have enough fruit to actually make fucking something.
Aloha. Thanks very much.
Aloha. Thank you.
Here, I'll make it better, except I can't give her a present right now. I'll give her a present later. Like, where's the last dude? In a bowl.
Thank you.
Almost ran the guy over. He's like, why the fuck would I wave to you? Wait, isn't that a crown guy? Yeah, I wonder what this dude has then. Also, I need to give her her... Wow. Maybe in Premium Adventure it restocks with time switches? Yeah, I'm assuming it's on some sort of timer. What? Alright, what are y'all weak to? We just don't know. Or wait, I can probably... The fuck are y'all weak to? It must be like knife or something. I don't have any knives. Need to give this man a knife. Why are the things, like the area effects, so weird sometimes? That guy's name was Solomon. That's so funny to me. Oh, the flipping, stop it. Nobody responds.
頑固な汚れもきれいにさっぱり
But yeah, I wonder, has anyone been in Premium Adventure? Does the fruit change at all? Okay, so he must have had the bridal choker, I'm assuming. Is that just... Oh, that must be a thing for Pichan's original job. But it was only like a 3-star one. Yeah. Oh, it's cute. Look at it's like a doily. Basically crochet. The lace crocheted. Oh. Attacks and weapon skills recover HP. I really like this one. I think honestly this one was like one of the best ones. It's just why did we get it so early and it's like a baby tier. I mean, I guess you could upgrade it, but hellish cape? Gloomy cape that seems like it's absorbed all the grudges and darkness in the very bowels of the earth. What? Okay. Who's calling me? Oh, okay.
お前病か。あかねさんがどうしたって？来たらわかる。増援はやぶさかじゃねえ。
What the fuck? What is happening? Low star equipment scales like crazy when upgraded to plus 50. Oh, okay. Well, that's good to know. Because I really like that one. Honestly, I think like electric is probably one of the best elements because like a lot of enemies, well, I mean, I know at least in 7 a lot of enemies were weak to it, but you also get the chance to paralyze, which is just really nice. Especially in battles where you have just shit tons of enemies everywhere. It's just nice to have them not destroying you every turn. Can we be buddies with Yamai? I mean, we kind of are, but I don't know if it'll let us be like actual friends. A mod goblin? Oh, what now? Okay, he's weak to water. Who are you weak to? You don't know. Oh, I always miss that one. Gun. Weak to gun. Oh, I forget it's 2. I'm smart. Damn. Oh, bye, my dude. Oh, we get a new skill. Yamai should join the party. Imagine if he was a server. Honestly, yeah, that would be interesting if you could join the party. Oh, it's the cheap place. Oh, like, wait, what the fuck is that place?
いけるじゃねえか。
いけるな。うまいね。
Oh my god. Give me the MP stuff, thank you.
うめえ。うん、いけるな。
An air gun? Okay. Did you see the little shark gun that the one guy sells? It's so cute. Why are you filming? Alikana is making another play for Akane-san. Damn it, there's no avoiding a big fight this time. 5-star equipment? What the fuck do we even have? I don't know. Not that it matters, I guess. We mostly are fine. Oh wait, we didn't put Chitos's stuff back on. Oh, I need to buy her one too. For gore. I don't even remember what she had on. Do we even have enough money? Yes, I actually do. You guys don't. Hi, my dude. Man, this game really has like no chill at this point. It's just like, it's like, wow, this really fucked up thing happened. Have like 2 seconds to be like, okay, let's pick ourselves back up. Okay, we're gonna go after him again. Shit goes wrong immediately. Like,
Thank you.
This place is so big.
Take a break.
So big.
Take a break. Aloha. Thank you very much.
oh. Damn it. I thought I don't know why I thought the shoe shop was at the end and it's the hat shop. Shoe shop is actually down here. Crying. No, actually, I don't even think. I guess it doesn't matter. I don't even have enough for it. I kind of want to see Yamai Surfer now. That would be funny. Time to earn money, yeah. Pretty much. I was actually gonna take them to the dungeon. Actually, no wait, hold on. I want to go do that tour. I'm missing the tour for the cowboy thing, but I couldn't do it because I didn't have Chichan. So I want to get it before something else fucks up and then I magically Kiryu again and then I can't do it.
いらっしゃいませ。どれもそうクールです。いってらっしゃいませ。
Oh, with the short hair though. Ah, cute.
甘いぜ。
もう最悪。
抜き足、差し足と。
そうだな。
バカな。
打ち合い西部劇。はっ。早打ちじゃ負けないぜ。
いらっしゃいませ。
Where's Jungi Han? I know. I actually was kind of mad at the game that we didn't get him when we got Chao. Like, why? I think this is the last one though.
お楽しみください。
Oh, now Adachi's gonna be Kiryu though. I saw this with Kiryu the first time, so this is
では次のポーズ。はい。
おう。
よっこらせっと。あたたたた。
はい。これはどうです？
よっ。おだ。
はい。これなら。これはさすがに無理でしょ。はい。 すっきりした。
Namaste, bitches. Hi, Ace Moon. Wait, hold on a minute. How does Adachi have abs? We just don't know. I never really pictured him as having abs, but I guess here we are. Because didn't he complain in 7 about being out of shape or something? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not mad, but... Beep beep.
目移りしちゃうね。
Oh, with the short hair, so cute. Ah. So cute. Oh, the short hair, I guess later on we'll have both hairs, I guess, maybe? Because it just says short hair. Ah, so cute. Cute.
いい感じだよ。目移りしちゃうね。
Oh, I want to switch back. Go back to your home.
目移りしちゃうね。
俺のサイズあるか？結構いいぞ。ビシッと決めなきゃな。フィットしてるぜ。どれでいこうかね。
Here's Majima. The Aquanaut just fucking kills me. It would be really funny just to have an entire Aquanaut party. Everyone's just like, dude.
服にはこだわる方なんだな。俺は好きだな。着替えっと。似合ってるか？服にはこだわる方なんだ。
今の気分いいんじゃねえか？ 男前をあげてやるぜ。どれに
Oh yeah, I do want to do freelancer, but not yet.
男前をあげてやるぜ。
I don't think. I wonder what the difference is between the area for each of these, for the spill the tea versus the magical song. I fucking love the pepper mill. It's stupid. Honestly, it's wild that you even get the burning arrow this quickly because it's just broken, I feel like. Damage that absorbs their HP applying your weapon's attributes. Oh my god, what am I gonna put here? I don't know. Give him the pepper mill. Idle heal is bigger AoE, you don't know if it heals more or not. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it would, because I guess it would depend on, I don't know, is it affected by magic stat? That would make sense to me, but I don't know if it is or not. I think magic affects it, but haven't confirmed. May put him down for a nap. But if he's napping, would he just be asleep? I just realized what this says. Hog tie and damage an enemy with a chance to silence that feller up. Ah, yes. Never doubt the efficacy of a Bowie knife dripping with arsenic. Damages an enemy and may paralyze them too. That's fucking nice. I think this one would be better. It's more. Need to give him knife. Here, have a knife. Good enough for now. Beep, beep. You need to... Oh yeah, I wanted to... Actually, I don't even know. Yeah, I don't have enough money. How much money was it again? I think it's like 17.
ご要望は
Yeah, 17.
また来て
I'll
よ
probably have it after like the next battle then. Because the money really, it's interesting, but the money really seems to like ramp up.
美味しいうん
いけるじゃねえか。
ねえいけるじゃん。
Like once you get to like, I feel like once you hit chapter 9, you get like so much money for fights.
悪くね
美味しい
We... I really I really like the change of letting you taxi from the map, because there's so many times I just instinctively open the map because like I want to see where I'm going first, but then it's like my cursor's already over it, so it might as well just let me teleport there too, I guess. Beep. Have you guys gotten a lot of the like the Better magazine? I feel like I've only gotten like a few of them. Are you going to bed? Good night. You. What's wrong? What do you mean the 2 games that I played? I had a whole list of games. Yeah. We talked for like 6 hours about games. What do you mean? Oh my god. These are all the games I played.
Well, you did play a lot of.
And then I just put up games that like I didn't play them, but I pretty much watched the entire game, so like wow, rude. Ross is like, you're not even a gamer. Also, thank you, Ace Smooth.
Boss, Kasuga's here.
Good. Show him my face.
おいこっちに来るぜ。あいつはヤクザたちは違う。
てめえ。やあ、カスが一番。ドワイト。てめえがこの騒ぎを。ああ、そうだ。うちのビジネスパートナーがお前らにえらく怒ってるんでな。
You're not a real
さっきは
gamer.
どうも春日さん
エイちゃん。
その呼び方やめろと言いませんでしたっけ。
エイちゃん、おめえがブリーチジャパンにいたって話を聞いた。分野だった時、荒川組にはめられたのかもしれねえってことも。
それで
おめえはヤクザに仕返しがしたくてこんなことやってんのか。
だとしたら
おめえの恨みに茜さんもラにも関係ねえだろ。二人に手出すのはもうやめてくれ。その代わり俺一人で勘弁しちゃくれねえか。
はい。
俺は荒川組の人間だし、ブリーチジャパンが潰れた原因も作ってる。俺がエイちゃんに恨まれるってんならグーの音も出ねえ話だ。 からよ、煮るなり焼くなり好きにしてくれていい。今どこにいんだ。そっち行くぜ。
一番、お前何言ってんだよ。
いや、さすが春日さんらしいですね。でもおあいにくさま、俺はヤクザの言うことは一切信用しないことにしてるんです。それにラニをいただいたのもそれなりに理由があるんで、全てのヤクザどもに復讐するためにね。海老名さんと組むのも全てそのためだ。
エイジ、あんたたち何をしようとしてるの？
まあそれはもういいじゃないですか。それよりも当面のピンチをどう乗り切るんですか。茜おばちゃんを引き渡したやつには病の島をくれてやるってドワイトにそう宣言してもらってます。もちろんパレカナが後ろ盾になるって条件でね。
なんだって？
このハワイでは
Why is this guy such a shit stain?
パレカナの息がかかっている。そいつを知ってヤクザたちが生き残りたければ我々に忠誠を誓う必要がある。その証が病と茜のばあさんの引き渡しだ。
正直もうラニは手に入ったし、茜おばちゃんに用はないんだけどね。一ついいところはあんたの母だってことだよ、春日さん。それを始末した時のあんたの顔って見物じゃない？
よっしゃ、親父とばあさんを探せ。
あんたたちの死に様も動画に上げとくよ。今度こそボンボヤージュだ、春日さん。
そうはいかねえ。こんなとこで死ぬわけにも、おめえとおさらばなんてのもな。行くぞ。しびるんじゃねえぞ。やりますか。
Bonk.
終わりだぜ。
合格はいらねえぞ。
いらさね
私の出番ね。
Oh yeah, what was the new one? Can't really get more than two. I don't know, I might get that guy. I like how she just moves out of the way. Very casually. Wait, where did- oh. I was like, wait, where did it- I lost where, where Tommy went. Oh, this- oh my god. Game, please, thank you. He's fine. Oh, this. Ugh. Why is that guy gonna be all the way over there? Rude. Are they only weak to that? Careful.
もらったどぎついの行くぜこいつでぶちかます
Also, hey Cyber Ghost, and hey Hyper, how are you? This game is hella addictive. Your total playtime is 90 hours. Will I get to the new game? Yeah, I will. Yeah, I have New Game Plus. Because I make really good choices with my money. Well, the combo attack somewhere. They really made discount Somaya and discount LP Rio. Yeah. Yeah, they did. That's honestly how I see Ebina discount Somaya.
くそあのビルへ入ろう
巻いたか
残念そこに逃げ込むことも想定済みですよ
エイちゃんの声だどこにいやがる
監視カメラでもあるのかな
ご名答あんたたちの動きは筒抜けだよさあせいぜいあがいてくださいよ
こっちにいるぞ
せいぜい無様に逃げ回ってよ春日さん
ぶっ殺してやる
さあ行きますかよし
They're just those small dudes. Ah. And of course they're like all spread out perfectly. Welding? Oh, I remember this now. He's fine. Oh, don't you fucking walk away from me, you bastard. G-chan, no. What? Okay. What was that? Lots of discounts recently. Discount Kuze, Shishido was discount. I saw one with discount Katsuya. Better pick up the pace or Moral find us. Where do we go? It's too late to circle back to the entrance. Upstairs. Staying put will only drain us. We have to keep moving, even if that's exactly what they expect. This looks like a construction site. It might be worth checking out. It's a gamble, but I'm in. Same here. Let's head up. Okay. Alright, hold on a second. Okay, we don't need to make them drunk yet. I like how affected by line of sight they are. It's very interesting. I wonder how many of these guys you can cheese, like getting around. You were smart. Oh right, the driving thing. I was like, wait, what is this again? Forgot that was a thing. Wait. Oh, he hit the barrel. I was like, what the fuck did he have? He might. Guy might die to his burns, but probably he'll still be alive. The skill is so silly looking. Dead. Or that works. Shishido was really confusing to me because he was like... He just seemed like he was like... Daigo, Ryuji, Aizawa. It was like 3 characters in one. It was like, who is this man supposed to be exactly? Because I felt like the shots and stuff seemed very, I don't know. It reminded me a lot of like the fight with Aizawa, but also the fight with Ryuji. And then just a lot of his attacks just seemed like a mishmash of like those 3. Again? What the hell is wrong with you guys? Yep, discount Ishioda. Okay, I like the like teal aqua one though. That's cute. Oh god, I wasn't prepared for this. Wait, they're weak to water? How does that work? Stop walking away. Why do they love to do that? They're like, oh, I'm dying, walks away. You know, I've always dreamed of throat punching an excavator. You know, just the little things. Yay, he's fixed. Okay, so they're weak to both. Right? I don't think we've looked at this yet, but there's no way for me to hit both of them that way. I might not even really hit both here. Uh-oh. How did he live? I was like, he's dead. He's fine. See? No problem. He's got this. What? Is he even included? I didn't go this way. I went Ichi there. Oh, they really have a barbecue, literally. Okay, that's funny. I wasn't expecting them to have a literal barbecue. I can't reach him. Come here. Come here. Fine, don't come here. I don't think she can take it out with this though. Oh, so close. Just smack it. Holy shit. Wait, what? What? Nice. We got a nice number of money.
コツつかめ
これが俺のまた強くなっちまった。
俺もまだ若い
吸収が入ってまた成長しちゃった。
Can definitely tell that we're a bit under level. Yeah. Wait, but they all leveled, so they don't even need the heal now.
開けてみるか。開いたぜ。
Oh, what? Why did I end up when going too far? I'm silly. Okay, now her defense is more similar to theirs. Alright, I guess I'll make a new save in case for some reason, I don't know, we can't leave this area. Oh wait, this way. Oh, I have to talk to him.
Oh.
Better start thinking about our next move quick.
大したもんです。ですが、いつまで続けられるかな。
おい、こっちだ。早く来い。
もうしつこい。
くそ、何か手立ては。
一番、こっちだ。これに乗れ。
Nice.
ナイスアイデア、トミー。これで戦おうってわけね。
Wait.
ダメだ。こいつ一台じゃ大人数相手には分が悪すぎる。
そんなことは俺だって分かってるよ。乗客は黙ってドライバーに従いな。
Okay, how does this work?
え？まさか無理無理無理！
行くぞー。
Wait, what? Oh my god. We're gonna die. Oh, we're in the theater now. I'm pretty sure they would all be dead. Ugh, Chi-chan, are you okay? How the hell did I get out of that alive? Oh no. Dachi-san, Tomi. You're alright, don't worry about us. Why are we split up? What was that noise? What? What happened to the office? Well, this is awkward. You killed. Wait, so is anyone on Yamai's side?
建物めちゃくちゃになったけど、病怒んないかな。
まあ、助けに来たってことで多めに見てもらおうぜ。
I want to go behind. Oh, it's like the same battle, but we're split up. That's interesting.
無茶な運転しやがって。俺が現役なら一発で免停もんだぞ。
まあまあ、鬼教官殿。結果的にうまくいっただろ。
たく、こいつら倒してさっさと春日のとこ行くぞ。
行くぜ。どぎついの行くぜ。こいつで。あるよ。受けてみな。
thought he was hitting the guy, other guy. Well, that's confusing. Wonder what this dude is weak to.
頑固な汚れもきれいにさっぱり
俺の番だな。もらった。張り切ってやりました。
相手してあげる
Always gun. No. Wow. Actually, how does this work? How does this work? Yeah, because they can only use it up here, because they're up here, right? Huh? Ooh. He's being bullied. Can I push this guy? No, we're going this way. The thing.
よっと。
やりにくいぜ。終わりだ。
調子がいいぜ。行くぜ。今ね。
Ah, I see. I see.
待たせたな。
怪我はねえか。
残りを片付けしようぜ。
綺麗すぎ。ミスったらごめんね。
Oh, my dude just ran away.
腰抜けろうが。
はかりだ。
俺の番だな。
相手してあげる。
もらった。
戻った。調子が出てきたな。よし。ほら来いよ。
ほら来いよ。
美味しくなれよ。おかしいぞ。
いつでもどうぞ。
目が。終わりだ。
俺もやれるぜ。
やった。
生きてる間だ。
早いのよね。
一時はどうなるかと思ったぜ。無事
I just saw my life flash before my eyes.
先を急ごう。
おいしい。おいしい。
いいな。いいな。うまいね。
Mountain Dew.
おいしい。
いける。
That's a lot of Mountain Dew. Pepis.
悪くねえ。悪くねえ。
いけるじゃん。
いけるいける。
I was wondering if there was anything down there. Man, black truffle potato chips are so good.
なんでね。
怒られる。
さあ、行きますか。
ちょっと。
私の出番ね。
ビビってんのか。
いつでもどうぞ。
よし。
おいほら。
私も。
ほら来いよ。
おや。
行くぜ。次は俺だ。上昇上昇。
Alright. Up we go. Aren't there dudes literally in the same spot last time we came through here?
開けてみるか。やったぜ。
Protector? It gives one more defense. Alright.
開けねえ。
その目つきが気に
センター準備完了。よーし。は
俺の番だな。
No back attack, re.
行くぜ。
I'll take the revival thingy.
妙に静かだな。
どうせまた次のフロアで何かしら仕掛けてんだろうさ。しっかり休んでいこうぜ。
I wish the game would stop being like, you should save, there's gonna be a series of battles. Really? You don't say.
ようこそ、春日さん。
エイちゃん。
まさか俺を出し抜いた気でいました？こっちは春日さんの単純な考えなんで。
This guy really thinks he's so fucking smart.
安全圏から偉そうにしやがって。
病の飼い犬はよく吠えるな。
あ？
エイちゃんがどんな手使おうと関係ねえ。突っ切るまでだ。俺は単純なんでな。
その余裕がいつ剥がれるか見ものですよ。さあ、話はここまでにしましょう。健闘を祈りますよ。
Alright.
I'm gonna
私の出番ね。
Right. Bonk.
You think I'm stupid? Come get some. Come on.
もらった。どぎついの行くぜ。こいつで。
何？来ない。
Screw you.
かかってくれ。受けてみな。
Rip.
Let's go. You think I'm sure you'll bust? You ain't shit. Come on.
I think they're too spread out though.
Let's go. You think I'm stupid?
俺。
よし。
Sure taking your time.
Let's go.
I'ma put the hunt on you.
覚悟強力スチール
Come get some.
ぶちかます
いつでもどうぞ
ガツンといくぜ
相手してあげる
これはどうだ
私の出番ね
No, Adachi, come back.
What?
はあみんな頑張ってよっと
ありがとよ
He's just taking a nap.
Yoし
I'ma put the hunt on you. Back in business, baby. You ain't shit.
No, she's dead. Just straight up bullied.
完全俺の番だな
Let's go.
しょうがない
ほら来いよ
Oh, yay.
なんだこれ毒かこんなんでやられてたまるかよあくそ
毒を出してる機械があるあれを壊さなきゃよっと
Bonk.
くそ上がらねえ 行くぜ
You want some of this?
ガツンといくぜみんな死ぬなよこれで
ありがとう
思い通りにはいかねえな
ほら来いよ
気が乗らないな ちょっと休憩。
なんとかやっか。
I don't even think I can get to.
もらった。はい、手あげました。
Okay, a little bit. Alright, what is my dude weak to? Oh, knife.
Let's go. Come at me already.
I don't have a knife.
覚悟。みんな頑張って。ちょっと休憩。
ありがとうよ。なんとかやっか。もらった。
I wanted to hit him, not the generator.
思い通りにはいかねえな。黙らせて。
相手してあげる。
Okay, this is awkward. Suplex! Suplex his ass! Yes! I'm sad I did like no damage, but that's okay.
Business, baby.
フラフラするぜ。
Come at me already.
行くぜ。ビビってんのか。
ほらよ。
ありがとうよ。
やりにくい。
くそ、上がらねえ。もらった。ほら来いよ。
No. Uh-oh. No. Rip. This like the other bomb smacked him into the other bomb.
何度でも這い上がってやるぜ。
That's pretty funny.
なんだこれ。毒か。
こんなんでやられてたまるかよ。
毒を出してる機械がある。あれを壊さなきゃ。
Yeah. Just started and she's almost dead.
You think I'm stupid?
ほら来いよ。
Oh, you always this part. Come on. Nah, this is too easy.
I hate that they put these at the bottom.
ちょっと休憩。
上がらねえ。
Oh, you always this part. You think I'm stupid?
I don't think I can reach him. Oh, I guess I kinda can.
やりました。 ビビってんのか。
やりにくいぜ。
腰抜き野郎が。
No. This-
やらせてやる。
とっとと終わらせる。覚悟。みんな頑張って。よっと。
ありがとうよ。
ありがとう。
なんとかやっか。行くぜ。 腰抜き野郎が。
受けてみな。
There's all the way over there.
みんな頑張って。ちょっと休憩。
ありがとうよ。
思い通りにはいかねえな。
てるようで何よりです。ビビってんのか？
Oh, you always is boring.
これで
気が乗らないね。
かかってみな。
Come at me already.
覚悟。みんな頑張って。よっと。
ありがとよ。
なんとかやっか。
いつでもどうぞ。
Oh, you always is
もら
boring.
った。
調子出ねえな。
ほら来いよ。腰抜き野郎が。ほら来いよ。
ガツンと行くぜ。強気に行こうぜ。やりにくいぜ。
ビビってんのか？
さてと。
I don't even know if that's gonna help.
黙らせてやる。
ミスったらごめんね。
はあ。みんな頑張って。ちょっと聞いて。
ありがとうよ。
くっそ、上がらね
いつでもどうぞ。
Do you even have a weakness? It's gonna be water, right? How come you can't put water on it? It doesn't make any sense. Like fun.
何？来ない。
行くぜ。おや、せい、飛べ。もらった。いや、やりやがれ。
だぜ。ぶちかまつ。
しぶといやつだ。
Come at me already.
愛してしてあげる。
No, wrong tab.
いつでもどうぞ。
ほらよ。
ありがとう。
This is it.
私の出番ね。
Oh, you always is boring.
腰抜き野郎が。
はい。
ありがとうよ。よし。
Come at me already.
行くぜ。
次は俺だ。いつでもいいぜ。
ビビってんのか？
World's longest battle.
Yes.
俺の番だな。もらった。はい、やりました。ありがとう。
私の出番ね。
行くぜ。はい、やりました。ありがとう。
相手してあげる。よーし。覚悟。みんな頑張ってよっと。
あかんが行くぜ。
俺の番だな。これが俺の仕事。また強くなっちゃった。
また成長吸収が早い。
God, that guy was fucking tanky. Like, what the fuck? Like, 30 years later. Why does he have so much health?
ラニは必ず取り返すし、
Imagine that guy on Legend.
それに、エイちゃん、おめえに必ず会いに行く。直接言いてえことが山ほどあるんだ。待っとけよ。
ごめんなさい。私のせいで。
あかねさん、こうして。
指一本触れさせちゃいねえ。うちのもんが迷惑かけたな。
あんたもすっかり敵だらけになっちまったな。
こんくらい今まで嫌ってほど味わってきた。それに気合い入ったのがこんなに残ってる。
そうみてえだな。すんません、ラニは連れてかれちまいました。
そうなのね。
ラニはネレ島に連れてかれた可能性が高いです。あかねさん、ネレ島がどこにあるかってご存知ないですか？
ごめんなさい。それは私にもわからない。教団の中でもごく一握りの人間しか知らないことだから。
わかりました。心配しないでください。ラニは必ず俺たちが助け出します。あかねさんはどこか身を隠せる場所で待っていてください。それじゃあ、さあ行こうぜ。
待て春日。
あ？
あかねさんと少し話していけ。
いやでもラニを早く見つけねえと。
大事なのはラニだけじゃねえだろう。話せる人とは話せるうちに話しとけ。
Like how everyone's just staring at them from
ゆっ
afar.
くりお話しする時間そういえばなかったわね。
ですね。病には後で礼言わねえと。
沢城さんの手紙であなたのことは全部聞いてる。桃源郷の店長さんに引き取ってもらったこと、カムロ町の人たちによくしてもらってたこと、中学を出た頃から毎日喧嘩に明け暮れていたこと。
あ、それはまあその若気の至りってやつで。つか沢城の頭、そんな前から俺のこと見てたのか。
ええ、沢城さんはずっとあなたのことを気にかけてた。そしてあなたはマスミさんに巡り合った。運命なのかしらね。
運命かはわからないですけど、出会えてよかったって思ってます。
そうその後のことももちろん知ってる。組のために人殺しの罪をかぶったことも。18年も刑務所で過ごしたことも。
あかねさん、
こんなに節くれだって苦労したんでしょうね。
いや、そんな大したもんじゃ。
なのにあなたとマスミさんを置いて私は一人で逃げ出した。本当にごめんなさい。
謝らないでください、あかりさん。謝ることなんか一つもね。確かに辛いことはあったけどそれも大半は沢城の頭のいびりだ。そりゃ俺の人生は自分で選んだ始まり方じゃねえけど、そんなの誰だって同じでしょ。茜さんは一生懸命生きようとした。そんでこうしてまた会えた。それでいいじゃないですか。それにあの町でいろんな人に助けられて、おやっさんに出会えて最高の仲間に恵まれて、俺は幸せ者なんですよ。だから茜さん、正直あなたが本当に俺の生みの親なのかどうかよくわかんねえけど、もし本当にそうならこれだけは言わせてください。俺を産んでくれてありがとうございます。
一番こちらこそありがとう。不思議ね。
はい。
今あなたとマスミさんがダブって見えた。
もったいねえ。そして俺にとって最高の褒め言葉です。そうだ、そもそも俺はこれをあかりさん、あなたに届けに来たんだって。おやっさんの荒川真澄の位牌です。受け取ってもらえますか。
ありがとう。ありがとう。やっと会えた。ますみさん。
Who was even in that picture? Where's the trophy? I couldn't even tell what the fuck that was. When recontextualizes their relationship a bit if he kept tabs on him. Yeah, but I don't know. It's always really hard to say, you know, because like we don't know how far in advance they plan these stories. But like I don't know. I guess part of me can't help but feel like they just wanted to like humanize Sawashiro a bit, so they're just like, oh yeah, he kept tabs on you, opium. But I don't know, whatever. Which I honestly don't even know. A lot of stuff ends up coming off retconny to me, yeah. Yeah, and I don't even think it was needed though, because like I never really saw Sawashiro as a bad person. He was just doing his job. He was a Yakuza and he was good at being a Yakuza. No? That's always how I saw him. He was a Yakuza. He was doing Yakuza things. Like like was he an asshole? Yeah, sure, totally, but I mean, I guess we have to give it to him that he was a good Yakuza. He was hard on Ichi. I honestly kind of wonder if he did it because he resented Ichiban a bit. Um, kind of like because if he was keeping tabs on him, I don't think he anticipated, you know, him calling Ichi calling on Arakawa and then ended up joining him, and then he was like, why the fuck is he this close to me? Because I wonder if it just all felt like very, I don't know. You know, because the whole thing with Masato, like he didn't even want the baby, which is why they left him in the locker. And like honestly, I don't even know how they thought. I don't know. That part's always so stupid to me because like Ichiban's locker had the key in it and it was open. No? Like I'm pretty sure the key was in it because I'm pretty sure he just what's his name? The fucking Soapland owner just kind of walked up and opened it. He was like, "Oh, it must be this one because it has a yeah, Jiro." He opened it because he found it because it was like, "Oh, it must be this one. It has the key in it." Like, duh. So he just opens it and then it's like, "Oh, look, baby. There you go." But then like they locked theirs. Them locking theirs always told me that Sawashiro didn't really want the baby to live, like didn't want somebody to come to baby. Like I think he was honestly hoping that the baby just died so that he would just be like his hands would be clean of it. I say clean with bunny quotes because obviously he would have just like literally killed his son, but I guess he obviously didn't give two flying shits. Because I guess if you think about it in a way, like let's like if Masato died there and then Ichi was taken by Arakawa, like Sawashiro technically wouldn't even had to join the Yakuza, no. He would have been cleared of everything. Because his life would have just been like as it was before. So I don't know. I honestly wonder if it's just a bunch of petty resentment on him because he just seems like a bastard that would do that. He definitely seems like a resentful bastard.
これに桐生さんを加えたら裏社会の殿堂入りメンバーだな。
Yakuza Hall of Fame. Is she fangirling again?
会いに行くんでしょ彼らに。
ああ、すぐに立つ。
その口ぶり、まさかとは思うけど、一人で行くつもりじゃないよね。ダメだよ。俺らは桐生さんのお守り役なんだから。
言い方はちょっと違うと思うけど、ついていくのはその通り。
悪いな。
I guess at least Sayako has tights on so her feet aren't on the carpet.
準備をしてから行こう。
If wants to be my right. Preparations, huh? It's a long trip, so it's probably a good idea to stock up. Right, plus this is Tojo clan royalty we're dealing with. You never know what'll happen. Come on, don't make it sound so ominous. He's right, there's no guarantee this ends with words. We should be ready for anything. Alright, we have time to stock up and maybe even get some training in. Well, Ijincho's fine, but Kabuto-cho might be best. Nothing you can't find there. Plus, it's basically Kiryu-san's hometown. Walking those streets again might be good for him. Although, I guess we run the risk of him being recognized. Maybe, but it probably is the best place for us to prepare. We'll just have to be cautious. If we keep our heads down, it should be alright. That settles it then. Let's say we grab a taxi. Okay, those are like some famous last words of Kiryu's, if I've ever heard them. How many times has he been like... like, how many times has he said, yeah, if we keep our heads down, it'll be fine. Then it's like immediately not fine. I mean... Kiryu. I mean, their weapons are probably okay. What about Han? I'm honestly really surprised that we're on chapter 12 and we still don't have him. Like, where the oh? Also, there's a memory here, but they're in the fucking... Yeah, like, what the fuck? Oh.
イラつくんだよ。
やる気か。
始めようか。
終わらせる。
The Seiryu clan office is just up ahead. I better not get too close to it. Still, to think that the former Tojo clan headquarters is now the Seiryu clan's Tokyo branch. As a supporter of the Great Dissolution, I might not have any right to say this, but it pains me to realize that the Tojo clan is no more. They were the top of the underworld. Society would be better off without the Yakuza, this much I know. Daigo must have struggled with this decision. Whenever I think of his suffering, the loneliness I feel seems trivial in comparison. Daigo, Watase, and the others made the right decision. I want to be proud to say that. That's why I have to do whatever I can to help. Smash.
私の番。
Oh, I was like, what? Who were you looking at?
私の番。
こいつは重いぜ。加減できねえぞ。
やりますか。来ないのか。
Alright, you're weak.
しのげるかな。
Bonk.
やるか。もう言わ
どうしよっかな。
俺の番か。
私も狙う。
俺の番。
Oh, what did he pick up now? I'm picking shit up. They're just constantly like, ooh, piece of candy. Those look neat. Oh wait, we already have them. Wait, when did we get them? We already have the assassin's needles for her. Interesting. I don't have the cough drop Tim though. Honestly, these have been awesome, so I'd probably just make more of these. But we need the assault needles. Alright, that's an easy fix, because we can just go buy them from the shop over there. The same thing, but we have the same problem as before where I didn't have enough, don't have enough, electric geodes. Where do you get the... Is it Semidyne? Semidyne Super X Hyper Wide? Can you just buy them from the shop? Because I've seen the other versions of it, but I've never seen the Super X one. Though I guess I've also never paid attention, so... Ooh, I guess while we're here too, we should go get the mob. Wasn't it? It was like here. This fight here. I wonder if we can fight them. Oh wait, I already forgot. Wait, what was the base? I forgot. What was the base weapon for Shao? Flying saber. Okay. I need 2 for each one, right? Or not 2, I meant 30. What? I know what I meant, but what I meant didn't make any sense to anybody else. Reality? It's electric. We only have one beautiful seashell though. Blazing microphone. So yeah, we have the twinkle microphone, that's the one she's actually using, so we could make this one, but we would still need yeah, so we would need 90 electric geodes. Prize. Where am I going? Why did they get rid of the taxi here? Put it back. Why would they do this to me? What did I do? It seems like I'm over level though, but not everywhere, seemingly. Yeah, it is kind of... Well, there are enemies everywhere. Wait, I just ran right by the shop. It is kind of nice that you seem to have a lot more leeway running by them. Oh no. We can buy the treasure saber. I mean, but then we won't be able to afford hers. Wow, that's a big... These are big jumps for them though. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking these aren't worth it then. Maybe I'll... Guess I can just buy one. Is there a dungeon in Kamurocho 2? That makes sense to me, but I don't know. You can feel free to tell me if there is. I just assumed there would be because it seems like there was one in... Okay, it looks like I can fight them. There's one in, like, here and Hawaii, so I assumed that there would be one in Kamurocho 2, but maybe not. Oh, they're also cleaners. Okay, so that makes sense why we end up getting the mop here, I guess. Why are they looking at her? Wow, why? It's Sayakoma's die time. Not close enough for back attack.
私の番。
もうギブアップ。
どうしよっかな。
来やがれ。
容赦しない。
すまない。
ありがとう。
狙うか。合わせるぜ。
やりますか。いけ。
Frustrated prayer.
俺の番。
Okay.
状況だけは買ってやるよ。
Yep, there beat him off. Alright, cool.
またいいよ。格が上がったね。
I feel like before we continue on, then we should check, because it seems like the stuff for everyone is flip-flopped. So like, it seems like the stuff for the people, the party in Hawaii, or is here, and the stuff for these people is in Hawaii. Okay, so I'm curious.
いらっしゃいませ。
Need Cabby's wrench. Okay, you don't get the Cabby's wrench until you complete Tomizawa's Inklings. So that's a-okay. Detective. Detective's baton. Great. It's not mentioned in Sirik's guide. I guess you just don't know? I mean, it has to be from a... Oh my god, it says Beacon of Maitreya, and I just immediately just thought of Murdy's beacon, like, fucking... help. Another hand touches the beacon. Alright. Well, I guess another way we could handle this is just by going to places I know that there are strong dudes. See, now this kind of changes things a lot, because now I'm kind of like, I wish I would have, I mean, I guess I'm glad I know now, but I guess I wish I would have realized that sooner. Wasn't even, to be honest, I haven't even really been looking at, like, the items I get from people, like fights, because I'm smart. Alright, let's see what these guys give. Am I all the way over here? Am I all the way over here? Damn. What the fuck? Alright, so most of the people are weak to gun except for, you know, the people with the guns. I guess that's fair. Oh no, no, no. Whew. Alright, then... Is this guy weak? Damn, that was a full heal. Oh, okay. He's also weak to water. But it's funny how that symbol is supposed to be ice, but I always say water because it looks like a water drop, so I feel like they could have, I don't know, made it look more like ice or something if they really wanted to, but too hard apparently. Wait, we were pointing the other direction. Why did they do it that direction? Oh, Lord. Why are they like this? No. Just casually reloads. I like it. Nice. Damn. He's fine.
こいつは重いぞ
A silly move.
どうした楽しませてやねよく吠えるね止める目立っちゃおうかな
Insulated innerwear? What the fuck is that? Oh, I forgot they don't have gear on him, dumbass. You can fix that. Is it not a... We can fix him. Okay, what is it then? Is it like an accessory? Nullifies paralysis.
Yes.
Alright. Heal, and then I'll put your stuff back on. I wish I had more money so I could just buy like an additional set for them, but... That way everyone can have their own gear and I don't have to keep playing the game of swapping their gear back and forth because I absolutely hate it here. I wish, honestly, this could be fixed if... I don't see anything to do that. If you could just like quickly remove. See, like, this you can quickly remove because there's only 3 bats, but the items isn't so... Because you'd have to go all the way back up to here to remove everything, so... It just kind of feels silly. Here is... Oh, he's right there. Like, what happened to Ichiban? Actually, I think we'll give her this helmet because she's squishy. She kind of squish. Wait, I can give her 2 of them? Oh boy. Oh, I didn't even know I got a new brooch. 40 defense. You were distracted with friend things. I'm on chapter 12. Pretty much just got here. And I haven't really done anything other than go fight the enemy that drops the base for the best mop, and I fought this group over here just because I was curious to see what they draw. That's basically all I've done. Alright, so... Aiko has 10 more defense than Sonhee, and it probably still isn't gonna save her. Yeah, I'm curious where we get Adachi's best weapon. I'm wondering if it's from Drinklinks as well, but I couldn't find anything about the base, so I don't know. Because when I looked up Tomi's, it said that it was based on his Drinklinks, but I don't know about Adachi. For detective, it's the detective's baton is specifically what I'm looking for. Sirik has it in his guide, but he hasn't filled out the, like, what you get it from yet. But yeah, if you know. Oh wait, this thing says here. Yeah, you have to complete his Drinklinks. Okay, never mind. Found it. Okay. So for Tomi and Adachi, you have to finish their Drinklinks. And it actually might be the same for Chitose too, but I'm using Maid at the moment, so I don't care, I guess. And I have... I forget now. One of theirs I have already. I think it's Sonhee's. So I need Xiao and... I don't know how much the best microphone matters. I mean, it probably does help because I guess you do more healing stuff, but you were doing an archipelago. How was it going? I don't understand why, like, all of... With the exception of maybe this one, but, like, all of the taxis are in, like, weird-ass spots to get to the popos. Yeah, I don't know where I got... I'm guessing I got Sonhee's from her Drinklinks, because I think she's the only one who's done. Really went through a lot of the stuff in the last dungeon. Oh, you get it here. I don't know how many I need, but I'm just gonna buy some. We. It was probably the worst one you've done because you started at like, oh, was it a synchronous one? Is there a new Yakuza game if the taxis aren't changed? I mean, that's fair. Damn. We'll see that guy later.
手加減はなしだ。
目立っちゃおうかな。
力の差を見せてほらここは任せて
来い相手してやる。調子出てきたぞ。
ガーンとがますよ。まだまだ
Synchronous time. Not sure about the Ares choker. Yeah. I mean, I know that I've been getting a lot of the other jobs. You just get them from like the strong fights. But I don't necessarily need the other jobs at the moment because I was just trying to get the jobs that I was using, and the only other one I guess I'm missing. Well, actually, am I missing it? I think the only one I'm missing is the idol one. I think. Yeah, because I need the idol's microphone. Yeah, if it's not DLC or starting job, I'd assume it's from one of the crown fights and they're random drops. I don't know if it's random how, I guess. Yeah, it seems like they're matched by themes, because when I looked up the maid one, it was here. This, like, right where my cursor is. There's a fight here of just, like, cleaner dudes. And it gave me the... So far, when I've gotten the item that it says that they drop every time. Because there was a guide that said that it drops from this fight here specifically. I guess the problem is that you would need to know what each fight drops, I guess. Which, I don't even know how many fights there are. Because I did a fight here, and it wasn't anything very useful. So I guess if you just know where all the fights are. But yeah, I would assume you're correct that it would be the anime girl cosplayer. That makes sense to me. Because the maid one was like the cleaning enemies with the mops. Most of the time I fought them on here though. Is there one here? Oh, they seem to drop the booster drink. Yeah. I don't think every fight drops a weapon. But it seems like if you know which fight drops what, it seems like they always drop that thing, I guess. At least, but yeah. It looks like Cyric is recording them, but they're not all there yet. Which, I mean, fair. This game is fucking huge, so I don't really blame it. I can't blame it.
まあ恐竜と渡り合えるくらいだしね。
実際このハンバーガーくらいある巨大カボチャならハロウィンで見たな。
あれ食べられるらしいけどあんまり美味しくないみたいね。もともと牛とか動物が食べるようだったみたいだし。
じゃあこの恐竜もいつか追いかけるかもな。
確かに。
いや、こいつ肉食なんじゃないか。現にハンバーガーを追いかけている。
おお。
だが待て。このハンバーガーにはトマトやレタスも入っている。雑食。
Maybe he's an omnivore? What the fuck?
気になってきたぜ。この恐竜は一体何を食いたいんだ。
君らは一体何の話をしてんのさ。
Buddy, it's all plaster. You only know the anime girl one exists, and you at least assume so because... Oh, you know what? Have you seen the fight? You might have seen the fight. So there... It was on this street up here. Don't get by guard. No, don't see me. Don't perceive me. So there was a fight here where I was just like walking down the sidewalk and a anime car like turned. It was a scene, like an anime car turned like from here and like sped down the street and did like a fucking 180 and then was just like, they were just like all partying in their car. Yeah. I don't know if it's that fight, but yeah, I avoided it too because I was like really low level when I saw it and I was like, yeah, no. Yeah, that fight right there. Yeah. I mean, I guess we can see what they are. Well, I mean, I know some of them are just the glow stick guys. Oh, it's like the super anime girl. Aww. I was wondering, I've not seen them in a fight yet. They're weak to gun. Yeah, I've only seen it here. And the only reason why I saw it is because I went to eat at that restaurant that's over right there that I'm looking towards. I mean, I don't know what they're... I guess we'll see what they drop. It might not be anything amazing. I'm assuming they're not going to drop any weapons because they're not a crown fight, but okay. Dead. Laser pointer. She's already blind. She can't see already. What do you mean? The anime car is cute though. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna do his side stuff, unfortunately, until after I beat the game. Or else I'm never gonna beat the game. My motivation's a little different now because I wanted to keep streaming until I beat the game. And at this rate, I'm never gonna take a day off, and I need a day off, so... But there's no way... So the thing is like, it's either I hurry up and I beat the game, or I just play the game off stream and no one gets to see the ending, I guess. Edge. I want to do it, but I just feel like it's just gonna take so long. So I'll probably just keep it for premium adventure. Oh, on this one. She's already stunned and they're doing the laser pointer. Wow. It's funny. She's just being bullied at this point. now it's Song Hyu's turn to be bullied. You've gotten up to 1.2 million now. Nice. That's what they want, right? The glow stick? Well. Time to be bullied again. I have my back attack.
私も狙うか。どうしよっかな。やるか。脇が甘いな。みんな頑張れ。
Minas.
しのげるかね。
私の力を見せてやる。
手加減はなしだ。
吠えるね。
私の番。容赦しない。
ありがとう。
私の番。
もうギブアップ。
止める。
Side hustle.
悪くない。まだ強くなれるだ。
見とれないでよね。
まだまだ強くなるよ。大人の渋みが出てきたぜ。
Can we steal their car now? Why can't we steal their car? I also see, that's what I'm talking about. I also forgot to see what they even dropped. If they even dropped anything. I'm mad I can't steal their car. Look how cute though. Alright everybody, pose with the animu car. It's funny. Silver couples ring. Yeah, the rings were interesting. I was reading about the gold and the silver ring. Says... Okay, this one's actually in Kamurocho. Okay, we can go get it then. Alright, what? Isn't there one here? I wonder what they drop. Time to order everything.
いただきます。
いただきます。ここの煮物本当に美味しい。
みょうがもいいアクセントになってるね。
だな。つうかさ、あれ？
どうしたのなんちゃん。
いや、なんか言おうと思ったんだが
I
忘れちま
forgot
っ
what I
た。
wanted to say.
なんだったかな。
That's a
さっ
mood.
きまで覚えてたんだが。
なんだよ、大丈夫か？
それはあれだね。みょうがを食べたからだよ。
どういうこと？
みょうがを食べると物忘れするって言われ
That
てて、ね、
eating ginger makes you
南波
forgetful.
くんはずっと食べてたもんね。迷信だと思ってたけど立証さ
Okay,
れちゃ
I've
った
never
か。
heard that before.
へえ、そんな話が。
Oh, she literally said the same thing.
まあ、
Get out of my head,
実際に
Psycho.
は集中力とか上がるいい食い物なんだが、南波にはそうじゃなかったみたいだな。
所詮すぐ忘れる程度の話だったってことだろ。
ああ、思い出した。孫妃の口の横に米粒ついて面白い顔になってるぜって言おうとしたんだ。
あ、本当だ。
そういうことは早く言え。
Oh no.
可愛いもんじゃねえか。
まあ忘れる程度の話だったんでな。悪い悪い。
今のことはみょうがを食べてさっさと忘れろ。
You're liking the tennis ace though? It's fast and Grand Slam is a good AoE. Yeah. I mean, I used one of the Songhi when I was doing not this fight, but the fight before you came back from doing the archipelago. I used one of the weak attacks that I just put on her for like the inherited skills, and she did like 800 damage, I think, just from a light attack, so I was just kind of like, okay. I was like, that's interesting. But yeah, I'm excited to try out some of the other jobs. I don't know, I just always seem to just be like default job first. Except for Psycho, I was just like, no, we need to heal you. I think I have a few of these, so I guess I should do them. Wait. Do you have any other jobs that you've liked? I think Nanba... Yeah, Nanba and Sonhee... Yeah, Nanba, Sonhee, and Saiko are done. It's just Xiao now. Just... Hold on, let's check it. Wanted to granola bar. Linebacker is really defensive, but they don't really do much damage, but they're meant to be a tank. Yeah, that might actually, that could be something that's useful for like Ichi or Kiryu. Like especially if you're having trouble keeping them alive.
いやー、桐生さん、いいタイミング。ちょっと時間いい？
ああ、構わねえよ。いっぱい付き合うぜ。
いやー、そうじゃなくてね。
ん？
今から俺の店で集まりがあってさ、半品リューマンの若い衆たちにご馳走すんだよ。ほれ、俺をこき下ろしたブロガーがいたじゃん。そいつへの怒りをこらえてくれたご褒美。
おう、そりゃいいな。
で、よかったら桐生さんもどうかなと思って。
いいのか？仲間内で集まるのに邪魔じゃねえか？
なわけないじゃない。それに、そろそろ俺の料理ご賞味いただかないとね。
そこまで言われちゃ
Their best weapon gets
断るの
Kiryu's
も野暮
counter.
か。
Ah.
そうこなくちゃ。
Yeah, that's cool. I want Chow to cook for me.
Chosan, お招きありがとうございます。
張さんの料理、本当にうまい。
There's no way this doesn't end up in a fight somehow, though,
同時に
right?
なります。恐縮です。
やっぱり俺は場違いじゃねえか？
そんなことないって。ちょっと店で飯食うだけなんだから。
おい、ちょっとあいつを見ろよ。
ん？あれ？あいつを。
いや、みんな見てくれ。この野郎が俺らを盗み取りしてやがった。なんだと？そいつ例のブロガーじゃねえか。
キレさん、ちょっとまずいなこれ。
本当に例のブロガーなのか？
ああ、そうみたい。
お前が何しようとし
We
て
were denied Aizawa, the food blogger.
何のことだかわかりませんよ。これは拉致監禁でしょ。やめてくれません？
なんだよ、どういうことなんだ？
この野郎、また張さんの店をこき下ろす気でいたんだよ。で、そのネタを探しにわざわざこんなとこまで来たってわけだ。別にいいじゃないですか。まずい店をまずいと書いて何が悪いんです？言論の自由っていうのがあるじゃないですか。てめえ、この人数に囲まれてよく言えたな。その度胸だけは買ってやるよ。ねえ張さん、どうしますかこいつ。やっぱり一度締めた方が良くないっすか？
何言ってんの君ら。ダメだって仇相手に。残念ながら彼の言う通り、自分のブログに何を書こうが勝手だし。
いや、騙されませんよ。半品リューマンの黒幕が。
ん？
知ってるんですって、こっちは全部。
I'm on chapter 12.
偉人帳で部下に探させてたでしょ。チンピラが血まなこになって俺を探してるって聞いて、だからこっちもあんたを調べたんですよ。あんたがこの人たちみんなのボスでしょ。元総帥でしたっけ？自分は関わらないふりして後で手下に俺をやらせるわけですか？
待って、それ誤解だって。大丈夫、誰も君を襲ったりしないよ。なあ、みんなそうだろ？せっかく集まったんだから予定通り飯を食おう。もう仕込みもバッチリできてんだな。というわけで、これからうちわのパーティーなんだ。俺らはこれで失礼するよ。
本当に？
うん、本当。
いや、待ってください張さん。このままそいつ返したら今のことだって面白おかしくブログに書かれちまう。まず俺らを隠し撮りしたスマホも取り上げねえと。何言うんだ。そんなの嫌ですよ、絶対。しかもこいつ張さんが俺らのボスってことも知っててここまで来てんです。なめてんですよ。どうせ俺らには大したことできねえって。
違うって、舐められてんのは俺だけ。ほら、もうよさ。
いい加減にしてください。あんたが舐められてるってことは俺らも舐められてんだよ。ジョーさん、いくら組織から身を引いたっつっても俺らは今もあんたをみこしに担いでるんですよ。なのにそのあんたがふわふわしてっから 俺らまであんなブロガーに安く見られちまう。
ああ、そうだな。半品リューマンだって勝手に放り出してコミジュルと合体させちまった。偉人帳の協調だの融和だので好きにしのぎもでかくできね
え。あいにくだけど俺のやり方が気に食わなきゃ偉人帳を出た方がいい。前にそう言ったはずだよ。
そりゃ無理ってもんです。俺らはあんたに憧れてた。そばにいるやいつかあんたみたいになれると思ってた。普段は力が抜けて軽いのに、いざって時には冷酷で頼れるカリスマでしたよ。以前はね。
そろそろ目覚ましてくださいよ、総帥。こんなプロガーに舐められっぱなしなんて、そんなの超天優じゃないでしょうが。
まずはこいつ血祭りにあげましょうや。半品リューマン復活の景気づけに。
俺はこの人に何かあれば自分の店を閉めるって言った。その言葉今も有効なんだよね。
だったらちょうどいいでしょ。もう料理人なんかやめて戻ってきてくださいよ。
料理人なんか、
I'm doing good, Tiki.
そうですよ、長さん。いや、俺らの総帥。
俺らの総帥。
How are you, Tiki?
やってやりましょうや、総帥。
俺の後ろにいろ。
嘘でしょ。俺殺される。
わかった分かったよ。お前らの気持ちはよーく分かった。
本当っすか。それじゃあまた俺らと一緒に。
いや、このブロガー君には指一本触れさせない。たとえ力ずくになったとしてもね。
話通りの血の気の多さだ。
迷惑かけて悪いんだけど、桐生さんはブロガー君を逃がしてやってくれない？こいつらは俺が止めるからさ。
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。じゃあ長さんはそいつをかばうために俺らとやり合おうってんですか？ずっとあんたを信じてついてきたこの俺らと。
俺は自分の店を守りたいだけだよ。これがお前らの言う料理人なんかの意地ってやつ。
わかりましたよ。ならいいです。もう腰抜けのご隠居は引っ込んでるや。
手貸すぜ長。こいつらが前に言ってた四天王だろ。さすがにお前一人じゃ食いきれねえ。
それはどうかな。俺は今腹ペコだからね。ぶっ殺して遊んであげるよ。
Threatening men. Alright, hold on. I like the idea of Sujimancer, but you only have one Sujimon that gives really good stats, even if the others are level 50, so you just don't understand what gives the Sujimon high damage for Sujimancer. Ah, okay. Next game, perhaps, where he's suddenly a Michelin star reviewer. I thought. You had Adachi as linebacker, but you switched him to samurai to get some decent skills. You don't really care for linebackers other than the essence attacks. But yeah, I'm doing good. I really like the game. Good. Boneless. You're heading to bed? Yeah, no problem, Joe. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying the game. And have a good night and sleep well. Oh, they're just these two? How did I feel like there was someone else then? Can't even reach this dude. So The combo attack seems so silly.
目立っちゃおうかね。くらいなよ。
問題ね。調子出てきたぞ。
Yay, I'm not drunk. Probably don't have anything he's weak to. Boy. I like how he just pistol whips him.
手加減はなしだ。どうした？楽しませてくれよ。
格が上がったね。
Goon. Goon.
やっぱり強えよ総帥。戻ってきてください。もったいねえっすよ。
お前らの気持ちは嬉しいんだけどね。俺が総帥に戻ろうとすれば偉人帳は割れる。そんなことは絶対しないって約束で俺は孫妃に全てを託したんだよ。
でもあんたは俺らの憧れだったんです。
Always looked up to you, then you guys should all become chefs, I guess.
今度こそどこまでもついていきますから。
そっか。じゃあ聞くけどさ。
はい。なんでしょう。
お前らがずっと憧れてきた超天佑ってのは一度誓ったことを簡単にひっくり返すような男なの？その程度の器だと思われてたんだ。お前らの中で俺って人間は。
いえ、違います。
だよね。ならよかった。
おい。
なんです？
今の喧嘩ずっと見ていたろう。悪いことは言わねえ。もうこいつらには構うな。ネット越しに安全なつもりだったんだろうが、今までお前が無事でいられたのは蝶のおかげだったんだぜ。
すみませんでした、長さん。お店について書いたブログはもうすぐに削除します。この辺りにも二度と近づかないんで、今までのこと勘弁してください。
いいよ別に。ブログは削除しなくても。でもね、これだけは聞いておきたいんだよ。この前君がうちで食べた時、本当に俺の料理はまずかったのか？
それは全然まずくなんてなかったです。はっきり言わせてもらいますと、めちゃくちゃうまかった。
なんだと？
中華街でもあれほどの味はありません。だからブログで言葉を尽くして褒めようとしてました。どうやったらこの味をみんなに伝えられるか、それこそ頭から煙が出るほど考えてたんです。けどそんな時急に張さんから撮影を遠慮してほしいって言われて、せっかく頭に浮かんでた表現がポーンと弾けるように消えました。それで頭にきて気がついたら、
店の割り箸を丼にぶちまけたんだな。
その説は本当にすみませんでした。俺どうかしてたんです。
The origin of the trash bag was
してたのに、それなのに店の中で恥をかかされたって、そう思っちゃって。
可愛さ余って憎さ100倍ってやつか。
なるほど。でもそういうことなら気の毒だけど、このまま返すわけにはいかないな。
え？それはどういうことでしょう？
おい蝶、お前一体何を？
さあ今日はしっかり食べてってよ。例の頭に浮かんでいた料理の褒め言葉、一言一句はっきり思い出してもらわなきゃ。
でも いいんですか？こんなにご馳走してもらって。
いやー、君、他の店の批評は正確だったからさ、誰よりも俺が君の本当の感想を聞きたいわけ。
ジョーさん、俺そんなこと言われるのブログやってて初めてですよ。じゃあお言葉に甘えていただきます。
ああ、お上がりよ。
おお、うまい。やばい。おいしい。
おい、どうなんだチョウ、これは。結局うまいとやばいしか言ってねえぞ。
最高の褒め言葉じゃない？ほら、まだまだあるからね、よく味わって。
はあ、最高っす、長さん。マジうまいっすよ。もう止まらない。
Awkward.
いやー、桐生さんにはほんと迷惑かけちゃったよね。思いがけず。
ああ、おかげで飯を食い損ねたよ。
Missed out on my free meal because of you.
よほどうまかったみてえじゃん。
Wait, he didn't even make him. They were standing in the restaurant and he didn't even give any to Kiryu.
あれ、結局桐生さん、全然俺の料理食べてなかったんだっけ？
そうだよ。驚いたことにな。
ああ、まあ、またいつでも機会はあるでしょ。
How did this
こうやっ
happen?
て飲み友達になってるわけだし。
それもそうか。しかしなんだな、さっきの喧嘩っぷり。若い衆がお前を惜しむ気持ちはわかる。リーダーの器があるのにもったいねえってな。
そうは言うけど、ガキの頃は俺、最初から組織のボスになるよう育てられたわけでさ。物心つかないうちからそういうもんだって言われて、親父から組織を受け継いだ。今そのポジションを離れてみたら、急に新しい世界が開けてきたわけだよね。そう簡単には手放せないよ。
その新しい世界が料理人の道か。
そう、そのいくらでもある可能性から俺が自分で選んだっていうのが重要だったんだ。
なるほど。
豪快な火で鍋を振ってうまいもん食った後の客の満足した顔を見る。俺は今そんな生活が新鮮で気に入ってるんだよ。あとはこうやってさ、時々仲間と一緒に酒を飲めたらもうそれで十分。
そうか。そいつは欲のねえことだな。
Yo. Starting fresh. Alright, we did it. Said more costumes though. What did we get? Where am I going?
お着替えタイム。俺のした俺に似合うのは
Oh, we just unlock it now, even though we haven't been to Hawaii yet.
お着替えタイム。かっこいいでしょ。俺に似合うのは
He kind of looks cute as the Desperado.
イメージ通りだね。お着替えタイム。
I like his Hawaii outfit though.
私の好みとしてはさてどれにするか。
I like her Hawaii outfit too. I like how she's just like, I'm just gonna wear a bikini everywhere and put my jacket on. Just have a blazer over it.
いろいろ試してみよう。
She looks like she belongs in Mortal Kombat now.
どれにするか。いろいろ試してみよう。どうだろうか。私の好みとしては。
Yeah, I like them too. They're cute.
どれにしようかなと。どうだ、俺に似合うのどれだ。気に入ったぜ。どれにしようかなと。
第一印象が大事ね。どうかしら。どれにしようかしら。第一印象が大事ね。
I think she just
いい
needs.
じゃない。
Oh,
なんだって
I
聞
think
こ
she
え
just
ちゃ
needs
う
to
よ。
get to 30.
どれにしようかしら。
Yeah.
第一印象が大事ね。
何を選べばいいんだ？
Oh my god, K Kona.
どうだ？物は試しだ。こんな感じか。気分を変えるか。
Hell yeah, brother. I can't. Wait, what? Oh, he also has plaid. Oh
俺に似合う
no.
のどれだ。身なりは大事だからな。どれにしようかなと。
That's actually something I look forward to eventually when I can have like all the guys and all the girls together. I want to have the guys have a team K Kona.
Yes.
Wait, I'm dumb. I didn't even do the inherent skill. Okay, I think they already have all of their. Oh wait, okay. Chao has one. And Namba has two. The hog tie and damage an enemy with a chance to silence that failure up. Oh. Let's see what that's. Wait, why do we need to leave from that specific taxi? Are they not all the same? Like, are we not going there? Just think it's funny. No, you can only go to that taxi. Only that one. All the other ones are broken. They'll never make it here. I like the Kamurocho party sign. Kamurocho, it never changes, does it? Kiryu-san, you must have a million memories here, eh? You could say that. I suppose it couldn't hurt to stop by some places while we gear up. So we can be depressed. Wow, I didn't even get to move. Okay, cool. The Tenkaichi Street Gate. You could say it's a symbol of the city. Every time I pass through this gate, I get this feeling that I'm either heading off or coming back from a difficult battle. Maybe because this gate's always been there for every major occurrence in my life. The next time I pass through this gate, I wonder what kind of battle awaits me. Beast Guard. Having awakened his body to level 6, Kiryu's guard has been enhanced in beast style. After guarding, the power of Kiryu's physical attacks on his next turn will greatly increase. This not only lowers damage taken, but also prepares a devastating counterattack. It can be especially effective when used against strong foes. Alright. Fair enough. They're everywhere. Gotta go to Cafe Alps. Isn't this the office? Kazuma family office used to be here. It's been a while since I've passed through. Shintaro Kazuma, the only man I've ever called Pops. He seemed so mature and unfathomable to me back then. And now, before I even knew it, I'm the same age he was. I wonder if I was a role model for someone just like how he was mine. Of course. Is this man silly? No, that dream has long passed. Shut up. Don't make me come through this screen. I mean, this isn't really surprising that, like, all of them are, like, right here. Can't even fit in the alley. There we go. The vacant lot behind Serena, nothing much to it. Except, for some reason, I always end up in a fight here. From one-on-one scuffles to all-out battle royales, here of all places. Maybe this is just the ideal place for a brawl. Like some kind of punk rite of passage. Can't go out without throwing down at the Serena backlot at least once. Memories of fighting MILF Hunter, yeah.
Yes.
I want to feel for... Serena, or rather New Serena, the only place in this city I feel the calmest. Nowadays, Date-san and the mama manage the place, but in the past, Reina was the mama and Yumi worked here too. Nishiki and I frequented the place even though we had no money. Look, Reina was mentioned! Back then, we just listened to each other ramble on and on. I thought those peaceful days would last forever, but now I'm the only one left behind. Oof. Ah, memories of punching Nishiki. I don't think I could ever get used to this loneliness. It'd be nice if I could just walk into Serena, no hesitation, and have a drink. I mean, guess nothing's stopping you. Except yourself, I guess. Been a while, Stardust. At one point, it was taken over by the Jingwan Mafia. But it looks like Kazuki and Yuya, the owner and manager, put in a great deal of effort to reclaim its title as Kamurocho's top host club. This town's a harsh place for honest folk. They've earned my respect for not only surviving but thriving here. Actually, that reminds me. The first time I met Yuya, he came swinging at me right out of the blue. said afterward that he mistook me for another Yakuza trying to squeeze protection money from them. Perhaps it's because they've got spirit. They've been able to make it out here. Kazuki, Yuya, this might be a tall order, but don't settle for being the best in Kamurocho. Aim to be the best in Japan. And if I'm still alive by then, I'll send you to an extra large congratulatory wreath. Anonymously, of course. What a dork. Are there just like people standing here? Filling time in this manga cafe, but got so into what I was reading that I was late for my date. Had to stop at the best part too. I think I better buy my own copy of the series. You think? Maybe. I don't know why I would say that. Maybe. Oh my god. Eat everything.
なあ、ラッキーセットってさ、何歳まで注文していいと思う？
ラッキーセット？
ハンバーガーにゼリーとおもちゃがついた
I don't think that's
子供向けのセッ
weird.
トメニューですね。キャンペーンの時だけ数量限定で頼めるんですよ。
I actually do that quite frequently. Get kids meals.
どうした？童心に帰りたくなったのか？
ちげえよ。ただ今やってるラッキーセットのおもちゃが昔読んでた漫画のやつでちょっと懐かしいなと思っただけで。
ここのお店は特に年齢制限ないわね。気になる
Because some places will like replace, like you can get something else. Like you can not get the toy and get something else basically.
ランチを頼むのがおかしいとか気にせず買えばいいと思うよ、南波ちゃん。
ガキ扱いすんじゃねえよ。余計
Why? I don't understand why that's so weird. It's actually a normal portion. Well, I don't know. In I guess in Japan maybe it is actually a small portion, but here usually the kids meal is actually like a normal portion.
いただけないと思うがな。
分かってますよ。
おい、残り1個だそうだ。頼むなら今だぞ。
あ、親子がレジ前でなんか迷ってる。どうするの？注文するの？売り切れだって。
終わったか。
偉いぞ。
America。
よく我慢できたな。
今度ゼリー買ってあげるからね。
だからガキ扱いすんじゃねえって。ゼリーはもらうけど。
もらうんだ。
It's not gonna make up for it. I'll take the dessert though. America.
ありがとうございました。
Why? Make this club the greatest so I can do my cabaret club. I don't know. I would have just bought the kids' meal and not given two flying shits about what anyone thought about it. Because how do they know I don't have kids? I don't, but you know, they don't know that. I have a fur baby. Oh, what's this? Look. Oh my god. Looks like fun to watch. A zombie film, huh? Wonder what that is. Well, it is pretty popular movie genre. Wonder if that's why I had a weird dream about zombies myself. In that dream, Kamurocho was swarmed with zombies for some reason. The entire town was closed off to contain them, and everyone's still trapped inside. Left for dead. Really? Come. I also had this absurdly huge gun and went on a whole rampage. What an insane dream. I don't know why, but everything was just so vivid. The emotions I felt then still leave an impression on me today. Perhaps this is a memory from an alternate timeline? Ha, yeah, right. That'd be ridiculous. Dreams really are strange, and one of them, Kamurocho, was infested with zombies. That sentence alone, nice. Kamurocho was infested with zombies. That literally sounds like it just came from Resident Evil. The entire town was infested with zombies. Carried a stupidly large gun around and rained bullets on them. Never thought I'd be one to go on a rampage, but I can't deny it was pretty simple solution. But once I woke up, I was struck by how strangely vivid everything was. Even now, it's left an impression on me. Also, Ryuji Goto was alive and with a gun on for an arm, yeah. I was honestly wondering if he was even gonna bother mentioning that. The Millennium Tower. What a piece of shit. I mean, this is where my fate began. And this is where I settled the score with Akira Nishikiyama. Even though we weren't related by blood, Nishiki was the closest thing I had to a brother. I thought we could just keep screwing around as small-time Yakuza under the boss, but I don't know where it all went wrong, or if this was just the way things had to be. No matter how much thought I put into it, I just can't figure it out. That's why I need to keep my head up. Until it's time for us to meet again, I can face him with pride. I'll keep on living, or at least try to. Madge. He played Final Fantasy VII for the first time that night before the dream. You just did these in Kamurocho? It was interesting reading it, like, the way they put it, of it being so vivid, because I feel like I used to dream, I guess, a lot more often, but whenever I do have a dream, it's usually extremely vivid to the point where, like, I think that's reality, and then, like, when I wake up, I'm just like, huh. Alright, that was weird, and then just, like, go about my day, basically. Bantam. I'd love to have a drink, but I don't want to make anyone fuss over me. A long time ago, this place used to be called Bacchus. It served some great drinks. It was also the place where I met Haruka for the first time. She was alone in a bar littered with corpses, clutching a gun. I was shocked to see her there. She was so brave. Back then, she was just a child who wanted to find her mother. To think that Haruka's now a mother herself and that she'd give her life to protect her own child. The longer you live, the more surprises you get to see. I mean, you can still go in there though, but whatever. We will spare him. The memories of that one hard to pull off heat action. Yeah, fuck that heat action. I mean, it was really cool, but like, seriously, what the fuck? Like, no one's gonna see that. Because it was way too hard. God, man, just passing this filled me with rage. I just want to kick it. Fucking store. Engie. Goddamn judgment.
ごめんなさい。肩当たっちゃいましたね。
ああ、いや、気にしないでくれ。
すみません。静子、待って待って。もう全然気づいてくれないんだもん、静子ってば。ごめんごめん、ミキ。
ん？
It's you. That's a Ono Michio keychain?
あのさ、ずっと気になってたんだけど、そのキーホルダーのキャラ、何者？ ああ、これ小野道夫くん。尾道のマスコットキャラクターだよ。知らない？知らねえ。マイナーだね。確かに静子、尾道出身って言ってたもんね。なんだっけ、こういうのって。肝キャラ？違うよ、もう。ゆるキャラだよ、ゆるキャラ。私の大好きな、大切なキャラクターなんだ。
Thank you very Michi. I'm sorry, thank you very Michi.
静子は物好きだね。そう
？Hey, she's from Onomichu. Yeah, that's who I was thinking that it was. Like, it had to be one of the kids from the...
でも勇気がなくて怖くて私手術受ける痛いかもしれないけど頑張る辛くても我慢する静子勇気出すから
静子だ
静子帰る方向こっちだよね一緒に帰ろうよあーごめん今日はちょっと用事があってカムロ町ヒルズってところに行かなきゃいけないのそうなの結構歩くよ静子一人で大丈夫引っ越してきてそんな経ってないしこの辺のことまだよく知らないでしょ大丈夫だよ地図も調べてきたし心配しないでじゃあねミキうん治安悪いから気をつけてねじゃあね
The text is going so quick. Hope you didn't want to be able to read. Wait. Cafe Alps. This place has been around for a while. It was even well established before the bubble era. I've spent hours nursing a cup of coffee here before. Gotta say, I'm pretty fond of this place. If memory serves, all sorts of dangerous things went down here. I even remember completing my first ever job training session at this cafe. I once worked somewhere called Tachibana Real Estate in the past. And my instructor was a man named Oda, who we don't give two flying fucks about. Anyway, he drilled business etiquette 101 into my head here. He was an asshole though, thank you. Never liked him much at all. But thanks to him, I remember the proper way to exchange business cards to this day. Kind of a useless skill though, when I have no reason to. What an equally unpleasant bastard. Beep beep. The memories of solving a murder. Ebisu Pawn. From family heirlooms seized as part of debt collection to a ring being sold the same day it was given to a hostess. Pawn shop is a place where all kinds of things gather, each with their own history. But for some reason, this place always struck me as a weapon and armory shop. They've got Japanese swords and even chainmail armor. Strange as the selection is, I have to say I do like the variety. I really appreciate the shop for helping me get this far. I honestly was surprised he didn't mention the ring. Like, the whole it being stolen and not being able to get back and la-di-da.
Hima? 俺らとちょっと遊ばない？
この辺に雰囲気のいい店あってさ、 ああ、もちろんおごるよ。
結構です。私もう行きますので。
おっと、待ちなよ。そんな釣れないこと言わないでさ。いいじゃん。
そもそもこの辺をうろついてるってことはナンパ待ちだったんじゃないの？
違います。迷ってしまっただけで。
また照れ隠しなあ、お兄さんたちといい思い出作ろうぜ。
誰か助けて。
てめえの汚ねえ手で静子に触るんじゃね
え。なんだよこのおっさん。
なんで私の名前を。
目障りだ。さっさと消えろ。俺が本気で怒らないうちにな。
やべえやつだな。おい大丈夫か？逃げるぞ。
覚えてろよ、このクソ親父が。
たく最近のガキは。
ありがとうございました。
ん？ああ、いや気にしないでくれ。じゃあな。
もしかして桐生のおじさんじゃないですか？
え？
やっぱりそうですよね。道夫くんを私に会わせてくれた桐生のおじさん。こんなところで会えるなんて。お久しぶりです、桐生のおじさん。
Surprised she recognized me. Still, she doesn't know much. Not about me nor who I used to be. I don't want to hurt her feelings. I should be honest with her.
久しぶりだな、静子。俺のこと覚えてるのか？
Being
忘れ
so
るわけ
neat.
ないじゃないですか。私の命の恩人。
I'm kind of confused that why this seems just like an inserted forced sub story and like okay.
桐生さん。桐生さんにお会いできて本当に嬉しいです。
ああ、俺もだ。前に会った時はあんなに小さかったのに、もうすっかり立派なお姉さんだな。
いえいえ、全然まだ高校生のひよっこです。
あの後手術はうまくいったのか？
はい、お医者さんが頑張ってくださって、その後のリハビリもうまくいってすっかり元気になりました。それもこれも全部桐生さんのおかげですよ。
俺は何もしていない。
そんなことありません。手術を怖がっていた私を道夫くんに会わせてくれたじゃないですか。道夫くんは私に手術に立ち向かう勇気をくれました。あの勇気がなかったら私手術を拒否し続けて、もしかしたら悪い結果になっていたかもしれません。
Okay, garlic. Have a good night and sleep well.
桐生さんや道夫くんには本当に感謝してて、
Hope you're enjoying the game.
いつかお礼が言えたらなってずっと思っていたんです。でも桐生さんとは一度会っただけで、それ以外何もわからないから探せなくて、ずっと心残りだったんです。
No.
だから今日お会いできて本当に良かったです。
俺もお前の手術がどうなるか心配してたんだ。こちらこそ会えてよかったぜ。
でも桐生さんがまさか東京の方だったなんて思いませんでした。どうりで尾道を探しても見つからないわけです。
お前こそどうしてカムロ町にいるんだ？尾道から引っ越してきたのか？
はい、実は私医者を目指していて、その夢のために東京の医大に強い学校に入学したんです。それをきっかけに家族で上京しました。
医者か、すごいじゃないか。
慣れたら ですけどね。同級生もみんな頭いいし、ついていくのがやっとです。でも病気の私を救ってくれたお医者さんみたいに、私もいつか誰かの命を救えたらなって。だから一生懸命勉強して絶対に夢を叶えたいって思ってるんです。
夢。
立派になったな、静子。素敵な夢だ。お前ならきっと叶えられる。
はい。もし桐生さんが病気になったとしても、私が医者になって治してあげますから。なんて。
ありがとうな。その時はよろしく頼む。
はい。
さて、そろそろ行くか。お前行く場所があるんだろ？送っていくよ。この辺は危ない輩が多いからな。
はい、ありがとうございます。
Night night, TK. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well.
こんなところ、もう一人でほっつき歩くなよ。
はい、迷っちゃって。今度からはカムロ町は一人で出歩かないようにします。
そのキーホルダー、小野道夫のことまだ好きでいてくれてるんだな。
もちろんですよ。道夫くんと私結婚するんですから。
はあ、そういえばそんなこと昔言っていたな。医者になって道夫と結婚か。もっといい相手を探した方がいいと思うぞ。
なんでですか？道夫くんは面白いし優しいし強いし、最高の旦那さんになると思いますよ。
いや、あいつはなかなか面倒なやつなんだ。
He's a handful. He's also stubborn, clumsy, and awkward to a fault.
桐生さん。野暮なこと聞いちゃうかもしれませんけど、道夫くんとして私を助けてくれた人ってやっぱり。
ここにいたのか。探したぜ、クソ親父。
さっきの借りを返しに来たぜ。倍返しにしてやろうと思って。ダチも一緒にな。
桐生さん。
安心しろ、静子。下がってろ。お前は俺が守る。
でももし怪我でもしたら。
お前を守るためならちょっとの怪我くらい我慢できるさ。
おいおい、どうした？もしかして逃げるのか？あ？
逃げも隠れもしねえよ。子供の前でダセえ姿見せるキャラじゃねえんだ。手加減はしねえ。死にてえやつだけかかってこい。後悔するなよ。
力の差を見せて。
覚悟できてる？もうギブアップ。
Vocal thug.
結構調子いいかも。
I was like, really?
手加減はなしだ。
目立っちゃおうかな。
Obsessively fixes his hair. R is very unhappy.
当かますよ。地獄を見せてやんよ
感知した。
よく吠える。
力の差を見せて。
コンビプレイ。
結構調子いいと思ってる。
So I don't know, it's so funny to me when they just get hit by a car. Hey chicken nugget. Imagine trying to drive somewhere and you roll up to this. Yeah, for real. I think I would back up and just leave. It's always interesting to me how people here just are like, just keep honking. Mad hustle.
素直に喜んでおくか。
人生これ成長。
桐生さん、大丈夫でしたか？
ああ、この程度どうってことない。静子は平気か？
はい、桐生さんが守ってくれたから、あの日みたいに。
よかった。なら行くぞ。
はい。今日はありがとうございました。道まで教えていただいて。
気にすんな。好きでやったことだ。
これ、今日のお礼です。受け取ってください。もしよかったらつけてくださいね。これで桐生さんとお揃いだ。
いいのか？お前の大事なもんなんだろ。
それ私家に50個持ってますから大丈夫です。
50 of those at
そん
home.
なにいらねえだろう。ありがとうな。
こちらこそ桐生さんには本当に感謝しかありません。私ダメですね。この年になっても桐生さんに助けられてばっかり、与えてもらうばっかりで何も与えられない。桐生さんに私ももっと何かしてあげられたらいいのに。
静子、それは違うぞ。俺はお前に今日十分すぎるくらいたくさんのものを与えてもらった。あんなに小さくて手術に震えていた女の子が元気になってこんなに素敵なお姉さんになって夢を追いかけて一生懸命毎日を頑張っている。そんなお前に俺がどんだけ勇気をもらえたと思ってる。
桐生さん、
お前はきっと立派な医者になれる。諦めなければきっと夢を叶えられる。だから頑張れよ。お前の手で昔のお前みたいに苦しんでいる人たちを救ってあげてくれ。俺はいつまでもお前を応援しているぜ。お前の好きな道夫くんもきっとそう思っているはずだ。じゃあな、静子。元気でな。
桐生さん、今までありがとうみち。
こっちこそありがとうミチ。
ありがとう桐生さん。みちおくん。
Cute. I like the sub-story itself, but I don't understand why I had to be forced into it. Why couldn't it just be a sub-story here, but... Right, whatever. Sure. Izuko's practically grown up. She was so small back then. What time is it? We can explore a bit longer, I think. Everything's been cleared out here. This used to be a hangout spot for the homeless. The average guy wouldn't even think about approaching. But it guarded a huge secret, Purgatory. The florist, a legendary informant, oversaw an enormous entertainment district hidden from plain sight. Every time I think about it, sometimes I wonder if that place was even real. I can't help but feel a little suspicious. Purgatory always seemed like a space disconnected from reality. But still, the fact that anything is possible in this town is exactly what makes this place so great. That wasn't what I expected him to talk about right here, but alright. Night night, ghosts. Thank you for hanging out. Sleep well. Guess we can wrap around. Oh right, I need to get... Where is the thing I'm going to get? I have to make sure to get the... Huh. This place used to be a huge bathhouse back in the day. Guess they shut down. You know Sono Hot Springs. It was a nice, spacious establishment, hot baths aside. I had a lot of fun playing table tennis here. Even though it's smack dab in the middle of Kamurocho, every visit felt like going on a vacation. Didn't like getting all sweaty after a soak though. But you know, going on an actual vacation doesn't sound half bad. Thought you were already supposed to. Lied to me. Or Shine Tokyo, oh boy.
キャバクラ真相回転するのか入れ替わりの激しい街だからなフォーシャイン俺が昔店の手伝いをした蒼天堀の店と同じ名前だな確かライバル店の圧力で潰されそうになっていたところ俺が黒服になってサポートしたんだ大変だったがなかなかいい経験だったなユキ小雪陽太さんあれ以来会っていないが皆元気だろうかしかし同じ店名とはもしかして系列店なのか
うちの店に何かご用ですか
まずい
あれどこかでお会いしたような
人違いでしょうそれではなんでしょうか
桐生さんじゃないですか
Damn, she caught me. Let my guard down for a
消え
second.
ちゃったからどこかでのたれ死なれたのかと思ってましたよもう少しは顔出してくれればいいのにお久しぶりですお元気でしたか
ああまあなんとか
Too late to fake it now, but Koyuki's just a civilian. She has no idea who I am or what I've
お前
done.
こそ元気だったか小雪ここってもしかしてあのフォーシャインか
そうなんですよ大阪ナンバーワンキャバクラフォーシャインが満を持して関東上陸もうすぐオープン初日なんですよ
ほうすごいじゃないかでどうなんだ順調なのか
それがなかなかそうもいかなくて
ようよう、関西から来たよそ者さん、まだ帰ってなかったの？困るんだよね。よそ者が簡単に店出せると思われちゃうとさ。カムロ町にはカムロ町の流儀と品格ってのがあるのよ。関西弁のおばさんたちが簡単に足踏み入れていい場所じゃねえの。前から言ってんだろ、小雪さんよ。
また来た。
誰だこいつは。
ライバル店の人です。うちらがカムロ町で商売始めるのが気に食わないらしくて、しょっちゅう邪魔したり脅したりしてくるんです。おかげで風評被害も広がるし、怖がって女の子も何人か辞めちゃったりして、超迷惑してるんです。
俺たちも穏便に済ませたいんだけどよ。無理やりオープンしようってんなら、こっちも無理やりやらねえとダメかもな。
あっかんべーだ。あんたらなんかの指図受けるくらいなら死んだ方がマシよ。
なめやがって。なら俺がカムロ町の流儀叩き込んでやるよ。
どう叩き込む気だ。
なんだてめえは。
俺はここで雇われていたもんだ。カムロ町にてめえが語れるような流儀はね。そしててめえみてえな輩に品格を語られる筋合いもんね。
言うねえよさ。いいよ、まずはあんたからやってやるよ。眠らない町カムロ町の怖さ、おのぼりさんどもに教えてやるぜ。楽しませて
Asshole.
力の差を見せて。結構調子いいかも。見せてあげる。それそれそれそれそれそれ。
調子出てきたぞ。
目立っちゃおうかな。暗いなよ。
Oh. Oh, that's a lot of money just for one fight. What is this guy eating?
さっさと消えろ。この店に手出したら俺が承知しねえぞ。
すみませんでした。
すみません。また助けてもらっちゃいましたね。桐生さんには助けてもらってばかり。
そんなことはないさ。
邪魔が入りましたけど、せっかくなので中でお茶でも飲んでいってください。さあ、どうぞどうぞ。
なかなか広くていいじゃねえか。
ほぼほぼ前にあったお店の居抜きですけどね。いい場所が空いたので思い切って借りちゃったんです。
俺が抜けた後、フォーシャインはどうなったんだ？
桐生さんがフォーシャインを蒼天堀ナンバーワンのお店にしてくれた後も、私とユキさん、ヨーダさんたちで一丸となってナンバーワンの座を守り続けました。15年くらいの間、関西の一番であり続けたんですよ。すごくないですか？
ああ、それはすごいな。てっぺんってのは取るよりも維持し続けることの方が難しいからな。だがどうして今のタイミングで関東に進出することになったんだ？
もともと関西以外にも店を出そうという話は何度かあったんですが、ユキさんもヨーダさんも欲がない方ですし、クオリティを落としたくないという理由でやってこなかったんです。でもヨーダさんとユキさんが経営から引退されることになり、私が代わりに店を任されることになったので、
せっかく代替わりするなら何か新しいことに挑戦したいなって思いまして。
なるほど。新オーナーの小雪は関東進出がしてみたかったというわけか。
関東じゃなくてもいいんですけどね。単純に私はフォーシャインというお店が大好きなので、関西以外の人にももっと知ってほしい、味わってほしいという思いが強いんです。蒼天堀の店は他のメンバーが盤石で、私がいなくても全然回せますし、だったら私は店を預かる人間にしかできない戦いをしたいなと思って。
いいじゃねえか。店のことを大事にする小雪らしい選択だと思うぜ。
ありがとうございます。でもやっぱり難しいですね、経営って。キャストとして接客だけしていた頃とは大違い。考えなきゃいけないことも山ほどあるし、さっきみたいな面倒なことにも巻き込まれたりしますし、こんなことをユキさんやヨーダさんは長年やってきていたんだと思うと、改めてすごい人だなぁと今になって痛感しますよ。私の知らないところでいろんな人たちが私たちを守ってくれていたんだなって。
それが分かっているならきっとうまくいくさ。すまないな、忙しいのに邪魔してしまって。
いえ全然。というかむしろずっといてほしいくらいですよ。桐生さんが黒服をやってくだされば100人力ですから。
おいおい、また働かせる気かよ。勘弁してくれ。
冗談ですよ。でも人手が厳しいのは本当なんですよね。さっきの奴らの脅しや圧力のせいで女の子も結構減っちゃいましたし、スタッフも引き抜かれちゃったりして結構自利品なんですよね。
時代は変われどその辺は変わらねえんだな。蒼天堀のお店の連中にヘルプは頼めねえのか。
できなくはないですけど、あっちはあっちで人気店ですからね。初日はもうすぐですから、スケジュール調整とかも難しいし無理かなと思っています。
ならユキ
You
に
do appreciate the OG1 battle theme blaring in
元伝説のキャバ嬢だろ。
いやー、それができたら最高なんですけどね。
今ユキはどうしてるんだ。
ユキさんはご自身の夢を叶えるべく新たな挑戦をされています。
新たな挑戦？
はい、キャバで貯めたお金で飲食店を始められたんです。そっちが盛況で忙しい忙しいって言ってました。だから私たちの事情でそんな忙しいユキさんの新たな挑戦を邪魔しちゃいけないなって。軌道に乗ってたとしたら悪いですし、足引っ張りたくないですから。それにいつまでもユキさん頼みじゃいけないですしね。私が頑張らないと。
どうした？
いや、最近ちょっと働きすぎてるせいですかね。ちょっと胃腸の調子がよろしくなくて。
あまり無理すんなよ。しかしユキの新しい挑戦か。気になるな。どんな店なんだ？
あまり詳しくは教えてくれないんですが、横浜のスナックがいっぱい入ってるビルの一角に開いたみたいな話は聞きました。
横浜偉人町か？
おそらくスナックが入ってるビルっていうくらいですし、元伝説のキャバ嬢ですから、スナックかなんか始めた感じですかね。行きたいな。でもなんかせっかく新しい挑戦をしてるんだから邪魔しちゃ悪いと思って気を使っちゃって顔も出せてないんですよね。
偉人町なら俺が今寝泊まりしている町だ。
おー、ならぜひ顔出してみてくださいよ。桐生さんが来たらきっとユキさん喜びますよ。絶対言ってくださいね。
え？おう。
やったー。言ったら様子を教えてくださいね。 もしうちの心配をしていたらお気になさらず、忙しいご自身のお店の方に集中してくださいねと伝えてください。
わかった。伝えよう。
ありがとうございます。よかったらオープン初日には桐生さんも遊びに来てくださいね。
時間が合えばな。大変だと思うが、あまり無理するなよ。お前は頑張りすぎる嫌いがあるからな。
肝に銘じます。会えて本当に嬉しかったです。
俺も成長した小雪に会えてよかった。じゃあまたな。
はい。
Alright. Another unexpected reunion. Wonder what the Daidoji will have to say about this. Doesn't matter now, this was good for me. I'm glad I came back here. Alright, once everyone's ready, we'll take a cab back to Ijincho. I think I need to go here. Yeah, I think it's these guys. Bonk. My god, I couldn't even get the back. Oh yeah, I forgot these guys do that. Honk. She just stomps on him. Boom.
かかってこいよ。
さっさと来い。
どうしよっかな。
覚悟できてる。もう怖え
寝てろ。
いい感じ。
Press the button too fast. Right. Yeah, there we go. Alright, cool. Sorry ladies, I had to pick. There was an item. Really, what is this? Oh, Gyukaku. Let me in.
いらっしゃいませ。
All the things. Wait, ice cream? I want ice cream.
ありがとうございます。
どちらまで行かれますか？
Why does it have to be winter?
それでは。
Putting on my cardigan. I'm cold. Well, that about covers everything, huh? I guess it's time for the big meeting. Yeah. United Station. Once we take off from there, there's no turning back. I think my annoyance with this part is that, like, these are, like, of course everyone just really wants to see, like, Daigo, Majima, and Saejima, so I think the rest of it just feels really fucking annoying when it's like, why are you delaying my, like, time of seeing them? Like, I would have much preferred those sub-stories to just be, like, done on my own time and not forced into the story, but, you know, whatever, I guess. What'll it be, Kiryu-san? Ready to go meet Daigo and the other? Yeah, sure, whatever. Keep your guard up, everyone.
何時間走ってんのよ。
別に横浜に残っててもよかったんだぞ。
いや、まさかこんな遠出になるとは思わなくてさ。
確かに。でも桐生さんを一人にするのは心配だからね。ほっとけないよ。
ああ、だな。
こりゃ降るわ。すみません。どのタクシーにも断られてしまって。
そりゃそうやって。
いくら長距離っつってもあんな偏僻なとこじゃ帰りに客なんざ拾えんもんやって。ほやけど珍しいの、あの村行きてえなんてやつ初めてかもしらん。なんや兄さんたちテレビかなんかけ。
いえ、古い知り合いが住んでいまして、彼らに会いに。
Yeah, that has to be really cold. Ugh.
全国に残存する国土を一斉解散する第二次大解散。今でこそ海老名の方便になり下がってますが、本来は親父の悲願でした。俺はその意志を継ぐために恥を忍んで無所を出た。ですが海老名は俺の予想を超えて清流会を掌握しています。今の俺は四六時中監視下に置かれ、こんな状況を作らないと一人になることもままならない。本当の大解散を成し遂げるには援軍が必要なんです。援軍？ええ、本来なら桐生さん、あなたにぜひお願いしたい。ですがそちらの事情は理解しています。今すぐ再び表舞台に立てとは俺の口からは言えません。その代わりというのは失礼ですが、一つ桐生さんにお願いしたいことがあります。なんだ？堂島大吾、真島五郎、そして冴島大河、彼ら極道の伝説的存在に第二次大解散の力添えを願いたい。大吾たちに。ええ。
Oh my god.
荒川の意志を成し遂げるために
Are you guys ready for the third dissolution in the
俺は考えています。
Yakuza 9?
と近江の大解散後、彼らは大阪で警備会社を起こしました。行き場を失った元坊の受け皿として。ですが1年も経った頃、会社が倒産したんです。それ以来大吾さんたちは消息不明になっています。あいにくだが、俺は奴らがどこにいるか連絡先は知らなくても居所の見当はついてるんじゃないですか。桐生さんが彼らを放っておけるとは思いません。彼らを再び表舞台に上げられるのはあなたしかいない。どうかお願いできないでしょうか。奴らが姿を消したことは知っている。だがその理由は本当に知らねえ。だからまずはそっからだ。すまないな。明日から数日町を離れる。
知り合いな。この人もよけ物好きやの。言っちゃなんやけど人が住むとこじゃねえよ、あっこは。
I mean, eccentric is certainly a way to describe them.
事情があるんだと思います。
事情の。まああと 2,3 時間もすりゃ着くけ。お、降ってきつんだ。寒なるざ、兄さん。
Is there a reason why they didn't prepare for where they were going?
積もる話もあるでしょうから、俺たちはここで。
すまない。
ただなるはやで頼む。さすがにこの寒さは答える。
ああ、
he even knock? He just barges in.
どんなボロ小屋でも人んちや。入るときはノックぐらいするんが礼儀やで。なんや、老けたのう、桐生ちゃん。
ご無沙汰してます。
Like the beard.
真島の兄さん。
桐生さん。
お互いいろいろあったみたいやな。まあ座れや。酒の一杯くらいはごちそうしたるわ。大解散の宣言式以来やな。
Is there a reason Sonhee isn't covering her legs? I mean, Sayako probably isn't really either. I mean, she has tights on, but they're probably like just pantyhose, which do absolutely nothing for warmth.
今やこのありさまや。
それよりも桐生さん、お体大丈夫なんですか？随分やつれたように見えますが。
あまり良くない。ガンだ。余命半年らしい。
そんな。
堂島の竜も病気には勝てんか。
かも
な。なら後悔せんようにほれ。たーんと飲んどき。あの世じゃ酒は飲めへんやろ。
真島さん、病身の人にそんな。
いいんだ大悟。兄さんの言う通りだ。死んじまったらそれまでだ。だから生きてるうちにやれることをやっておきたい。
ほなら無駄話しとる場合やないな。
How is being with them wasting time? I want to scream.
聞かせてもらえるか。これまでに何があったんだ。
こっちの話なんて、それよりもこんな場所は体に触ります。すぐに町に戻りましょう。車なら俺が。
大悟、お前こいつと何年付き合うとんのや。桐生ちゃんが人の言うこと素直に聞く玉か。
しばらくぶりなもんで忘れてました。そう、俺はいつもこうやって振り回されてたんだ。俺たちの身に何があったかでしたね。世間に負けたんですよ、俺たちは。少し長話になります。
Oh my god, they should let the other guys inside. This is so rude.
何しろあれだけ大々的に東上会と近江の解散を宣言した直後の話です。元ヤクザ者が集まった会社として世間の目を引くことは分かりきっていた。
それに手を打たないお前じゃないだろう。
ええ。ですから立ち上げ前に万全の策を講じたつもりでした。東上会と近江で使えるコネはとことん使ってマスコミやお上に話をつけました。当然相当な金も動かしました。7万人近い組員たちを元坊5年上皇で苦しめるわけにはいきませんから、手段は選んでいられませんでした。
集団の善悪を俺がどうこう言うつもりはない。だがそこまでやったってのに、どこでつまずいたんだ？
開業直後は順調でした。徐々にではありましたが、大口の新規顧客も獲得していけた。まあ警備員としてこれほど頼もしい連中もある意味いないでしょうから。組員たちの社会復帰の受け皿として明るい見通しが立てられそうでした。ですが1年も経った時、問題が起きました。
社員が問題でも起こしたのか？
いえ、ネットの告発です。
Oh
ある動画チャ
no.
ンネルが我々の会社を取り
Damn
上げたんです。
VTubers.
そこで社員が元極道であることや開業に際して裏で行った役所やマスコミとのやり取りを暴露されたんです。
まさかそのチャンネルってのは
タタラチャンネルっちゅうやつや。春日もやられとったな。裏工作だけやのうて、現場で起きたちょっとした不祥事も奴は見逃さんかった。それをありったけ大げさに報じて俺らの悪評を煽り立てた。けど奴が暴露したこと自体は全部本当っちゅうとこが困りもんや。
俺たちは真っ当な反論を用意できませんでした。当然顧客は次々と離れていきました。
役人どもも我関せず決め込みよって薄情なもんやで。
それ以来俺たちの行動に世間が目を光らせるようになりました。思うように動けないことで会社の資金繰りは悪化していったんです。そうなると社員たちの間に広まるのはヤクザ復帰を望む声です。
なんせ会長やった大悟に俺らもいる。その気になればとしたのもんが思うのも無理のない話や。
社員の間には俺たちが登場会の復活を水面下で進めているなんてデマまで広がり始めました。そんなわけで内部もガタガタ。倒産するまで本当にあっという間でした。
タタラチャンネルのおかげで世間の目を引いてもうて、内部からはヤクザ復活の夢を抱かれる。どうも俺らは連中が真っ当な人生を歩み始めるにはいたらあかん存在らしい。
それでお前らはこんなところに。
大解散を本当の意味で成就させるためにはこうするのが一番いい。それが俺たちの結論です。
事の経緯は分かった。清流会の海老名を知っているか？お前たちから大解散の後を継いだ男だ。表向きはな。
ええ、知ってます。会ったことはありませんが、2年ほど前彼が俺たちを探しているという情報が入ったんです。
2年前、清流会の高部が無所に行った頃か。
ええ、海老名は高部から第二次大解散を引き継いだものの、全国の極道をまとめ上げられるほどのネームバリューはありません。そこで我々を担ぎ出して広告塔にしたかったのでしょ
う。だがもうお前たちは表舞台に立つ気がなかった。
それもあります。ですがもっと気になることがあったんです。
海老名の素性を調べたら奇妙な因縁が浮かび上がったんや。
海老名は母子家庭の育ちですが、中学の頃に 母親は亡くしています。その後養子として引き取られた先で今の海老名姓になるのですが、それ以前の名字は氷川というんです。
氷川？
海老名の母親の名は氷川百合子。氷川興産の組長の娘です。
氷川興産？荒川真澄がいたあの氷川か？
ええ。荒川さんが氷川百合子と婚約関係にあったことはご存知ですか？
And then Arakawa murdered the entire clan.
氷川組長から押し付けられた縁談だったな。
はい。しかし荒川さんには心に決めた人、茜さんがいた。ですが荒川さんは組長の意向に正面から逆らうわけにもいかず、百合子さんとも関係を持っていた。ここで疑問が浮かび上がります。海老名の父親は誰か。
まさか。
あくまで可能性の話ですが、海老名の父親は荒川真澄かもしれません。海老名は春日と同じ年齢です。出生の時期も合う。
春日と海老名が腹違いの兄弟だってのか。
まさに奇妙な因縁やろ。
だがもしそうだとして、あの荒川が我が子を見捨てるとは思えね
え。海老名の
Kept in a coin locker too.
荒川さんは百合子さんの解任を知らなかったのでしょう。そして氷川興産の壊滅後、百合子は人知れず出産した。百合子から見れば荒川は父を殺した上に自分と息子を見捨てた男ということになります。その怒り恨みは想像するにあまりあります。その怒りが百合子から海老名に受け継がれたとすれば、
海老名は荒川真澄を強く憎んでいた。
ええ。そんな海老名が荒川さんの意思である第二次大解散を引き継ぐとは考えられませんでした。
それでお前らは沈黙を守り、代わりに沢城に白羽の矢が立ったというわけか。
おそらくそういうことかと。
話はこんなとこやけど、わざわざ昔話を聞きに来たんとちゃうやろ。
ああ、お前たちに頼みたいことがあってきた。沢城に力を貸してやってほしい。あいつは荒川の意志を継いで第二次大解散を全うしようとしている。海老名の監視を受けながら清流会でたった一人でな。お前たちが出張ってくれれば沢城も海老名に真っ向から立ち向かえる。お前たちにとっても第二次大解散はやり残した仕事のはずだ。
申し訳ありませんが、それは受けられません。
たく、人の言うこと聞かんのはええけど、話くらい聞けや。桐生、言うたやろ。俺らはもう表舞台に出たらあかんのや。確かに俺らには人を引きつけて動かす力があるらしい。沢城の側についたとあれば全国のヤクザの注目は集まるやろ。カリスマっちゅうやつや。自分で言うアホもおらんけど、事実やから仕方ないけどな。それはどこまで行ってもヤクザのカリスマなんや。
俺らが連中に見させてまう夢はあくまで極道の復活なんや。あの強かったヤクザ、羽振りの良かったヤクザ。けどそれはもう見せたらあかん夢や。俺たちが連中の社会復帰の旗印になるなんぞ、もう誰も信じひんわ。
会社失敗の前科もありますから。海老名の経歴にうさんくさいところがあることを知った時点で俺たちも検討したんです。海老名が第二次大解散を何らかの形で利用しようとしているだけなら、その本当の遂行に俺たちが出張るべきなんじゃないかと。その結論がこうして逃げることだったんです。
それがお前たちの責任の取り方ということか。
はい。俺たちはもう存在しないことにする。それが一番なんです。なんなら死んでも構わなかったんです。でも死というものはその人を本当の意味で伝説に変えてしまう。桐生さん、あなたを死んだと思ってるヤクザたちがなんて言ってるか知ってますか？ほとんど神話の英雄みたいな扱いですよ。俺たちまでそうなってしまってはいよいよヤクザへの幻想が深く根付いてしまう。桐生さんにとっての風間慎太郎を想像してもらえればわかるでしょう。
沢城は海老名と差し違える覚悟をしてる。だがそれだけじゃ第二次大解散は成し遂げられない。お前たちの力がいるんだ。
すみません。
そうか。沢城には
I was waiting for him to crush the cup.
俺が力を貸す。お前らはそうやって縮こまってるといい。
あ？
邪魔したな。
待てや。今のはどういう意味や？
言葉の通りだ。お前らを当てにしたのが間違いだったって話だ。五択並べててめえの責任から逃げ回ってるだけのお前らなんかをな。
俺たちがどんな気持ちでここにいるかあんたに分かるってのか？
さっぱりわからねえな。わかりたくもね。
この
どうした？やるなら相手になるぜ。
つまらん挑発に乗るのも尺なんやけどな。ムカつくのをこらえるよりはマシや。でその挑発乗ったるわ。
おい、一体何事？
昔話に花を咲かせてるって空気じゃないみたいだね。
すまないな。もう少し待っていてくれ。
バカ言わんでください。仲間をほっとけるわけないでしょ。
それにこれ以上待ってたら凍え死んでしまうからな。
そっちが5人もおるんならまあええやろ。俺も混ぜてもらうで。
やばいなこれ。このメンツとやり合う日が来るとはね。
たくよそもんがわらわらとブスいや
You stay in your lane. Ingy.
まあメイドの土産や存分に味わっていけや。
Probably have a few bruises. You might have some broken bones.
こうなりゃなるようになるだい。
You might even cease existing. Controller lives.
よく吠えるね。久々に熱くなってきたぜ。どうした？
So you're weak. You resist.
もうギブアップ。相手してやる。こんなもんじゃないか。よく吠えるね。久々に熱くなってきたぜ。さっさと来い。
Time to make them boneless. Booba. Inside your no.
終わりだ。
Don't mess with me. He's fine. Here we okay, fire. And if I remember correctly, Saijima was nice, but he doesn't have anything. Damage all enemies, the last stand of the Dragon of Doji. Dragon of Doji meme. Bonk. I like how Majin gets the tail end of this. I like the chotomate. Yeah, okay, so it's the same basically. We have fire, lightning, electric, and then ice. Ice. Shove your face in the wrong way. He's fine. Bonk. I don't even remember if he has a healing. You must go to bed. Okay, Nappa. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you have a good night and sleep well. I know. Mm.
見せてあげる。
ありがとう。
Cho's being bullied. Double backhand? Oh. Uh-oh, it's Songy's turn now to be bullied. Why? I'm surprised he's so focused on Cho. He heard what I said. Uh-oh. Bonk.
目立っちゃおうかな。どうした？
来ないのか？
久々に熱くなってきたぜ。
Can't get her though.
しのげるかな？
召し上がれ。すまない。
調子いいぞ、私は。
もうギブアップ？
旗をつけよう。
やるか。
一発で決めるよ。
当然だ。ほら。
私の番。
どうした？覚悟できてる。よく覚えるね。久々に熱くなってきたぞ。さっさと来い。こんなのじゃない。
もうギブアップ？
どうした？そろそろ諦めた。手加減はなしだ。よく吠えるね。こんなもんじゃないはず。
Man. So sneezing.
もうギブアップ？
遊んでやる。
そろそろ諦めた。
Okay. They're all so separated.
もうギブアップ？
かかってきなよ。
来ないのか？
終わらせる。行くぞ。
Good. Like, would he really stab this man? I mean, yeah, he probably would, but, you know. That was pretty ballsy of Namba. I don't know why that hit me funny with Sayako dressed like that. Aw man, I should have fucking known. Should have known.
ウォームアップはこの辺にしとこうか。さあ、覚悟はええな。
俺もそろそろ本気でやらせてもらいますよ。全力でかかるぞ。
もうギブアップ。
やるでますよ。久々に熱くなってきたぜ。
暗いなよ。
はや召し上がれ。
かかってきどうしよっかな。
さっさと来い。
よく吠えるね。
容赦しない。みんな
調子出てきたぞ。
そろそろ諦めたらどうだ。
来ないのか？
もうギブアップ？
恥かいて知らないか。
Wait, he's not, but they are. Wait, where'd the other one go? Oh, behind me.
こいつは重い。加減できねえぞ。
Daigo's just stamping on him, look at That's pretty funny to me. Haven't seen that in a while.
私の番。見せてあげる。みんな
上がらない。
どこ見てんの？
こんなもんじゃないはず。
しのげるかね。
出来たてだよ。いや。
ありがとう。
すまない。さっさと来い。
久々に熱くなってきたぜ。
手加減はなしだ。
楽しませてよく吠えるね。
せてよ。
かかってきなよ。
相手してやる。
仕留める。
He's fine, surely. He's fine. He's gonna roll into the ocean.